Chapter 534. Wait for me to come back. Come back. That hoarse and repressed voice was still echoing in everyone's ears. However, that trembling figure streaked across the sky and floated into the distance like a wounded wolf. He left the pack of wolves without looking back and wandered alone. Then he found a deserted place to lick his wounds and howl in solitude. This was a proud man. This was a man like a poppy flower. This was a poisonous man. Yi Yaorao could no longer control herself. Tears flowed out of her limpid eyes as she stared at the figure that was getting further and further away. She began to cry silently as her heart began to ache. She who no longer believed in men had fallen deeply in love with this poppy flower. She had fallen in love with this poisonous man. Perhaps she would be poisoned to death in the end, but she would never regret it. Zhantian, clean up the battlefield. The rest of you, let's go. Neopatian let out a low roar as he soared into the sky. His spear turned into specks of starlight as he stabbed a dozen trembling abyss devils to death. Then he turned his head away so that no one could see the 2 drops of tears falling from the corners of his eyes. Then he carried Niu Hua on his back and started to run away. Men should not cry easily. Men should not cry. Men should not cry. He told himself as he ran. But why were the hot tears still flowing from the corners of his eyes? Let's go. Neopatian led a few people to quickly clean up the battlefield. He looked in the direction that Yi Qinghan had left in, and looked coldly at everyone. Then he roared and chased after Neopatian. Big sister, let's go. He asked us to wait for him to come back. He will come back. 2 women came over and supported Yi Yaorao. They looked at the dazed Yi Yaorao and tried to persuade her. Yes, he will definitely come back. Definitely. The tears at the corners of Yi Yaorao's eyes suddenly turned into streams of cold air. Her body also began to turn icy cold. She turned around and silently followed the group. She did not say a single word, nor did she turn back to look. Let's go. Bing Shui and Bing Yu wiped their tears and looked into the distance again before chasing after them. Everyone began to run in silence. No one spoke. They all ran with all their might. No one looked back. Many of them were fast enough to catch up with Yi Qinghan, but no one chased after him. It wasn't that they were afraid of death. They believed that Yi Qinghan would never hurt them, but because Yi Qinghan's hoarse voice revealed a trace of pride and determination. Everyone chose to respect him, believe in him, and quietly wait for his return. Boss, how are you? Can you still hold on? Yi Qinghan's eyes were bloodshot. He was panting heavily while running. The muscles on his face were all twisted. He looked extremely ferocious. Xiao He and his soul were connected, so he was very clear about his current state. At this moment, his mind was filled with boundless killing intent, but it was finally released. If this went on, his soul would be completely engulfed by this killing desire, and he would finally become a real devil. A madman who only knew how to kill. Xiao He, come out. Lead the way. Find a big rock. Quick. Xiao He's voice transmission caused Yi Qinghan's eyes to reveal a trace of black light. He hurriedly summoned Xiao He, and his eyes turned bloodshot again. Boss in front. Move forward. The moment Xiao He came out, his eyes were filled with worry and fear. He quickly scanned the area in front of him, and discovered a huge rock in the distance. He hurriedly shouted to Yi Qinghan through his soul. Roar! Yi Qinghan roared like a wild beast. The veins on his face bulged, and his body trembled even more violently. He continued to run forward. After an hour, he finally reached the bottom of the huge rock. He immediately drew the Slaughter God saber from his back and slashed at the huge rock. The Slaughter God saber was incomparably sharp, and when it slashed at the huge rock, it was like cutting tofu. Everywhere the saber passed, rocks flew everywhere. In just a short while a cave was dug out. Boss, what are you doing? After entering the cave, Xiao He suddenly saw Yi Qinghan's crazy actions and shouted in panic. After Yi Qinghan entered the cave, he immediately laid down in the cave and stabbed the Slaughter God saber beside him. Then he took out a dagger from his interspatial ring and started to stab his chest, abdomen, and thigh in a frenzy. 1 stab, 2 stab, 3 stab. In the end, his body was full of wounds. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and blood flowed all over the cave before stopping. The intense pain caused every muscle in his body to spasm, twitch, and tremble. However, as he mutilated himself, the red light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Although his face was still pale and twisted, it was obvious that he had relaxed. Xiaohei, don't worry. Boss has the soul ring. I won't die. Help me protect me. Yi Qinghan opened his mouth and revealed a smile of relief. Then, his head tilted to the side and he fainted. Boss. 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 Xiaohei looked at the badly mutilated Yi Qinghan and shouted in pain. He had accompanied Yi Qinghan all this way. Although Yi Qinghan had also cultivated painfully in the past, he had never been in such a miserable state. The stronger one was, the more pain he had to endure. Every time Yi Qinghan suffered heart-wrenching pain, he could only watch from the side, and was unable to help at all. The pain in his heart was worse than if he had been stabbed 100 times. The soul ring's automatic protection function had to wait for Yi Qinghan's injuries to reach a certain level before it would emit a white gas to heal him. Just now, when he was in the demonic aura, the soul ring had already healed most of his injuries. After that, Yi Qinghan killed the dwarf and the rest, and the demons in his heart started to act up. Thus, he could only rely on self-mutilation to activate the soul ring's healing function. Through self-mutilation, he was able to alleviate the murderous intent in his heart. At the same time, he also relied on the miraculous effect of the white gas to eliminate the murderous intent in his soul. Otherwise, he would definitely be engulfed by the murderous intent and turn into a lunatic. SSSS. Only 4 hours had passed since Yi Qinghan fainted in the stone cave. Because of the slaughter god saber, a large number of demons were attracted outside the stone cave. However, these demons only dared to loiter outside the stone cave, and did not dare to step inside. The slaughter god saber that was stuck in the stone cave started to emit a white light. When the white light shone on the demonic aura, it started to absorb the black fog. This saber can't be used anymore. This saber can't be used anymore. What should I do? Should I throw this saber out? No way. Without this saber, it will be hard for Boss to survive in the evil spirit stream. However, this saber will destroy Boss sooner or later. What should I do? What should I do? When Xiaohei saw that the demons outside the stone cave started to gather again, and that the slaughter god saber was absorbing the demonic aura again, he panicked and started to walk around the stone cave anxiously. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He stretched out his claws and started to touch Yi Qinghan's freedom ring. He used his divine senses to envelop the freedom ring, and started to call for Elder Lu over and over again. The freedom ring was a passageway to the parallel space in the Freedom Pavilion. Although he was not sure if calling for Elder Lu would have any effect, he still decided to try. Chapter 535. Old Lu, come out. Big brother is in trouble. Xiaohei used his soul consciousness to call again and again. After a while, his eyes brightened as he felt a soul consciousness shoot out of the unfettered ring. It was old Lu's soul consciousness. Infine stream again? Xiaohei, didn't I tell little Han? You can't open the transportation door of the unfettered pavilion in the Infine stream. You can't use the sound transmission technique. There are King God Realm experts here. If they find us, we're done for. Old Lu's soul consciousness scanned and locked on Xiaohei. He started to use the sound transmission technique. Then his tone changed and he said in a panic, What's wrong with little Han? Why are there so many evil demons outside? What's going on? We don't need to worry so much. Old Lu, Big Brother is going to die. Why do we need to worry so much? If Big Brother dies, we'll all die. Old Lu, what should we do? What should we do? Xiaohei shook his head, his eyes panic-stricken. He had just become an adult, and his heart was still like a child's. He didn't have the composure to deal with something serious. Previously, he had Lord Devour to rely on, but now he could only rely on Old Lu as his senior, even though he could kill Old Lu easily. Don't panic, Xiaohei. Tell me everything in detail. Old Lu pondered for a while, using his soul consciousness to check the surroundings. Then he sent a sound transmission technique. Yes. It's all because of this saber. It's all because of this saber. But if it weren't for this saber, Big Brother would have been dead. In the firework tribe, this saber can absorb the souls of beasts. Now, it can also absorb the souls of humans and the aura of evil demons. Xiao He sent a sound transmission technique to old Lu. As his soul was connected to Yi Qinghan didn't hide many things from him. Basically, Xiao He knew everything. At this moment, he told old Lu everything, hoping that the old man could find a way to make Yi Qinghan return to Yi Qinghan. He killed dozens of godly generals with a single slash, including several peak godly generals? Elder Lu was dumbfounded after hearing this. He sat cross-legged in the training room of the Carefree Pavilion in silence. How long has it been? Yi Qinghan had actually grown to such an extent? How could this blade be so terrifying? In the past, the Soul Emperor had said that although the rank of this saber was unknown, it was absolutely extraordinary. But he never imagined that it would be extraordinary to such a degree. Yi Qinghan's current strength shocked Elder Lu, not to mention the terrifying power of the saber. He had cultivated for tens of thousands of years before reaching the peak of the heavenly god realm, but now, Yi Qinghan had already reached the divine general realm. He had only cultivated for a little more than 20 years, yet he had already reached the divine general realm. This made him blush slightly. However, when he heard that Yi Qinghan had broken through because Niu Huahua had given him a bottle of red dragon pills and a bottle of summer cordyceps, he felt relieved. Although Yi Qinghan did not know how precious the red dragon pills and summer cordyceps were, Elder Lu knew very well that they were priceless items. That little girl from the Thunder God clan had indeed invested a lot in Yi Qinghan. Elder Lu, say something. What should I do? Should I let boss continue like this? If he continues like this, will he turn into a demon? While Elder Lu was sighing to himself, Xiao He sent another voice transmission to him. Elder Lu laughed bitterly, shook his head, and sent a voice transmission. I have some guesses about this situation, but I don't know all the details. If the Soul Emperor was still around, he would be very clear. Without a doubt, the Slaughter God Saber had undergone a transformation. It could devour souls and the aura of demons. After devouring a certain amount, it could release this devouring aura. The souls that it devoured were probably filled with resentment and murderous aura, which would cause the enemy to enter a very high-level illusion. Martial artists with weak souls would immediately collapse, and their souls would be destroyed. This was similar to a spiritual disorder. It was a spiritual attack. However, this resentment and murderous aura attack had side effects. The side effect is that little Han would be affected by the resentment and murderous aura and become bloodthirsty. His soul would also be invaded. Luckily, little Han has the soul ring. If not, he would have already gone crazy. Murderous aura? This. Elder Lu, what should we do? Will boss go crazy if he can't take it? Xiao He did not really understand what Elder Lu was saying. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. There's no other way. Unless he doesn't use the Slaughter God Saber. Or, if the soul ring is completely repaired, it will definitely be able to suppress the resentment and murderous aura. It's just that it can't be repaired now. However, if he doesn't use the Slaughter God Saber, you will definitely not be able to walk out of the baleful Een stream. As for whether little Han can take it or not, only he will know. Elder Lu sighed deeply, his voice filled with bitterness. Elder Lu, is there no other way? Little Black weakly lied down in the cave and transmitted his voice to Elder Lu. Perhaps there is another way. Of course, I can't guarantee that it will work. Elder Lu muttered. What is it? Elder Lu. Before Xiao He could speak, a hoarse voice rang out. It was as if his throat was on fire. The voice was dry and rough, causing Xiao He to tremble in fear. Ah. Boss, you're awake. How do you feel? Xiao He, who was lying on the ground, suddenly had goosebumps all over its body. After a moment of shock, it stood up with a start and moved its head closer to Yi Qinghan's face as it cried out excitedly. I'm slightly better. The killing intent in my mind has lessened. I can barely suppress it now. Xiao He, don't worry. As long as my soul is fine, the injuries on my body will not be a problem. The backlash from the Slaughter God Saber is too strong. It was too dangerous just now. Try not to use it in the future. Yi Qinghan's mouth twitched as he forced a smile. He blinked his eyes and looked at the Slaughter God Saber. There was a strange look in his eyes. Actually, he had woken up a long time ago. However, he did not even have the strength to open his eyes, let alone send a voice transmission. He heard the voice transmission between Elder Lu and Xiaohei clearly through his soul connection with Xiaohei. Now that he had recovered a bit of strength, he spoke with difficulty. After comforting Xiaohei, he sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu. Elder Lu, what is the other way? Little Han, what is your current condition? Also, what is the condition of your soul when you use the Slaughter God Saber? Tell me. I will give you a reference and see if there is any other way. Elder Lu did not reply. Instead, he asked about Yi Qinghan's condition. The Slaughter God Saber is a great killing weapon. A great killing weapon. Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a trace of fear as he sighed softly. After thinking for a moment, he sent a voice transmission. This saber can devour souls and evil auras. I think it can devour all negative and bad auras. You guessed correctly. After the Slaughter God Saber absorbs a certain amount of evil aura, I can control the evil aura inside to attack my enemies. This killing intent is very terrifying. At the very least, a peak stage god general would not be able to resist it. However, as the Slaughter God Saber absorbs more killing intent, it affects me even more. Half a day ago, the Slaughter God Saber swallowed the aura of more than 10 demons. When I held the Slaughter God Saber in my hand, I felt a surge of killing intent surging into my mind. I was filled with killing intent, and I wanted to kill all the living beings around me. After that, I released the killing intent and killed more than 10 experts. Only then did the killing intent subside a little. However, I almost couldn't suppress it and almost killed all the people in the firework tribe. After that, I remembered the special effects of the soul ring and found this cave. I injured myself and used the soul ring to save myself. Only then did the killing intent in my mind subside. Elder Lu, this saber is too terrifying. I'm afraid I won't be able to control it the next time I use it. I will be completely possessed. Chapter 536. This saber is indeed terrifying. Elder Lu was shocked and fell silent. After pondering for a long time, he transmitted his voice again. Little Han, I have analyzed your current situation. What you need to do now is to completely eliminate the killing intent in your mind and release it. You cannot allow this killing intent to affect you. The human soul is fundamental. If this killing intent affects you for a long time, your personality will change and you will no longer be the same person you were before. Elder Lu is right. But why is this killing intent completely gone? Release it. I feel that this soul ring can only help me so much. Or rather, this soul ring can't completely eliminate the negative influence in my mind. Yi Qinghan's heart tightened. He understood what Elder Lu was trying to say. This was easy to understand. It was like a child whose parents had divorced and could not receive the care and love of their parents for a long time. Seeing other children being loved by their parents, he would subconsciously develop an inferiority complex. As time passed, his originally cheerful personality would become depressed and depressed. In the end, he might even become a pervert. If he was affected by this killing intent for a long time, his mind would slowly change. He would become bloodthirsty and irrational. By then, would Yi Qinghan still be himself? It's simple. Release it. Vent your killing intent, but you can't kill people. You cannot use the Slaughter God Blade to kill anyone. If not, the chances of killing will be even greater. Elder Lu transmitted his voice, which made Yi Qinghan even more confused. How do I release it? Yi Qinghan continued to ask as he squirmed his body. This time, Elder Lu's transmission was a little hesitant as he said awkwardly. It's simple. Find a few women. And do it. Of course, I am not sure if it will work. In theory, the negative emotions in a person's mind are interconnected. As long as you find a way to release it, it will be effective. Do it. Which one? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and instantly understood. Elder Lu meant to find a few women to do it with, and find a place to release the negative emotions in his mind. When he thought of this, he thought of the sisters Bing Shui and Bing Yu. He thought of Yi Yaorao's cold jade-like body. He even thought of Niu Hua's delicate face and her petite body that had yet to fully grow. Too evil. This killing desire is indeed connected to the evil fire. They are both negative energies. When I thought about women, my mind was filled with lust. I didn't have the slightest bit of killing intent. It seemed that this path was possible. What to do? Do you want to release it? Yi Qinghan realized that as soon as he thought about women, the killing intent in his mind disappeared. His mind was filled with obscene thoughts, and he despised himself again and again. In particular, he actually had evil thoughts about Niu Yahua. This was absolutely unforgivable. How could he lay his hands on such a young girl? If he wanted to make a move, he would at least have to wait until she was a little older. It's over. Boss was a murderous demon just a moment ago, but now he had turned into a lecher in the blink of an eye. This saber is indeed a great evil weapon, a great demonic weapon. Xiao He watched as Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up with a lustful light when he heard Elder Lu's words. Yi Qinghan's body was severely injured, and it was difficult for him to even move. However, at this moment, he started to erect a small tent under his robe. Xiao He could not help but shake his head helplessly. Little Han, after you completely dispel the killing intent in your body, quickly accumulate enough points. Once you have accumulated enough points, you will leave this place first. Remember, if you don't use this saber, you must kill everyone once you use it. Leave no one alive. Otherwise, if word of this spreads to the divine kings in the castle, they will come to snatch it from you. Moreover, after you kill, you must quickly dispel the killing intent in your body before you continue killing. Do not kill continuously. Otherwise, if the killing intent is too strong, you will not be able to withstand it and will be completely lost. Elder Lu reminded Xiao He after a moment of silence. I understand, Elder Lu. If I can completely restrain the backlash of this saber, killing people and obtaining points will be a piece of cake. As long as I can restrain the backlash of this saber will not be a great evil weapon. It will be a great divine weapon, an invincible divine weapon. Yi Qinghan nodded his head and turned to look at the slaughter god saber that was emitting a white glow. He looked at the strange patterns on the saber. In his heart, however, he thought that this saber must be a very famous saber. In the future, he could not carry it on his back all the time. If he had to use it as a last resort, he must kill everyone. All right. You are now 10 times stronger than me, and I can't help you much. If there are any problems, we can discuss them after we leave the Baleful Een stream. Don't send too many voice transmissions in the Baleful Een stream. There are divine kings here, and it will be easy for them to discover you. Elder Lu sent another voice transmission and fell silent. Although he seemed to be very relaxed in the carefree pavilion, he was actually very anxious. This was because once Yi Qinghan died, the carefree ring would be refined by someone else. However, the space in the Baleful Een stream was not stable, and the teleportation door could not be opened. He could only watch and worry helplessly. There was nothing he could do. I wonder how many points the midget and the others have in their spatial rings? To be safe, I should wait for my injuries to heal before I kill all the demons outside and leave this cave. There are more and more demons gathering here. If the Demon King is attracted, I will be finished. Let's give it a try. After accumulating 500 points, I will look for the people from the Firework tribe. Then we can leave the Baleful Een stream together. Yi Qinghan's eyes darted around as he made up his mind. He was prepared to give it a try. When his injuries were healed, he would go out to hunt demons and snatch points from other martial artists. After killing, he would mutilate himself. This way, the soul ring would save him and relieve the evil aura in his mind. At the same time, he planned to hunt a few female martial artists and test the effects of the evil aura in his mind. After accumulating 500 points, he would look for the people from the Firework tribe. If he left with them now, he was afraid that he would lose control and kill all of them. That would be troublesome. He is finally back. He is back, but half of the 50 people who went out are still outside. He still hasn't returned. Outside the ancient Blue Dragon Castle, Niu Patian supported Niu Huoyan as he looked at the ancient Blue Dragon Castle with a group of people. The first time he left the castle, he had brought more than 2,000 people with him. The second time, there were only 50 people. Now there were less than 30 people, and some of them were injured. After Yi Qinghan left the team, they continued to wander in the Baleful Een stream. This time they were lucky. They only met a few evil demons and many demon dwellers. The few groups of martial artists they met were not interested in them. They used their soul consciousness to check and then left. They were lucky enough to return to the ancient Blue Dragon Castle. He didn't come back. He didn't come back. Yi Yaorao stood outside the castle, staring into the distance in a daze. She thought of that lonely figure and murmured to herself. It had been so long, and there was no news of him. She didn't know his situation or whether he was dead or alive. She missed him very much. Missing him was a kind of illness, and Yi Yaorao's illness was beyond cure. Let's go. Big sister, maybe he will come back in a few days. Bing Shui and Bing Yu came over and pulled Yi Yaorao. The two of them comforted Yi Yaorao, as if they were comforting themselves. The people of the firework tribe exhaled at the same time and walked into the castle. She walked towards their courtyards. However, unbeknownst to them, there were 3 experts in the courtyards that looked at Niu Yahua as she walked past. They revealed greedy expressions at the same time. Then they quietly shifted their divine senses away. Chapter 537. Sir Qingyao. In a room in the backyard of courtyard number 314, a peaked divine general expert rushed into the room. He then knelt down on one knee at the door and shouted in a deep voice. What is it? As soon as the voice rang out, a mighty giant appeared at the door. His brown hair was unruly and carelessly draped over his back. His fierce-looking face was covered with a full beard that left a deep impression on people. His towering body exuded a powerful aura. The target has returned to the castle. The team has been reduced by more than half, and will be leaving the castle again in half a month. The kneeling expert said respectfully. He paused for a moment, then said hesitantly, this subordinate also discovered that there are 2 other teams that are also interested in the target. Oh. Divine General Qin Yao's eyes turned cold. How strong are they? He didn't doubt this subordinate's scouting abilities at all. This martial artist cultivated the law of wind, so his speed and detection abilities were definitely at the peak of Divine Generals. One team has 23 peak Divine Generals, and the other team has 40 peak Divine Generals. However, this subordinate deduces that there aren't many peak Divine Generals who have comprehended mid-rank profound mysteries. The kneeling martial artist quickly added. What is there to fear? As usual, anyone who dares block our path to riches will be killed without mercy. Sir Qingyao flicked his curly hair, his expression exuding a disdainful aura. This was a confidence that was built on his own strength, a confidence that he had gained after experiencing many life and death situations. Sir Qingyao is mighty. The kneeling martial artist gazed at the peerless divine general Qingyao with a trace of fanaticism and worship. That's right. They were the team of peak divine generals that Neopatian had encountered when he left the Azure Dragon Castle. They hadn't been sent here because they had violated the laws of the God Realm, but because someone had secretly arranged for them to be sent here. They were a very common organization in the God Realm. A bounty hunter team that specialized in black market business and shady business. The God Realm was filled with danger, and bounty hunters like them were even more dangerous. They had been on the brink of annihilation many times in the past, but this bearded bandit like Sir Qingyao had always led them out of dire straits. While leading everyone to complete their missions, he distributed a large number of treasures to everyone. He even bought divine crystals of peak divine generals for many martial artists who had difficulty improving their strength. As a result, the Cyan Glory Squad was made up entirely of divine generals, and their strength was definitely ranked in the top 50 among the tens of thousands of bounty hunter squads in Longyang Prefecture. Although the entire team was made up of peak divine generals, the martialists knew better than anyone else. What allowed a team to rank in the top 50 wasn't the fact that they had close to 100 peak divine generals. Instead, it was because of this bandit like Lord Qingyao and his 2 vice leaders. Although peak divine generals sounded about the same in terms of strength, there was actually a huge gap between them. Qingyao alone could kill half of the warriors in the team. Although they were both peak divine generals, it depended on whether they had comprehended the laws on their own, or had refined a divine crystal to comprehend the laws within it. Comprehending the laws also depended on the profound mysteries of the laws, whether they were mid-level profound mysteries or low-level profound mysteries, or both. There were 3 ways to break through to the divine general realm. First, like Yi Qinghan, one had to comprehend a mid-level profound mystery formed from the fusion of 3 basic laws. Second, 3 low-level profound mysteries formed from the fusion of 2 basic laws. Third, 9 basic profound mysteries formed from the fusion of 9 basic laws. The higher the grade of the profound mystery, the greater its power. It could be said that a divine general expert who had comprehended mid-level profound mysteries could easily kill 100 divine generals who had comprehended 9 basic profound mysteries. This was the gap between them. When martial artists comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, the easiest ones to comprehend were the basic laws. There was a martialist in their squad who had comprehended a total of 25 basic laws of various elements. He had forcibly raised his strength to peak divine general through the use of the basic profound mysteries. He was prepared to continue comprehending 2 more basic profound mysteries, and then break through to the God-King realm after comprehending 27. He had said that his life's goal was to comprehend 81 basic profound mysteries and break through to the God-Emperor realm. Everyone in the squad had advised him many times to walk the path of fusing profound mysteries. Although he had comprehended many laws, he was the weakest in the squad. Even if he broke through to the God-King realm, many people in the same squad could easily kill him. This was because he had comprehended the lowest level of the basic laws, and his offensive and defensive abilities were both relatively low level. But their leader, Lord Qin Yao, was different. Although he had only comprehended 2 profound mysteries, they were both mid-level profound mysteries. Moreover, he was about to reach great accomplishment in his 3rd mid-level profound mystery and break through to the God-King realm. Moreover, the 2 mid-level profound mysteries he had comprehended were offensive profound mysteries of the supreme laws. Although they knew that Niu Yahua was very rich, 50 million divine stones was definitely a huge sum. Yet, she was not moved at all. However, they thought that if not for Yi Qinghan, they would probably all be dead. If not for him, their spatial rings and god crystals would probably be searched by others. Young lady, don't be too sad. Since little brother Yi can save everyone from danger several times, I believe he will also return safely. He is a man who can create miracles. Niu Patian, who was beside her, understood Niu Yahua's heart. He smiled bitterly and comforted her. At the same time, he comforted himself. Yes, he will come back. He is the first man that I, Niu Yahua, see in a different light, apart from my father. How can he be demonized or die so easily? Niu Yahua nodded and said with certainty. Then, she closed her eyes and leaned against the wall to sleep. Chapter 538. So close, yet worlds apart. Why do I feel like I'm comprehending it in the wrong direction? In the desolate desert, a green silhouette was sprinting on the Gobi Desert, which was filled with gravel and yellow sand. His body turned into a series of afterimages, and along the way, more than 10 green silhouettes appeared. Finally, his body suddenly stopped, and the afterimages behind him disappeared one by one, condensing into a single silhouette. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was holding a yellow iron rod the size of a fist. His brows were tightly knitted together. His eyebrows were furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he muttered a few words, and his body moved again. Once again, he turned into a blur, rushing forward. Although there were many blurs, his speed didn't increase at all. It just looked good. It's still wrong. No, it's wrong. It's definitely wrong. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan once again stopped in his tracks. He stared blankly at the yellow sand that filled the sky as he whizzed through the air. He could only hear the sharp sound of the cold wind as he stood there foolishly. Wrong. This so close, yet worlds apart ancestors' calculations were wrong. This is definitely not the profound mysteries of space. My comprehension direction is also wrong. This is the profound mysteries of wind, formless wind. Formless like the wind, 1,000 miles in an instant. It looks so close, but in the blink of an eye, it's so far away. Right. That's it. Haha. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan threw his head back and laughed wildly. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. His body suddenly shot up into the sky, flashing like lightning. And then suddenly his body took a step in the air, and his body suddenly disappeared. He turned into a gust of wind, silently drifting into the distance. In the blink of an eye, his body condensed 1,000 meters away. Then he took another step and turned into a gust of wind. In the next second, he turned back, and his body condensed again. It was truly miraculous. Right? The space of the God realm is stable. Without reaching a certain level in the profound mysteries of space, one can't rely on it to increase one's speed. But the profound mysteries of wind are different. Wind is formless, and it can penetrate anything. No matter how stable the space is, no matter how dense it is, no matter how strong the gravity is, I am formless, and I can move 1,000 miles in an instant. The formlessness of wind is truly miraculous. After studying it for several months, Yi Qinghan finally succeeded in cultivating the secret skill, so close, yet worlds apart, which only existed in theory. In fact, he had taken a detour, and the theory that Yi Ruoshui had provided was also wrong. By a freak combination of factors, Yi Qinghan managed to gain a basic understanding of the laws of wind, formless wind. He still hadn't gained a basic understanding of the two spatial profound mysteries, but he had actually gained a basic understanding of the laws of wind. Forget it, I'll continue to comprehend the formless wind to the major success stage. I'm only at the entry stage, and my speed has already increased by 2 times. I'm afraid that my speed will increase by several times after reaching the major success stage. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. He laughed loudly as he stood up, and began to walk around Baleful Een Stream without fear. As he walked, he practiced the newly learned so near, yet worlds apart while comprehending the profound mysteries of the formless law of wind. He felt that there was still a lot of room for improvement in this so close, yet worlds apart. Perhaps when he completely mastered it, he would really be able to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Stop! A group of martial artists wore cold expressions as they spread out in an arc, quickly forming an encirclement, and surrounding the area in front of them. At this moment, an azure-colored figure slowly materialized in the middle of the battlefield. He came to a halt, holding an azure-colored metal rod in his hand. His eyes swept across the surrounding martial artists in disgust as he barked coldly, "Scram! I don't want to kill anyone." Haha. Brothers, did you hear that? He said he doesn't want to kill anyone? He, a first-level divine general, said he doesn't want to kill us? Brat, you're too arrogant. Be careful not to bite your tongue. Obediently hand over your spatial ring or join us. Otherwise die. Submit or die. Boss, don't waste your breath on him. Chop him up first. The azure-robed man's words elicited loud laughter from the surrounding martial artists, and their gazes became even more disdainful. There were over 100 people in their group. More than 80 of them were divine general powerhouses, and their leader was a peak divine general powerhouse. Although the leader had only comprehended a middle-grade profound mystery, and the rest were all low-grade profound mysteries, he was still in existence that divine general powerhouses could only look up to. This first-level divine general powerhouse actually told them to scram? He didn't want to kill anyone? Yi Qinghan indeed didn't want to kill anyone. During this period of time, he had met 7 to 8 small groups, but he avoided them whenever he could. If he couldn't avoid them, he would use spiritual confusion to stun them before leaving. Killing people was very easy for him. In the Baleful Een Stream, there were very few people that he couldn't kill. However, the baleful aura in his mind hadn't been completely eliminated. Killing people would only make his baleful aura stronger, and it was very likely that his personality would change, and he would gradually go crazy. Hence, after he recovered from his injuries, he decisively kept the Slaughter God blade, and chose a metal rod from the spatial ring that he had obtained. Then he started to walk in the desert and think of a way to eliminate the baleful aura in his mind. I really don't want to kill anyone. Scram. Although he was trying his best to control the killing intent in his mind, his eyes still involuntarily turned red. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, if he couldn't suppress the killing intent in his mind, everyone in front of him would die. There would be no exceptions. Hence, he roared angrily and activated his absolute domain. Then his body shot up and charged in a certain direction. F*CKU. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Brothers, chop him up. Haha. There was a path in the heaven domain, but you didn't take it. Instead, you barged into the purgatory. Die. Kill. The leader roared angrily, and everyone started to move. The weapons in their hands lit up with colorful lights, and their bodies emitted a boundless killing intent as they swarmed towards Yi Qinghan. Spiritual confusion, scram! A bewitching purple light lit up, and the tens of experts near Yi Qinghan all stopped in midair. Yi Qinghan swung his metal rod randomly and sent them flying. There are actually 2 more second-stage divine general martial artists who didn't stun them? A look of surprise appeared in Yi Qinghan's red eyes. However, he didn't hesitate. He activated so near, yet worlds apart, and his speed suddenly increased. He dodged the attacks of the 2 martial artists and used the shockwaves from their blades to bounce back. His speed increased by a notch as he shot into the distance. Where are you running to? Chase him. Chop him up. By the time the people at the back had surrounded him, Yi Qinghan had already broken out of the encirclement and was flying far away. The martial artists at the back were enraged. At the same time, some of the martial artists who were stunned also woke up. Their expressions changed, and they prepared to give chase. Only a few martial artists hesitated and stopped. Stop chasing him. At this moment, a thunderous voice rang out. Everyone immediately stopped and looked at the person who had spoken. It was their leader. You fools! Are you going to die? Their leader, a black armored martial artist, stared at the disappearing green figure with a gloomy expression. He revealed a trace of fear and said with lingering fear, "That's an expert who cultivates the soul. If he really wanted to kill people just now, I'm afraid that more than half of you would have died. If he wanted to go on a killing spree, I'm afraid that apart from the dovefish and dove shark brothers who have decent soul cultivation, everyone else would have been killed instantly, including me." Only then did everyone come to their senses. When they recalled that bewitching purple light and the inexplicable dizziness in their souls, their expressions changed. This first-level heavenly god realm trash cultivator was actually a legendary expert who cultivated the soul's secret skill. Let's go. If we encounter such an expert in the future, we must avoid him. The leader looked in the direction that Yi Qinghan had disappeared to, then led the way and flew in the opposite direction. Chapter 539. This soul confusion. It is indeed not invincible. During this period of time, I actually met 4 or 5 second or third stage divine generals who could resist the soul confusion. It seems like I cannot rely on the soul confusion in the future. Yi Qinghan thought to himself as he tried his best to control the killing intent in his heart. In the past, he was invincible when his soul confusion was activated. This made him feel invincible when he combined his body. After breaking through to the divine general realm in the dark baleful stream, not only did he meet peak stage heavenly gods, but he also met a few second and third stage heavenly gods. This situation caused him to raise his guard. The immortal world was a land of heroes and countless experts, and the number of soul cultivators would also increase. Just like the 2 people just now, their god force realm was only at the 2nd level of god general, but their soul cultivation had definitely reached the peak of god general or even higher. His soul cultivation was only 2nd stage divine general. After combining with Xiaohe, it was only 3rd stage divine general. Of course, it was ineffective against peak stage divine generals. He knew nothing about soul cultivation. Previously, Niuhuahua had given him a bottle of extremely valuable summer worm grass. That was how his soul cultivation reached the 2nd stage divine general realm. Furthermore, he felt that it would be very difficult to increase his soul cultivation with spirit herbs. He decided to try his best to comprehend the mysteries of the laws and raise his cultivation level. These few days, he kept the slaughter god blade in his interspatial ring. At the same time, he was constantly thinking about so close, yet worlds apart. He made use of his cultivation to suppress the killing intent in his heart. Occasionally, he would meet a small team with a female martial artist but did not attack. Although he really wanted to use the slaughter god blade to kill everyone in the team and leave behind a few female martial artists, he wanted to vent his anger and see if it could clear the baleful aura in his mind. However, in the end he forcefully suppressed it. Although he had been in the divine world for a long time, his heart was still the same as in the Fire Dragon continent. He felt that there were some things that he could not do and some principles that he could not violate. Using strong martial arts to force the female martial artists to submit and force them to have sex with each other. In his heart, this was the behavior of a beast. If he did this, would he still be the original Yi Qinghan? However, if he did not vent this killing intent, it would continue to linger in his mind. As time passed, his personality would also change. To do it or not to do it? This was a very complicated question. Forget it. I'll continue to comprehend the formless wind. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan stopped thinking about it. The more he thought about it, the more the evil fire in his mind would burn. He could only forcefully reverse his thoughts and immerse himself in the comprehension of the formless wind. His body also turned into a gust of wind and silently drifted into the distance. Before he completely eliminated the baleful aura in his mind, he did not plan to kill anyone, nor did he kill any demons. If he didn't use the Slaughter God Saber to kill the evil demon, it would be very slow. If he used the Slaughter God Saber, he would probably go crazy the moment he touched the Slaughter God Saber. He wouldn't be able to suppress it anymore. Another group of martial artists was heading this way? Bad luck, I'll dodge. 2 hours later, Yi Qinghan's body suddenly solidified on the ground before drifting to the left. However, the team in front of him also turned around at the same time, moving much faster than him. He was forced to run back helplessly. In just a short while, the martial artists behind him chased after him again. Although his speed had doubled after comprehending the formless wind, he was only at the first level of the God General realm. Even if he doubled his speed, he would only be at the second level of the Heaven God realm. If this carried on, he would definitely be caught. Do you really think that I am a pushover? Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. The other party's pestering made Yi Qinghan completely furious and triggered the baleful aura in his mind. He stopped moving and his face turned cold. He held the yellow metal rod and stopped running. Instead, he waited quietly. Man, where are you trying to escape to? The first person to rush over was a muscular figure. Before the person arrived, a rough voice rang out. It sounded like a man and a woman at the same time. Yi Qinghan looked over coldly and felt his stomach churn. There was such a top-quality woman in this world? The newcomer was over 2 meters tall and had a very charming face. However, she was completely hairless. She had no hair, no eyebrows, and not even eyelashes on her face. This charm looked a bit awkward. She was tall and strong, and the 2 large breasts on her chest could scare a heaven-shaking Qiongqi beast to death. Wrong. It would be more accurate to describe her as 2 meatballs. Her thighs were abnormally thick and strong, and she held 2 dark golden short axes in her hands. She was currently sizing up Yi Qinghan with a lecherous smile. That's right, a lecherous smile. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt that he had become a weak little girl who was being looked at lecherously by a huge man with a malevolent appearance. He couldn't help but feel a kind of goosebumps all over his body. And she's actually an elite at the peak stage of the God General realm. There's more behind her, huh? Isn't that Cleopatra? She actually didn't die? Looks like she was saved by this Hunyeo. Yi Qinghan turned his head away, not looking at the woman with the unusual appearance. Instead, he turned his head to look behind him, only to see a group of 10 or more valiant women who looked exactly the same as the tiger girl madly rushing over. Finally, he saw a familiar person, Cleopatra. And looking at Cleopatra's speed, she had actually advanced to the God General realm. Running with Cleopatra was a charming woman with a slender waist. Their speed was the slowest, and they were obviously the weakest in the group. Wawa. I was wondering why Big Sister wouldn't let go. So it was because you met a young handsome guy, Wawa. There's going to be some fun tonight. This person's vitality is vigorous, and he's obviously a young man who hasn't even cultivated for 100 years. It's good to be young. Wawa, Big Sister, I like him, he's mine. This time, you guys aren't allowed to play with him to death. I want to raise him for a year. Bullshit. When did we Whitestone Tiger women enjoy a man without doing it together? If you want to keep it all to yourself, fight me, beat me, and I'll let you play with him. One woman was 10 ducks, and over 10 women were over 100 ducks. But Yi Qinghan felt as if there were 10,000 flies buzzing in his ears at this moment. That wasn't important. What was important was that the sound was very unpleasant, and this group of women who didn't look like women were talking about him. At this moment he felt like he had become Tang Sung, caught by a group of hairy female monsters, and discussing who should enjoy him first. Shut up. So he didn't tolerate it anymore. Using all the strength in his body, he roared. He thought that if this group of women still didn't shut their mouths, would his fragile nerves break? Would he go crazy in advance? Wawa, you have quite a temper. Little handsome man, your resistance is futile, and your struggle is futile. Today you must submit to us, the great Whitestone Tiger Women tribe, and tremble. You two ugly monsters, go and capture this man for this lady. When the tallest woman heard Yi Qinghan's roar, not only did she not get angry, but she instead threw her head back and laughed wildly. As she laughed, the two giant balls in front of her chest shook violently. This scared Yi Qinghan. Such a violent shaking actually didn't cause him to fall. What a miracle. That tiger woman laughed for a while, then swept away her shiny bald head and smiled in a very narcissistic manner. She pointed at Cleopatra and the woman with the slender waist with a face full of disdain. In this situation, she clearly felt that the Whitestone Tiger Women tribe was the most beautiful, and that the woman with the slender waist with Cleopatra and the woman with the slender waist were used to set off their beauty. Little man, resign yourself to your fate. Since we've known each other for a while, listen to them obediently and obey them, or else you'll die very, very miserably. The Whitestone Tiger Women tribe's valiant and strange characters are not something you can imagine. Although you've actually broken through to the divine general realm, even Lord Patian can't protect you this time. Obey them, and when they're tired of playing with you, you can play with me for a few more days and I'll beg Lord Patian to let you go. Yi Qinghan looked at Cleopatra and the woman coldly walking toward him, and he was wondering if he should let Cleopatra off this time out of consideration for their past relationship. Today this group of women had thoroughly infuriated him, so he decided to attack without holding anything back. At this time, he received a transmission from Cleopatra. The transmission was filled with a trace of pity and a trace of schadenfreude. The last sentence, however, made Yi Qinghan's heart completely chill. Thinking of Cleopatra's ruthlessness in the firework tribe, a trace of coldness flashed through Yi Qinghan's eyes. He slowly retreated, his back slightly arched, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Chapter 540. Hee little brother, don't resist. With your first-level divine general strength, you can't even defeat the two of us, let alone the lords. Resistance is futile. Just enjoy yourself. Hee little brother, your mouth is very tempting. Big sister will teach you how to use your mouth to please others. Haha. The woman with the slender waist wore a tight-fitting green robe. Her appearance was very beautiful, and her figure was curvaceous. This was especially so for her slender waist. It was slender and long, and when she walked it was like a snake twisting. She exuded the aura of a mature woman from head to toe, a mature woman through and through. However, her words and tone, as well as her eyes, were as vicious as a poisonous snake. Snake and scorpion were the best words to describe this woman. Cleopatra, seeing that we've known each other for a while, I'll spare your life. Scram. The next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Yi Qinghan slowly raised the iron rod in his hand. The baleful aura that he had been suppressing for many days was completely uncontrollable today. Perhaps he didn't want to suppress it anymore. He felt that if he didn't completely destroy such disgusting women, he would have nightmares every night. He always believed that it was not wrong for women to be ugly, but it was wrong for them to come out and scare people. It was fine even if they were wrong. However, if they were ugly and still thought that they were a peerless beauty, acting cute and innocent, then that was unforgivable. Moreover, these women were not only acting cute, they were also extremely lewd. They even wanted to use force to violate men. They deserved to be killed. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Snake lady, don't be polite with him. This person won't know pain without being taught a lesson. Let him understand the cruel reality. Cleopatra heard Yi Qinghan's advice, but didn't show any gratitude. Instead, her expression turned cold and her lips curled into a sneer. She slowly unsheathed her divine sword from its scabbard, revealing a dazzling divine light. Hee Cleopatra, house cats are not as fun as night cats. I like these wild cats with a trace of fierceness the most. I enjoy the process of a night cat being tamed. Do it. The Lamia spat out a pink tongue, like a poisonous snake spitting out a snake tongue. She cut her waist with her hand and pulled off her belt. The belt in her hand twisted and turned, transforming into a sword shadow. It was a flexible sword. Before he could finish his words, his body turned into a poisonous snake. He wriggled and raised his soft sword with one hand, stabbing at Yi Qinghan's four limbs. The soft sword danced in the air, making whistling sounds. Queen Cleopatra also stomped on the ground and jumped high. She shot toward Yi Qinghan's head like lightning. She then flipped her body and spun at high speed. A divine sword turned into rays of sword light and stabbed toward Yi Qinghan's head. Such a vicious woman. I originally wanted to let you off, but now I've changed my mind. Yi Qinghan's eyes couldn't help but turn even redder as he watched Serpentine Queen Sephora use her ultimate move, wanting to directly cripple him. A cruel smile appeared on his face. His body didn't move at all. When the two girls were about to stab him, he suddenly released the body fusion technique. Without any surprise, the two girls were stunned. Then the yellow iron rod in his hand turned into a series of afterimages and smashed the two girls thousands of meters away. Wow, this person is also a soul expert. Sisters, transform and take him down. Yi Qinghan's attack sent Queen Cleopatra and Snake Lady thousands of meters away, stunning the group of Whitestone Tiger Man girls. The charming smile on the leader's face became even brighter, as if she had found a fun toy. He waved the two short axes in his hands left and right. His eyes shone brightly as he shouted loudly. His upper body suddenly became as thick as a balloon. His body slightly arched, and then he leaped up and rapidly pounced towards Yi Qinghan like a tiger descending the mountain. With her command, all the Whitestone Tiger Man girls waved the short axes in their hands. Then their upper bodies suddenly became twice as thick. At the same time, they jumped straight up and swung their short axes at Yi Qinghan's head. What is this? This transformation only increased the size of the upper body. His appearance is getting uglier and uglier. I wonder if his attacks have become more terrifying. Soul confusion. Yi Qinghan immediately activated his absolute domain. Then he used Shadow Step to quickly retreat, dodging the Whitestone Tiger Man leader's attack. At the same time, his body lit up with a purple light. He was prepared to stun the Whitestone Tiger Man girls behind him and break out of the encirclement. However, what surprised him was that the two Whitestone Tiger Man girls behind him didn't stop moving even though their eyes started to blur under the effect of soul confusion. The two short axes in their hands smashed heavily on his absolute domain. The absolute domain actually shattered instantly. Luckily, he reacted quickly. His body quickly leaned back, but his feet still slid forward. He slid past a Whitestone Tiger Man girl's crotch and dodged the attacks of the other two Tiger Man girls. Otherwise, his small body would have been chopped into pieces by these axes. These Whitestone Tiger Man girls are indeed terrifying. They can actually rely on their instincts to attack even when their minds are dizzy. Their attack power is also strong. Two axes actually shattered my absolute domain. It seems like I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Hearing the whistling sound of something piercing through the air behind him, Yi Qinghan's eyes turned completely red. He didn't care anymore. He flipped his left hand, and a black saber appeared in his hand out of thin air. The moment this saber appeared, the surroundings suddenly changed color. Even the biting cold wind seemed to have stopped blowing. An extremely evil and cold aura instantly enveloped the entire area. The saber that was more than a meter long was emitting terrifying black smoke. Yi Qinghan held onto the slaughter god saber and stood there quietly. He was just like a demon king, bringing with him the aura of death and destruction. Swish, swish, swish. The Whitestone Tiger Man leader, who was charging at the front, suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her originally charming face instantly darkened. Then the black color changed again and turned snow-white. The pupils in her huge eyes instantly enlarged. Suddenly she shouted, "Run!" An extremely rough voice that sounded like a man's and a woman's voice sounded. It was like a bolt from the blue that exploded in the desert. The 10 over Whitestone Tiger Man ladies who had also felt the danger behind them were shocked awake by the explosion. Their eyes widened rapidly as they stomped on the ground with their thick legs. They didn't even have time to turn around as they quickly retreated. Although they didn't know what exactly happened and didn't know how terrifying that saber was, they instinctively felt the danger. It was absolute danger. Therefore, they didn't think too much about it, and decided to escape first. Too late. Yi Qinghan leisurely turned around. The moment he held onto the slaughter god saber, his body seemed to suddenly become bigger. At this moment, he didn't seem like a human anymore. Instead, he seemed to have transformed into the Azura king of the Nine Hells Purgatory. He brought with him the coldness of the Nine Hells Purgatory, and descended into the divine world. He didn't make any extra movements. He just slashed forward with his saber. It was a light slash. Remnant thought. As he shouted, the black light on the slaughter god's saber suddenly brightened. A terrifying aura instantly gushed out, and instantly enveloped the 10 over Whitestone Tigerman ladies who were running a few hundred meters away. The 10 over Whitestone Tigerman ladies instantly rolled around in pain. Then, a black fog slowly seeped out from the saber and enveloped the surrounding few hundred meters. Chapter 541. Remnant Thought? What law attack is this Remnant Thought? Have you heard of Cleopatra? It's so scary. We are so far away, but we can't even move. This is too scary. Cleopatra and Snake Girl had just woken up and didn't know how they were sent flying. However, they saw a strange black long blade suddenly appear in Yi Qinghan's hand. Then an icy cold aura came from the blade, instantly freezing the two of them. They couldn't even move a muscle. After that, Yi Qinghan softly called out, "Remnant Thoughts!" And the area in front of them was enveloped by a black fog. The dozen or so Whitestone Tigress ladies and Yi Qinghan disappeared into the black fog. How should I know? No, this isn't the person I know. That person is definitely not this scary. Right, he hid his strength. He killed Shou Kuang and the others. It must be. It's over, we are finished. He will kill us. He will kill us. Cleopatra saw Yi Qinghan's domineering aura, and became tongue-tied. She couldn't believe it. Then she thought of something and turned pale. She tried her best to use the divine power in her body to escape. Her body was limp and powerless. Her divine power seemed to be frozen. No, it was her body that was frozen and out of her control. Only her soul and divine sense could move. She hurriedly transmitted her voice to Cleopatra. Wah wah wah. The pained cries of the Whitestone Tiger girls came from the black fog. The two girls' faces turned even paler. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that a seemingly weak little man would transform into such a terrifying powerhouse in the blink of an eye. Just a moment ago, Cleopatra was thinking about how to play with Yi Qinghan to get revenge for humiliating her. Now, he could crush her life at any time. Although the world could change in an instant, this was too fast. Hiss hiss. What made the two even more frightened was that several clouds of black fog floated over. The two were very familiar with the strange hissing sound. It was the sound of demons. Normally, they wouldn't be afraid of demons. Even if they couldn't kill them, they could still escape. But now, it's over. He's dead. The rolling black fog of the evil demons was getting closer and closer, but the black fog in front of them was gradually receding. The two of them looked at the corpses on the ground, and the bloodshot eyes of Yi Qinghan. His face was no longer as delicate and pretty as before. His face was twisted, and his body was slightly arched. He breathed heavily, and his body moved up and down as he panted. He held the terrifying blade and walked towards the two of them. A look of despair appeared in their eyes. Not to mention this man in front of them, who was even more terrifying than a demon. Even if there were demons swarming over from all directions, they would not be able to escape. If you dare to resist, die. However, after Yi Qinghan slowly walked over, he put the knife on his back and stretched out two hands that were bulging with blue veins. He grabbed the two men's waists and carried them as he dashed toward the boulder in the distance. You dare to resist? Die. Hearing Yi Qinghan's hoarse voice that sounded like a beast's growl, the two's eyes lit up at the same time. Resistance would lead to death. Wouldn't they not die if they didn't resist? The two's hearts became excited at the same time. Yi Qinghan was so powerful that he would definitely be able to defeat the demons easily. As long as they didn't die, they would definitely not resist. As long as they didn't die, they were willing to do anything. To them, what was more important than their lives? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under the two's puzzled gaze, Yi Qinghan did not run or attack the demons pouncing on him from all directions. Instead, he actually dug a cave in the boulder in front of him. The two looked at Yi Qinghan, who was trembling and growling, and couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Madman, this is a madman. Does he think that by hiding in a cave, he can avoid the attacks of the demons? Looking at the demons that were getting closer and closer, the two's excited hearts gradually sank. If this continued, there would be more and more demons. At that time, all three of them would die. Bang! A moment later, a huge cave was dug. Yi Qinghan threw the two into the cave and stabbed the slaughter god blade into the entrance. His bloodshot eyes stared at the two's slender bodies on the ground, and his body trembled even more violently. Lord! The demons outside are about to arrive. At this moment, the two realized that the blade was no longer glowing with black light. Instead, it was glowing with a gentle light. At the same time, the two felt that their bodies could move again. They hurriedly crawled up and knelt down in front of Yi Qinghan. Then they reminded him worriedly. Strip. 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 Or else die. Yi Qinghan acted as if he didn't see the increasing number of demons outside. His eyes were firmly fixed on Cleopatra and Lamia's slender bodies. His breathing became more rapid, and his body trembled even more violently. After moving his lips for a long time, a dry and hoarse voice came out. What? Lamia and Cleopatra looked at each other, and were both dumbfounded. This person didn't care about the demons outside and dug a cave just to do it? This was too crazy. Although they didn't mind being done a little, it wasn't the right time and place. This lord was too horny. But looking at Yi Qinghan's bloodshot eyes and ferocious appearance, the two didn't dare to say anything. His body trembled as he took off his clothes. Lie on your stomach. Raise your buttocks. As the two shining white bodies, like snow lotuses spilling out of the mud, gradually left the wrappings of their clothes and completely displayed themselves in the cave. The desire that Yi Qinghan had been suppressing for so many years, as well as the endless baleful aura in his mind, had completely exploded. When the two women listened to his words and raised their trembling white buttocks high up, Yi Qinghan could no longer suppress it. With a furious roar, the robe on his body was torn into pieces, and even the inner armor on his upper body was brutally torn apart by him. His trembling body was extremely tyrannical as he pushed forward. Pa pa pa! The crisp sound was like the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, echoing endlessly in the cave. And it seemed like it would never stop. Lamia's heart was very complicated as she welcomed Yi Qinghan's crazy whipping again and again. On one hand, she was worried that the demons outside would instantly demonize the three of them, but on the other hand, the waves of numbness that came from the peach garden made her forget about the danger outside. This was a kind of stimulation that she had never experienced before. This was 100 times more exciting than having an affair with her lover at home. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan's marksmanship was fast and ruthless. Every time he hit the target, she would gradually sink into oblivion and forget everything. She was intoxicated by the most primitive movement of humans. This demon doesn't dare to come in, and the demon's aura can't seep in. This is too amazing. This man is too terrifying. Cleopatra didn't have the mood to listen to the beautiful paw sounds in the cave. Instead, she trembled and shook her buttocks. She began to spread out her divine sense to observe the situation outside. However, the more she observed, the more frightened she became. She was more and more afraid of Yi Qinghan. A man who could make demons afraid. How powerful was he? A few months ago, she said that she wanted him to be her boy toy. Now that she thought about it, she really didn't know how high the sky was. Of course, she was also slightly relieved. As long as her life was not in danger, it was always good. As for doing that, who was afraid of who? Come on. I can't, master, I can't. If I continue, something bad will happen. However, in less than 2 hours, Cleopatra was horrified to find that the Lamia, who was countless times stronger than her, suddenly convulsed violently. She had no strength left in her body. She lay on the ground panting, and even rolled her eyes, looking like she was about to die. Then, she suddenly felt a strange movement behind her, followed by a series of paw-paw sounds. She frowned, and then realized what was going on. She cried bitterly in her heart. This lord is really strong. He actually has a special ability. That thing is actually like a huge fire stick, and its endurance is so terrifying. This is going to kill me. Chapter 542. Azure Dragon Castle. Godly King Xiui led a team of godly generals and walked around the castle. He flipped through the booklet in his hand and informed each courtyard before leaving coldly. Unit 88. It's time to hunt demons. Leave the castle. God King Xiui called out coldly in courtyard 88 before turning around to leave. However, a voice transmission rang out in his ears once more. His lips curled into a mocking smile. You finally know the rules? He waved his hand and threw the booklet to his subordinates, telling them to send the message. He then turned around coldly and looked at Neopatian, who was rushing over. What's the matter? My lord, I want to know something. I wonder if the godly king can spare some time to clear up my doubts. Neopatian suppressed the disdain in his heart and put on a fawning expression. He secretly handed over a spatial ring. It wasn't that Neopatian didn't know the rules, but he knew that the godly king wouldn't dare to agree to his request. The situation was dangerous. The Hua tribe still had 3 godly generals who hadn't encountered the tragedy half a month ago. He was afraid that they would encounter the midget powerhouse again and be wiped out. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan hadn't returned yet. He was afraid that things would go south this time, so he decided to take the risk with a last bit of hope. As a guard of the castle, I have the duty to answer some of your questions. Let's talk inside. Godly King Xiui saw that Neopatian had never done anything before, but this time he gave him a big gift. He was slightly surprised. His expression became extremely gentle as he nodded and revealed a slight smile as he walked inside. Speak. What's the matter? As long as it's not too difficult, I can still help a little. Of course, I'm sure you know the rules of the castle. Godly King Xiui released his god realm again and said to Neopatian, My lord, I'll tell you the truth. I'm weak. If I continue to hunt demons, I'm sure I'll be wiped out. So, I want to offer all my godstones to you. I beg you to let me live. Neopatian didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. A pair of tiger eyes stared at God King Xiui with hope. Don't you know the rules of the castle? Are you trying to kill me? God King Xiui's face turned cold when he heard Neopatian's words. He snorted coldly and turned to leave with a flick of his sleeve. Although he was greedy, he didn't want to die. He understood what Neopatian meant. Neopatian wanted him to help his team leave the baleful Een stream. This was definitely against the rules of the ancient castle, and if he was found out, he would definitely die. Sir, wait. Although this lowly one's strength is low, I am quite wealthy. If my lord can safely escort our team out of baleful Een stream, I am willing to give my lord 5 billion divine stones. I might even be able to give you a great opportunity. Neopatian was anxious. He didn't hide it anymore and directly threw out his conditions. 5 billion divine stones. God King Xiui's body suddenly froze, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. What background did this person have? How could he offer such a sky-high price? And he even dared to boast shamelessly that he was going to give him an opportunity? 5 billion divine stones. He was a second-level God King expert, and after accumulating for over 500,000 years, he only had close to 1 billion divine stones. This person actually wanted to give 5 billion divine stones? One had to know that 5 billion divine stones could almost buy a first-level God Emperor God crystal. As long as he agreed to this, and took the risk to escort his team out, he could secretly go to the Battle God Pavilion to buy a first-level God Emperor God crystal. After refining it, he could become a peak expert in the divine world. He had been stuck at the second-level God King for over 200,000 years, and his strength hadn't improved at all. He was just vexed that he didn't have enough divine stones to buy a God Emperor God crystal, which was why he had secretly accepted the bribe from the baleful Een stream expert. Now a great opportunity was presented to him. This attraction was too great. It even stunned a dignified divine king powerhouse. His eyes moved rapidly, and his divine senses swept across the ancient castle. He then said in a low voice, You aren't playing with me? My lord, how would this lowly one dare to play with you? I can give you 800 million divine stones in advance, and you can leave the baleful Een stream with us. Once we get out, you can immediately exchange it at the Battle God Pavilion. Our strength isn't high, and if we lie to you, you can easily kill us. Neo Potion's eyes suddenly lit up. Originally, he was just trying his luck to see if he could find a dead rat. To think that this God King was actually tempted? He hurriedly suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said seriously, "What is the opportunity you are talking about?" God King Shui swallowed his saliva, and asked again. This. Neopatian hesitated for a moment, but still decided to reveal some information, and completely tempted this God King. He said, "To tell you the truth, I am actually a direct descendant of Longyang City's Neo clan. I was persecuted by my clan brothers, and was sent here. This time, I am preparing to go back and seize power. As long as I succeed, I can use my relationship with the Neo clan to protect my lord, and at the same time, nurture my lord. As one of the 3 major clans of Longyang City, it is very easy for the Neo clan to nurture a God King. Of course, I am not sure if I can succeed in seizing power. My lord, think about it yourself." Neo clan. God King Shui smirked coldly. "It should be the Thunder clan. And you are probably not a direct descendant. That young lady inside is the direct descendant." Although God King Shui easily saw the flaw in Neo Potion's words, his heart was burning with passion. However, his heart was burning with passion. The Thunder clan was the #1 clan in the Longyang prefecture. In the recent million years, the position of prefecture head had always been the Thunder clan. In Longyang City, the Thunder clan could cover the sky with one hand. She was actually a direct descendant. She was actually a direct descendant of the Thunder clan. Actually, the moment Niu Hua came, he recognized that she was a descendant of the Thunder clan. It was just that there were billions of descendants in the Thunder clan, and millions of branch descendants. Those who were sent to baleful Een stream were definitely branch descendants who committed crimes. To think that it was a true dragon's daughter. The more God King Shui thought about it, the more passionate his heart was. His body was even trembling slightly. This opportunity was really great. If that young lady was really a direct descendant, and she could seize power successfully, it would be a great merit for him. At that time, forget about first-level God Emperor God crystals. Even third-level God Emperor God crystals could be easily taken out by the Thunder clan. And Neopatian asked for 5 billion Godstones. This was the best proof of the young lady's identity. Although the Thunder clan was strong, ordinary branch clan leaders probably could not casually ask for 5 billion Godstones. Deal. I will do it. I just hope that you don't go back on your words. Otherwise, I won't be courteous. When you guys go out this time, wander around the teleportation array. I will find a time to sneak you out. You pay me that 800 million Godstones first. God King Shui decided to gamble. With such a huge temptation, it was hard for him to reject. He was in charge of sending and receiving the people sent here. Sneaking a few people out, it was fine as long as he was careful. Even if Neopatian cheated him, he could at least get 800 million Godstones, right? Chapter 543. Alright. My lord, please wait a moment. Neopatian suppressed his excitement, and sprinted towards the inner room. His lips were trembling with excitement. He had never expected that God King Shui would actually dare to do it, and answer so decisively. Baleful Een stream was now the Divine Realm's prison, directly under the Misty Lord's command. The management was very strict. For example, if he were to bring someone out without permission, he would definitely be killed if he was discovered. No one would be able to protect him. To think that this God King dared to do what no one in the world dared to do, and gamble his life for 5 billion divine stones? While Neopatian was excited, he also regretted it. He could have done this. He would have done it long ago, and his 5 brothers and the firework tribe wouldn't have to die. 5 billion divine stones was precious, but was it more precious than life? What was the use of divine stones if people died? Besides, Neo Firework had already decided to go back and fight for it. If she could return to her family and gain their recognition, the family would give her 50 billion divine stones, much less 5 billion. This God King Shui is definitely crazy, or there's something wrong with the management of Tsonglong Castle. Neopatian knew very well that a God King had a million years of life. It was easy for him to earn divine stones, and he definitely wouldn't take such a risk. It was very likely that something had happened to the important person in charge of Songlong Castle. Or there was some other reason. But no matter what the reason was, this was a great opportunity for them. After a quick chat with Neo Firework was shocked. She decisively handed a spatial ring to Neo Patian, and then waited anxiously in the room for Neo Patian. It's done. When Neo Patian came in again and nodded at her, Neo Firework was still uncertain. It was done so easily? Was this God King Xiui messing with them? Did he cheat them of 800 million divine stones? Neo Firework and Neo Patian discussed for a while, and felt that while there was a possibility, it was very small. Since God King Xiui was tempted by the 800 million divine stones, he would definitely be tempted by the remaining 2 billion divine stones. In other words, their chances of escaping were very high. Whatever. Neo Haohua and Neo Patian looked at each other and nodded slightly. They walked out of the house, gathered the team members, and walked out of the castle. The result of the matter would be known in 3 days. Neo Patian and God King Xiui had agreed to meet 3 days later. When the demonic moon rose, near the teleportation array, they were teleported out of baleful Yin stream. Lord Qingyao, the target has set off. Also, it's time for our party to go on a demon hunt. The 2 deputy commanders have already finished preparing in the front yard. In the backyard of the 314 courtyard, a cool breeze drifted over. Then it suddenly condensed into a black figure. The figure knelt down on one knee towards the house and said, "Let's go." A cold voice came from inside the house. Then a figure walked out. He didn't even look at the person kneeling on the ground and walked straight out. "Greetings, Lord Qingyao." 100 black-armored cultivators with stern expressions and awe-inspiring auras stood in an orderly fashion in the front yard. Everyone's eyes were filled with fanatical worship as they collectively knelt on one knee and shouted in a deep voice, "Depart." There was no expression on Lord Qingyao's face. He waved his hand and led the way out. The team began to silently and orderly walk out. Once they were out of Blue Dragon Castle, the entire team began to speed up and run into the distance. Swish, swish, swish. After running for dozens of li, Qingyao's figure suddenly stopped. The team members behind him also stopped. All of them looked at Qingyao with excitement in their eyes. They knew that the mission was about to begin. It was time to kill again. "Where is Ghost Rat?" Following Qingyao's shout, a gust of wind quickly floated over and condensed in front of Lord Qingyao. It was the scout from before. "Follow the target. If anything unexpected happens, immediately send a signal to inform me. If the target is lost or killed, bring your head back to see me." Under Qingyao's order, the scout did not hesitate. He lowered his head and bowed before quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. "Team Qingyao, follow me. It's not too late to complete the mission after accumulating enough points. It's time to kill to our heart's content again. Kill whoever you see, kill whatever you see. Let's get rich. Kill, kill, kill." The hundreds of powerhouses roared in unison. Their auras were like rainbows. With their swords and sabers in hand, they followed Qingyao and rushed forward. The situation was clear. The team Qingyao was the most powerful existence in Class 3 Chasm of Vile Spirits. How could they let go of such a good opportunity to get rich? The target of this mission was very weak. They did not care about it at all. They decisively slaughtered and looted the Chasm of Vile Spirits first. They wanted to make a fortune first. What? This? Oh my God. After hearing Neo Potion's telepathic message, the 20 or so members of the Firework tribe all revealed expressions of disbelief. In the end, they all looked at Neo Patian in confusion, thinking that he was lying to them. Even Neo Zhantian and the others revealed the same expression. Actually, many of them were prepared to die this time. Although Neo Patian said that they already had more than 500 points, they all knew that they would be finished before they had more than 400 points left. Neo Yahua's spiritual body was too alluring. Her spiritual body had attracted 2 packs of greedy wolves. If it were not for Yi Qinghan, they would have been finished the first 2 times. Now that Yi Qinghan's whereabouts were unknown, if a 3rd pack of wolves appeared, who would save them? Many people even thought of leaving Neo Potion's group. However, if they left, No team would take them in as they were only at the 3rd level of the Heaven God realm. The result of not having a team to take them in was being demonized by the devil dwellers and demons, or being killed by others. Now Neopatian suddenly said that they might be able to leave Chasm of Vile Spirits in 3 days. The first thought that came to everyone's mind was that Neopatian was lying to them. If it was so easy to leave this godforsaken place, Neometian and the others wouldn't have died. The team of more than 2,000 people wouldn't have been reduced to these 20 or so. When Neopatian could not resist the fervor in everyone's eyes, he explained the reason to everyone and got Neo Yahua's confirmation. Everyone cheered wildly, hot tears streaming down their cheeks. Although they weren't 100% sure that God King Xiao Yi would take the risk for the sake of 5 billion divine stones, they still couldn't stop the tears in their eyes. After a long night, they suddenly saw a glimmer of light. Although they were not sure if this glimmer of light was a sign of the arrival of light, it was still enough to excite them. Chapter 544. 3 days? Then what about him? What if he is still alive? What if he comes back but can't find us? At this time, a cold voice suddenly broke everyone's ecstatic atmosphere. After being stunned for a moment, everyone understood who Yi Yarao was talking about. That man who was kneeling on one knee and roaring like an injured beast appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. Protect yourselves, wait for me to come back. Those hoarse and oppressive words still reverberated in everyone's ears. When they thought of that trembling body that didn't even look back, and of that thin and frail body that had descended like a divine emperor, and saved everyone from despair, everyone fell silent. Those on the side that had died also fell silent. He came back, but we have to leave. To him. How cruel is this? Niu Yanhua had actually been tangling with this problem. Her heart was in a kind of extreme contradiction. Not only her, when Yi Yarao said this, everyone was tangled and conflicted. This was a very good opportunity. This was the only chance he had to escape with his life. No one would resist this opportunity, no one would refuse. If they resisted and refused, it would mean death. No one wanted to die, they still had a long life, they still had a vast sky. 3 days. 3 days was too short. No one could guarantee that they would coincidentally meet him in these 3 days. Even to the extent that no one could guarantee that he was still alive, no one would give up the chance to survive for a person whose life was uncertain. So no one spoke, everyone was silent. Reality was very cruel. If everyone was in danger, facing a desperate situation, they would definitely think of that sentence. Hoping, praying, waiting for his return. And at this moment, everyone naturally hoped that he would come back, hoping that he would leave with everyone. But if he didn't come back in 3 days, everyone would leave without looking back, without any hesitation. No one would wait for him to come back. You all go, I will go look for him. After 3 days, I will meet you all at the transmission array. Yi Yarao looked at everyone's uncertain expression, knowing that it was unrealistic for everyone to give up the chance to escape for a person whose life was uncertain. But they didn't want to wait for him, but she wanted to wait for him. She wanted to find him, and then leave with him. She was not a person who was easily moved, but once she was moved, she would not change until death. She had tried once, but that man had disappointed her and broken her heart. In the end, she killed him with her own hands, escaped from that world, and came to the God realm. In the God realm, she had met the second man who had moved her heart. She decided to give him a chance, and also give herself a chance. Within 3 days, she would use all of her strength to search for him. If she couldn't find him, she would return to the teleportation array, forget about him and escape from this place, just like how she escaped from that world. Or perhaps, during these 3 days of searching for him, she would perish and stay in this fiendish ravine forever to accompany him and wait for him. Big sister, you won't be able to find him. You'll die. Big sister, don't do anything stupid. Maybe he will come back. Don't go, big sister. The desert is so vast, where are you going to find him? Big sister, he might be dead or demonized. Just forget about him. Hearing Yi Yaorao's words, Bing Shui and Bing Yu desperately shook their heads, crying and persuading Yi Yarao. They also seemed to be persuading themselves not to do the same stupid thing as Yi Yarao. Several of Yi Yaorao's sisters, as well as the rest of the team, also tried to persuade her. Neopatian and Neozhantian didn't say anything. Their expression was incomparably gloomy as they turned around, not looking at Yi Yaorao. Looking at this stubborn and ice-cold woman, they felt very ashamed. But their rationality told them that some stupid things couldn't be done. I've made up my mind. Everyone take care. Yi Yaorao faintly smiled. It was a little sad, but also a little sad. She turned around and madly ran away. Her body didn't hesitate at all. Like a moth, she threw herself into the raging fire without any hesitation. Even if she turned into ashes, she wouldn't hesitate. I am not as good as her. Let's go. Niu Huyan didn't say anything. Looking at Yi Yaorao's gradually disappearing figure, she let out a heavy sigh. Her perfect face was filled with sorrow, and her petite body was filled with desolation. She was very envious of Yi Yaorao. She dared to love and hate. For her beloved man, she dared to abandon some things. But she couldn't. She had too many things that she couldn't let go of. Her too thin and weak shoulders had to bear too many things. There were still many things waiting for her to do. Her life didn't belong to her. She didn't have the qualifications to extravagantly throw away her life like Yi Yaorao. Sir, don't do it anymore. I beg you. I can't do it anymore. I'm going to die. 10 days, a whole 10 days. In a stone cave in the Gobi Desert, the paw-paw sound that sounded like waves hitting the rocks had been going on for 10 days. Mixed in this sound were bursts of moaning. But every time this moaning sound rang out, it would turn into pleas for mercy, painful howls, and finally become weak gasps. Cleopatra rolled her eyes. Like a fish out of water, she lay on the wet stone floor, listening to the pleas of Lamia. But her expression didn't change in the slightest. Or it could be said that the muscles on her face were numb. She couldn't cry or laugh. A few months ago, she had said to the demon-like man in front of her, "Follow me. As long as you become my boy toy, I'll make sure you eat and drink well." 10 days ago, she didn't have the slightest fear in her heart and said to herself, "Do this, who's afraid of who? Come on." But now, she couldn't wait to slap herself. She believed that if she could escape from the clutches of this demon, perhaps for a long time, she wouldn't have sex with any man. Or perhaps, she didn't want to do this for the rest of her life. She was scared. For a whole 10 days, this man actually didn't stop the dance of the spear under his crotch. Of course, this wasn't important. Not to mention that they were now in World War II. If it was normal times, she could easily deal with it. The important thing was that this man's magic tool was too terrifying. Although she had never enjoyed such a wonderful feeling in her life, she, who had been fighting for a long time, would throw away her armor and be utterly defeated in less than a minute under that magic tool. Until now, they didn't have the slightest wonderful feeling, only a burst of burning pain was left. The originally dry cave was now overflowing with water. It could even be used to raise fish. From this, one could see how intense the battle had been. Ayo! Following a low roar, Yi Qinghan's body trembled, but the blood in his eyes faded. The cave was finally quiet. The lamia curled up her body, shivering as she lay on the ground. Like a bitch that was about to die, her nostrils could only inhale and not exhale. Chapter 545. Are we finally free? Joy appeared in Cleopatra's eyes. Although the snake lady looked like she was about to die, she heaved a sigh of relief. As god-tier martial artists, they were not worried about being whipped to death. However, if this continued, they were worried that they would lose their minds and go crazy. Furthermore, there was too much water. If this continued, they were worried that they would become the first god-tier martial artist in the history of the divine world to die from dehydration. Indulging in lust does have some effect. The killing intent in my mind has decreased significantly. This is much better than self-mutilation. Now, I can easily suppress the killing intent in my mind. Yi Qinghan stretched his limbs and relaxed all his muscles. After 10 days and 10 nights of bitter battle, he was slightly exhausted. He did not feel any pity for Cleopatra and the snake lady. If not for the slaughter god blade, he might also be lying in a cave right now. However, he would not be toying with them. He would be the one being toyed with. Although the outcome would be the same, at least he was the one on the offensive and not the one on the receiving end. To Yi Qinghan, this was a matter of principle. There are more than 100 demons gathered outside. The Slaughter God Blade has absorbed almost all of their aura. It's better to get these 100 or so points and leave this place. After resting for a while, Yi Qinghan extended his divine sense outside. He saw more than 100 demons trembling outside the cave. The aura on their bodies had almost been absorbed. He looked at the Slaughter God Blade in fear, and thought to himself, after absorbing so much demon aura, the Slaughter God Blade should be even more powerful and the killing intent should be even stronger. I better not use it so easily. Yi Qinghan took out a robe from his interspatial ring and put it on. He carried the metal rod and flew out of the cave. With the Slaughter God Blade suppressing them, the demons did not dare to move at all. When the metal rod smashed between the demon's horns, one of the demons was instantly eroded. In less than an hour, all the 100 demons were killed. More than 100 points were easily obtained. Lord, please don't kill me. I promise not to cry out in pain. I promise that you will be satisfied. Sir, please spare my life. My mouth is very good, and I also have a harem. As long as you don't kill me, I promise to make you comfortable. Yi Qinghan went out for a spin, and more than 100 demons were easily killed. Cleopatra and Lamia's eyes were no longer blurred, and their expressions were no longer numb. Instead, they were extremely shocked and scared. Seeing Yi Qinghan walk back with murderous intent, the two ladies thought that Yi Qinghan was going to kill them. He hurriedly ignored the tearing pain in his lower body and struggled to kneel, begging for mercy. The demons outside have been cleaned up. You guys should know the good news. Yi Qinghan did not say much. He kept the Slaughter God's saber, glanced at the two of them, and ran into the distance. The baleful aura in his mind was more or less cleared. As long as he did not use the Slaughter God Blade, there should not be any backlash. It was time to find the people from the Firework tribe, and leave the Een Baleful stream together. Sir, don't kill us. We are willing to offer all the treasures and godstones we have. Sir, don't kill us. We are willing to pledge our allegiance to you and be at your beck and call until our deaths. On the other side of the desert, it was like purgatory. The ground was filled with broken limbs, corpses, and broken god armors. There were weapons glowing with god light and broken god artifacts everywhere. The remaining dozens of martial artists all knelt on the ground and looked at the hundreds of black-armored martial artists in front of them in fear. They kept begging for mercy. Just now, this group of black-armored martial artists suddenly appeared without a sound. Without saying a word, the brown-haired, huge man, who could make one's soul tremble, held a full moon blade in his hand that was glowing with a reddish-black blade light. Wherever the blade light passed, no one was a match for him. Even their leader, a peak divine champion powerhouse, had only managed to block 3 of his blows before he was slain. There were more than 300 people in the small team, but after being killed by the black-armored torrent, only 30 of them were left. Furthermore, this group of people actually did not suffer any casualties. How could they not be disappointed? How could they not be afraid? You bunch of trash still want to join our Green Glory army? Kill all of you. Clean up the battlefield. The brown-haired, bearded Lord Qing Yao snorted disdainfully as he swept his gaze over them. With a cold snort, several blades of light flashed. Screams rang out as heads flew through the air. This group of people was not very strong. Their leader was only a peak god general, who had comprehended an elementary occult. Under the butcher's blades of a team of peak god general powerhouses, they had no way of resisting. Reporting to Commander, the divine stones and divine crystals in the spatial ring add up to about 8 million divine stones. The small team quickly cleaned up the battlefield. A deputy commander calculated the amount, and then respectfully handed it over to Qing Yao. However, his expression was one of delight. Haha, not bad. In just 2 days, you've killed 10 teams and earned over 200 million divine stones. Continue killing. Slaughter for half a month and leave baleful Een stream. I'll let you enjoy 50 years in fallen Red City. Haha. Qing Yao took the spatial ring and laughed maniacally with joy. This mission had been too satisfying. Even if they didn't receive the reward, they would be willing. If they continued killing like this for half a month, their earnings would far exceed the reward. Of course, he knew very well that if it weren't for this mission and that important figure, he wouldn't have so easily let his team in. Even if he did, it would have been because his subordinates had been scattered. Reporting, my lord. The target has changed. Just as Qin Yao was about to continue leading his men around to hunt martial artists, a gust of wind blew in from the distance. A gust of wind blew in from afar, and the figure of the scout quickly condensed in front of Lord Qin Yao. Cupping his hands, he didn't waste any time and directly reported, "My lord, the two teams that were interested in the target last time are now rushing towards it. This subordinate is worried that something has changed and has come to report." Oh. Hearing this, Qin Yao's lips curled into a cruel smile. A stream of dark red air emitted from his body as he caressed the circular saber in his hand. With two dazzling beams of light shooting out of his eyes, he shouted, "Brothers, here comes a big business. 2 teams, almost 100 peak divine generals. Chop them and eliminate the target. Let's go." Kill. Hearing that there were nearly 100 peak god generals, the members of Qin Yao's team weren't afraid at all. Instead, they were filled with fighting spirit. Roaring, they followed Qin Yao's footwork and sprinted into the distance under the scout's guidance. Although there were 100 peak god generals, they were from 2 teams. Not to mention whether they would kill each other, they wouldn't be afraid even if they joined forces to attack them. Hundreds of bloody battles had given them incomparably strong confidence. There seems to be a lot of fighting lately. There are corpses and skeletons everywhere. I wonder if the people of the firework tribe are also in trouble. Tens of thousands of miles away, Yi Qinghan stared at the scattered skeletons. His brows were tightly furrowed and his face was gloomy. After he left the cave, he had already encountered several teams that had been wiped out. Moreover, the corpses hadn't decayed for more than a few months. This worried him greatly. He had no choice but to leave the firework tribe that day. Now that a month had passed, he was very worried about the tribe's safety. It wasn't just because Neopatian had hundreds of points, nor was it because he had developed some feelings for the tribe after spending a few months with them. Most importantly, there were a few people in the tribe that he missed. The pair of beautiful sisters, the delicate little girl, and the ice-cold woman with a body like cold jade. Chapter 546. Because of his anxiety and worry, Yi Qinghan rushed all the way. He didn't kill any demons or demonic people along the way, nor did he get entangled with the warriors along the way. He calculated the time. If the warriors of the firework tribe were still alive, they should have just come out of the ancient castle to hunt demons, and were wandering in the desert. This desert was huge, and he didn't know how to find them. He could only wander around like a headless fly, hoping that he would be lucky enough to encounter the warriors of the firework tribe within half a month. There's a team of warriors in front. No, there are too many of them. Let's go. Spreading out his divine sense to the maximum, Yi Qinghan would use his divine sense to check every time he encountered a team of warriors. If he found that the number of people was not right, he would immediately escape. What made them feel strange was that he had encountered 3 teams in a row, but none of these teams were interested in him. Seeing that he had turned around and run, none of them came to chase after him. One of the teams even sensed that their divine senses were probing them, and they were so scared that they immediately turned around and ran. Thinking of the countless wreckages he saw along the way, Yi Qinghan was even more puzzled. It seemed that something especially terrifying had happened recently. Had these warrior teams been scared out of their wits? Or had the demon hunting teams of the Shady Stream become timid recently? They weren't as arrogant as before. Indeed, many teams in the Shady Stream were scared out of their wits by the Glorious Green Team. The powerful strength of the Glorious Green Team, which had close to 100 peak divine generals, had attracted the attention of every team. The moment the Glorious Green Team left the ancient castle, they went on a killing spree. In 2 days, they had slaughtered 10 teams, and all of them had been directly wiped out. Their cruel method had scared them out of their wits. In these 2 days, the scouts of countless teams had easily determined that these wiped-out teams had been slaughtered by the same team, because the method of slaughter was exactly the same. And the only team in the ancient castle that had such strength and could easily slaughter so many teams in 2 days was the Glorious Green Team. A strong team wasn't scary, but if they not only had super strong strength, but also liked to kill people, then it was very scary. Therefore, the countless teams in the Shady Stream didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. They didn't even kill demons, much less martial artists. They kept a very low profile in the Shady Stream. At the same time, They prayed that they wouldn't encounter a team that was even more terrifying than the demons. This also saved Yi Qinghan a lot of trouble. The speed of their advance had increased by a lot. In just 4 hours, they had already madly rushed for nearly 10,000 li. No. As time passed, Yi Qinghan investigated more and more teams, and he became more and more anxious. They had already scouted more than 10 teams, but they had not found a single trace of the fireworks tribe. He couldn't help but have a bad feeling in his heart. Niu Huahua's spirit body was very attractive. The last time he left, Niu Huahua had used her origin energy, so her body was extremely weak. He definitely couldn't unleash that powerful barrier again. If they encountered another small team, it was very likely that they would be completely annihilated. What should we do? Why don't we send a team to check if the fireworks team has returned to the castle? Yi Qinghan was conflicted. If he sent a team to investigate, there was a high chance of conflict. If there was a conflict, he might very well use the Slaughter God Blade. Once the Slaughter God Blade was used, without Cleopatra and Snake Lady, he could only use self-mutilation to relieve the murderous aura in his mind. If he mutilated himself, he would not be able to move his body for a few days. After thinking about it, Yi Qinghan decided to continue searching for 2 more days. If he really couldn't find them, he could only take the risk and find a small team to ask. There is a small team in front, and it seems like they are still fighting? After continuing for tens of li, Yi Qinghan's divine sense sensed that there was a small team in front of him. However, after scanning with his divine sense, he discovered that there were more than 40 people in the team. The number of people in the team did not match the number of people in the fireworks tribe, so he immediately prepared to go around them. More than 40 people besieging one person. This is really despicable. Yi Qinghan shook his head and sighed. He activated so close, yet worlds apart, and rushed into the distance. He did not have the mood to be a busybody like this. However, suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. His body suddenly stopped moving, and his heart trembled slightly. Then he suddenly turned around and ran toward the back, but his divine sense once again radiated toward the team from before. An ice-cold aura. Could it be her? Yi Qinghan's divine sense had only swept over the top of the team before hurriedly retracting it. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the aura of the person who was being besieged seemed a little familiar. The aura was incomparably cold. This kind of coldness was very special, and Yi Qinghan was very familiar with it. It seemed like Yi Qinghan's aura. Yi Qinghan, I'm coming to accompany you. Halfway there, he suddenly heard an incomparably despairing and lonely shout. When he heard this voice, when he heard the 3 words Yi Qinghan, his pupils suddenly dilated, and all the pores on his body opened up. The hair on his body stood on end. This was not because of fear, but because of excitement. It was a trembling that came from the depths of his soul. It's her. It's her. Ah! Yi Qinghan let out an enraged roar. It was like the roar of a male lion who had returned from a hunt only to find his wife being brutally murdered. His roar resounded through the heavens and pierced through the clouds. His speed suddenly increased by several times, and his eyes turned slightly bloodshot. The yellow iron rod in his hand emitted a green aura that carried a domineering aura that could kill everything in its path. Yi Qinghan had suffered a lot. 2 days ago, she had left the fireworks team without hesitation. With a glimmer of hope, she had started to walk in the desert. She had wandered around aimlessly, searching for that figure that she might never find. In these 2 days she had encountered 4 evil demons, 2 groups of demon dwellers, and 2 teams of martial artists. But she had never met that figure that she missed so much. She had tried her best to escape from the evil demons. She had tried her best to carve out a bloody path in the crowd of demons. To avoid encountering martial artists, she had been careful and kept a low profile. To avoid encountering martial artists who would covet her beauty, she had even clenched her teeth and scratched her face. She had not used the power of the divine crystal to repair her wounds, leaving her with scars all over her face. But she had not expected that she would still be coveted today. Looking at the pairs of lustful eyes in front of her, she knew that she could not escape. There were more than 40 people, and the weakest among them was a 3rd-level heavenly god. Moreover, their team leader had not made a move yet. But from the aura that occasionally leaked out, She could tell that his strength was definitely higher than Neo Potion's. She could not escape. Since she could not escape, she would stay here forever. Little beauty, scream all you want. It's useless even if you scream until your throat breaks. TSK. Although this girl's face is ugly, her figure is incomparably mesmerizing. It's a pity that her temper is a little too fierce. Little girl, surrender and join our team. We will spare your life and bring you out of baleful stream. It's better to live than to die. Think carefully. If you die like this, you will disappear from this world forever. Hearing Yi Qinghan's sorrowful cries and seeing the faint white flames on the surface of her body, the martial artists surrounding her hurriedly retreated. The group of martial artists surrounding her hurriedly retreated and tried to dissuade her. Their eyes were fixed on Yi Qinghan's perfect figure. Their eyes were filled with pity and greed. Before they could finish their words, they were interrupted by a furious roar from afar. At the same time, the white flames around Yi Yaorao's body suddenly froze. Her cold and beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, then widened in disbelief as she looked into the distance. Chapter 547. It's him. It's him. He didn't die, nor did he turn into a demon. He's back. Yi Yaorao looked at the figure that was rushing towards her like a crazed leopard. At this moment, she forgot everything else. The surrounding sky seemed to freeze at this moment. There was no yellow sand filling the sky, no desolate desert, no cultivators laughing maniacally. Only that figure roaring ferociously as he ran wildly remained in the world. Whose clothes are you holding? Who are you doing this for? Who are you roaring all the way? Who are you doing this for? Who can make wine in the clamor of the fire and smoke? He didn't go back on his words. He's finally back. Yi Yaorao's tears fell silently. She felt a chill on her face as she abruptly woke up. She quickly turned her face away and wrapped a white veil around it. At the same time, she circulated her divine crystal to heal the injuries on her face. She didn't want him to see her in such an ugly state. Brat, what are you roaring for? Phew. I thought you were some incredible person who actually dared to charge over alone. So you're just a first-layer divine general. Haha. Arrogant. Yi Qinghan's roar and mad dash gave the team of cultivators a fright. Then they used their spiritual senses to check that there was only one person. Moreover, it was a first-layer divine general. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. A divine general could be considered an expert. However, half of their team was in the divine general realm, and their leader was a third-layer divine general. Wasn't he just sending himself to his death by charging over alone? Phew. Yi Qinghan also heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw that Yi Yaorao was safe and sound, he was very glad that he had reacted quickly. If he had brushed past her today, it was very likely that it would have been an eternal farewell. He looked at Yi Yaorao, who was staring at him in a daze. Her eyes were no longer cold, but filled with tears of joy. Yi Qinghan recalled the scene after he had killed the dwarf expert. He thought about how Yi Yaorao had walked towards him, one step at a time. He thought about how she called him Lord Yi. He thought about how she said, "I'm not leaving. I'll die with you." He recalled Yi Yaorao's words, "Yi Qinghan, I'll accompany you." At this moment, Yi Qinghan's gaze gradually softened. His body also began to heat up. The door in his heart had quietly opened. He had always been a very affectionate man. He had very little resistance towards women, especially towards women who had deep feelings for him. He was even more easily moved. After arriving in the God world, he kept a low profile and didn't go out to provoke women. He knew that he had a lot of things he needed to do, and didn't have the time, nor the qualifications, to provoke women in the God world. However, at this moment, he opened it once again for this cold jade-like woman. "I'm back." Yi Qinghan didn't listen to the curses of the surrounding martial artists, nor did he look at the weapons in their hands that were shining with divine light. He only looked at Yi Yaorao from afar with a faint smile on his face. He was like a husband who had returned home to see his wife waiting for him at the door after being away for a long time. "I know. I am very happy." Yi Yaorao didn't look at the surrounding martial artists. All she could see was that delicate and pretty face. She nodded her head solemnly and replied in a slightly trembling voice. The two of them did not say much, but these two short sentences contained a deep affection as vast as the sea of stars. So you are still a young couple. Today, I will let the two of you share the same fate, the leader of the small team said softly. He felt that he had to say a few words on behalf of Yi Qinghan for ignoring his existence and the presence of over 40 of his brothers. Shut up. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a cold shout. Yi Qinghan's smiling face suddenly turned cold. His cold gaze swept across all the martial artists present. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, the strongest martial artist here was a third-level god general, so there was no need for him to use the Slaughter God Blade. Otherwise, if he used the Slaughter God Blade, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and violate Yi Yao Rao. Yi Yao Rao was different from the brilliant empress and the rest. In fact, she was even different from Bing Shui and Bing Yu. This was because she was the first woman he had completely accepted in the divine realm. There was no suspense in the battle, so it ended very quickly. The small team also didn't have any soul cultivators. Hence, no one could contend against the combined body technique. As Yi Yao Rao's eyes lit up, the heads of over 40 martial artists were smashed into smithereens. Divine crystals and interspatial rings flew through the air. You have suffered. Yi Qinghan kept the divine crystals and interspatial rings in the air as he slowly walked towards Yi Yao Rao. Although he didn't know what had happened and why Yi Yao Rao was walking alone in the baleful Yin stream, he knew that this woman had suffered a lot. It wasn't hard. Nothing is hard as long as I can wait for you to come back. Yi Yao Rao shook her head as her body trembled slightly. Then, she threw herself at Yi Qinghan and hugged him tightly. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore as they flowed down her cheeks. Hugging this jade-like body once again, Yi Qinghan's emotions were very complicated. He didn't say anything else as he hugged her tightly and caressed her smooth back. He comforted her and vented the pain in his heart. Aya, let's go. There isn't much time left. We have to rush to the teleportation formation when the demonic moon rises. If not, we will miss this opportunity. Suddenly, Yi Yao Rao seemed to recall something as she exclaimed. After that, she didn't say anything else as she pulled Yi Qinghan away and started to run away. Teleportation formation? What opportunity? Yi Qinghan cooperated and started to run with Yi Yao Rao. Now his speed was much faster than Yi Yao Rao's. As they ran, the two of them conversed through voice transmission. When he found out about everything, he found out that Yi Yao Rao had given up the chance to leave in order to find him, and had almost died several times. He couldn't help but hold Yi Yao Rao's hand tighter. This was a woman worth cherishing. Why isn't Divine King Shui here yet? If this goes on, young mistress might not be able to hold out much longer. Near the teleportation formation, Neopatian roared anxiously. Ever since they left the ancient castle, the team had been wandering around the teleportation formation. They kept a low profile and didn't get entangled with any cultivators. They didn't even get entangled with any demons or devils. They were only waiting for Divine King Shui to arrive tonight, so that they could teleport out of the baleful Yin stream. However, they didn't expect that two teams would suddenly rush towards them just now. From the looks of it, they were obviously here for Niu Yaohua. Although Niu Yaohua had released the Thunder God's protection immediately, the two teams had close to 100 peak stage god generals. Seeing that the Thunder God's protection was about to be broken, the two teams began to split up and engage in a chaotic battle, as though they wanted to reap the rewards for themselves. Fortunately, at this time, a group of black-armored warriors appeared along the way. The moment they appeared, they attacked the two groups without saying a word. The pressure on the people of the Fireworks tribe was greatly reduced. If it were not for this group of black-armored warriors, the Thunder God's blessing would have long been breached. Facing the frenzied attacks of close to 100 peak stage god generals, the three teams initially engaged in a chaotic battle, but in the end, it turned into two teams dealing with the attacks of the black-armored cultivators. The attacks of the black-armored cultivators were too strong. Moreover, they had great teamwork. They advanced and retreated as one, complementing each other's attacks. Less than 100 cultivators completely suppressed the 300 cultivators of the two teams. Why did these black-armored people appear at such a coincidental time? And they even helped us kill two teams? Could they have been sent by Divine King Shui? A glimmer of hope lit up in Neo Potion's mind. Everything had happened too coincidentally. Moreover, the time he had promised to meet Divine King Xiui was almost up. He could not help but let his imagination run wild. However, 2 hours later, he completely overturned his previous thoughts. When the two teams abandoned half of their corpses and began to flee in all directions, the black-armored cultivators did not chase after them. Instead, they turned around and attacked them. After just a few rounds of attacks, the Thunder God's protection was instantly broken. Stop! Just as Niu Patian and Niu Yaohua secretly thought that it was over, an earth-shattering roar rang out. At the same time, a huge battle-axe condensed in the sky. The battle-axe carried a domineering aura as it smashed down heavily on the black-armored cultivators. The previously brave and invincible black-armored cultivators were instantly killed in one blow. Countless people beside them were also sent flying by the shockwave when the huge battle-axe struck down. Great Divine King, save us! The eyes of the people from Fireworks Tribe suddenly lit up. Countless people were pleasantly surprised. Niu Patian even shouted excitedly. Chapter 548. My lord, what is the meaning of this? The Green Glory Squad had just broken the Thunder God's protection, and were about to kill Niu Haohua and Niu Potion's group to complete their bounty mission. They didn't expect this to happen. After a few battles and killing close to 1,000 experts, the Green Glory Squad only lost a dozen people. They didn't expect that God King Xiui's axe would kill more than 30 members and heavily injure a dozen. Qing Yao's face turned gloomy as he retreated 1,000 meters with his team members. Then he said in a low voice, "Don't you know that fighting is forbidden near the teleportation formation? Scram or you'll all die." The giant axe took away dozens of lives and quickly shrunk before breaking through the air. The voice came through the sandstorm again, but God King Xiui didn't appear. His cold tone made Qing Yao and the two vice commanders shudder. Go! Qing Yao was so angry his beard stood up. He knew the rules of the old castle very well. There had never been a rule about fighting near the teleportation formation, but since God King Xiui said it, they didn't dare to refute. Cursing in his heart, he led his men and ran. Evil Stream was a very special place. The words of the 5 God Kings were the law. If they were angered, their deaths would be in vain. Hearing God King Xiui's words, Niu Patian and Niu Haohua were overjoyed. The other squads also felt their hearts beat faster. Niu Patian and Niu Haohua knew that the teleportation formation was protected by a barrier that couldn't be broken unless one was at the God Emperor realm. God King Xiui had killed dozens of black-armored warriors in such a tyrannical manner, and he had even come up with such a lame excuse. They could easily tell that God King Xiui didn't go back on his words. For 5 billion divine stones, he had decided to gamble with his life. I saved your lives, so I'll add another 3 billion divine stones. And if I'm chased by the God Realm's law enforcement squad, if you have the ability, you must save my life and help me remove the divine arrestor order. If you agree, please swear to the God Emperor supremacy, and I will immediately activate the teleportation formation to take you out. As expected, in the next second, Niu Patian and Niu Haohua heard God King Xiui's voice. He was also transmitting to Niu Haohua. It was obvious that he had seen through Niu Haohua's identity, and there was also a hint of threat. All right, Niu Haohua and Niu Patian exchanged glances. Although they were a little doubtful, what did this God King Xiui rely on? He knew that if he brought them out like this, they would definitely be hunted down by the God Realm's law enforcement team. But he still decided to do it. At the same time, he was a little annoyed at God King Xiui's exorbitant demand. However, as long as he could get out of here, an additional 3 billion divine stones wouldn't be a problem. The two spread out their divine senses and locked onto God King Xiui, who was 1,000 meters away. They transmitted their voices over and swore to the God Emperor supremacy. Xiu! Just as Niu Haohua and Niu Patian finished their voice transmission, God King Xiui instantly appeared. Although his expression wasn't cold, it was very stern as he swept his gaze across the crowd. His divine sense quickly spread out in all directions. After a while, he shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone follow me. Don't make a sound and move fast. Let's go." With that said, God King Xiui began sprinting towards the sparkling teleportation array in the distance. However, his speed was very fast, and from the looks of it, he was very careful. He looked extremely nervous. Phew, they were finally going out. At this moment, Niu Haiyan's tense nerves finally relaxed. Her face became extremely pale. With the help of Bing Bing and Bing Yu, she quickly followed the team towards the teleportation device. Are we going to leave? Bing Bing and Bing Yu carried Niu Haiyan as they sprinted forward. However, their divine senses were scanning the surroundings. They were searching for two figures, hoping that two figures would appear. However, after a series of scanning, there was still no one around. He still hadn't returned. Yi Yara was horrifying. And she couldn't return either. Bing Bing and Bing Yu's strange behavior attracted the attention of the rest of the team. Everyone subconsciously scanned the surroundings with their divine senses and began to run silently. Niu Patian, Niu Zhantian, and the rest's originally excited faces turned slightly regretful and a little guilty. Meanwhile, Niu Haiyan's face became even paler. He returned, but we left. We left him alone to continue wandering in this desert, howling in grief. Niu Haiyan's eyelashes trembled slightly. When she thought of that kneeling man on one knee and constantly howling and trembling, she felt a sense of betrayal. The first time, in order to save them, he passed by twice. In the end, he saved them, but his legs were crippled. The second time, in order to save them, he fell into the demonic aura and fell into a half-crazed state. In order to avoid a situation where he couldn't suppress it, he went far away alone. He found a corner and endured all the pain, licked his wounds alone, or left forever. His strength was incomparably great. Originally, with his strength, he could completely ignore them and leave directly to find a stronger team. But he didn't. He chose to share glory and life and death with them. Now, when they weren't sure if he was dead or crazy, they chose to leave. She felt a deep sense of guilt. She felt that they had betrayed him. They had all betrayed him. Don't think about it, miss. If we are lucky enough to escape and return to our family, if he is also lucky enough to escape from baleful Stream, then we will make it up to him. Niu Patian glanced at Niu Haiyan. He saw her trembling eyelashes and her trembling petite body. He sighed deeply and sent a telepathic message to comfort Niu Haiyan. Make it up to him? We owe him too much. How can we make it up to him? In this life, Haiyan is destined to live in guilt. She is destined to owe him. When Niu Haiyan heard Niu Potion's telepathic message, her eyelashes trembled even more violently. After a while, she opened her eyes and shook her head weakly. Bang! As they walked, they arrived at the 3 teleportation formations shining with rainbow radiance. God King Xiui scanned the surroundings with his divine sense again. Then he quickly extended his hand and inserted his divine power into the shield of the huge teleportation formation on the left. The teleportation formation flashed with a blinding light. The shield outside disappeared, revealing the ancient and complicated teleportation formation inside. Quick! Enter the teleportation formation. God King Xiui's expression became extremely serious and nervous. He shouted. At the same time, countless black triangular stones shot out from his hand and embedded themselves into the dents on the 4 sides of the teleportation formation. Let's go! Niu Potion's eyes lit up. He shouted and stepped into the teleportation formation first. Then Niu Zhantian and the rest quickly followed. Bing Shui and Bing Yu looked around again. When they didn't see the 2 familiar figures, they bit their lips. Tears streamed down their cheeks as they led Niu Haiyan into the teleportation formation. I'm sorry. Niu Haiyan's beautiful eyes stared into the distance. As she murmured, a trace of blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. It was extremely eye-catching on her snow-white face. Let's go. God King Xiui inserted the last triangular stone into the teleportation formation. When he saw the teleportation formation light up with the familiar rainbow radiance, he heaved a sigh of relief. His lips curled into a sinister smile as he shouted. Abruptly, a beam of rainbow radiance shot into the sky. This beam of light was extremely dazzling. It pierced through the sky of baleful Stream. The activation of the teleportation formation caused the heaven-earth yuan qi within dozens of li to stir. T, this God King is so bold. He actually dares to escape baleful Stream with others? He actually dares to gamble with his life. Motherf *Ker. The mission has failed. The compensation this time will be huge. 10,000 meters south of the teleportation formation, Qing Yao's running footsteps suddenly stopped. She looked at the teleportation light shooting into the sky from the north. Her eyes flashed. Then she suddenly understood something and cursed. They're gone. They're gone. The demonic moon hasn't risen yet. How can they leave? They didn't wait for us. They didn't wait for us. Dozens of miles to the east of the teleportation formation, two figures that were running at high speed suddenly stopped. Yi Yarao looked at the rainbow pillar of light. Her expression became extremely lonely. Chapter 549. Hee, it's fine if they're gone. Trust me, I can bring you safely out of this place. Yi Qinghan patted Yi Qinghan's back and smiled when he saw Yi Qinghao's disappointed expression. Yi Qinghan did not feel too angry or disappointed about Niu Patian and the others' departure. Everyone had their own choices and their own principles. He never forced others to do what they wanted. He just did his own thing and did things according to his own principles, so that he had a clear conscience. Yi Qinghao lowered her head and sighed heavily. Then she lifted her head and smiled at Yi Qinghan. Her eyes were filled with deep love. That's right. With him around. So what if they had to stay here for the rest of their lives? Without him, so what if they left with them? Let's go and take a look. Perhaps they haven't left yet? Yi Qinghan looked ahead. It would be best if they could leave easily. This was not a good place. It was better to leave as soon as possible. The two of them were about to run forward to find out what was going on when they suddenly saw a dazzling white light in the direction of the transportation formation. This white light had lit up the moment the previous white light disappeared. Moreover, this white light was coming from the sky. Someone had just teleported over from the shady ravine. How can there be such a coincidence? Yi Qinghan frowned. He pulled Yi Qinghao and sped toward the transportation formation. At the same time, Qing Yao also noticed the change in the direction of the transportation formation. After a moment's thought, she led her people toward the transportation formation. Swoosh! The people of the firework tribe closed their eyes under the dazzling white light. When their feet touched the ground again, they opened their eyes and looked around. However, everyone was bewildered by what they saw. The scene in front of them was very familiar. They were at a transportation formation. That was right. What was wrong was, why was the sky full of yellow sand and barren desert? It was exactly the same as the transportation formation in the shady ravine. How is this possible? Why did we teleport back here? No, we should have teleported to Dancing Phoenix City, right? That's impossible. It was only when a panic-stricken murmur rang out that everyone snapped back to their senses. Looking at the dazed divine King Xiu-Yi and the yellow sand that filled the sky around them, they confirmed an incomparably horrifying fact. They had been teleported back, or rather, they had not been teleported out at all. Hua! As soon as God King Xiu-Yi finished speaking, the people in the firework tribe went into an uproar. All sorts of questions and exclamations sounded out. This was too inconceivable. The teleportation array had clearly been activated, and they had been teleported out, but now they had been teleported back? Niu Patian and Niu Yanhua looked at each other and saw the shock and fear in each other's eyes. If there was something wrong with the teleportation array, then something big must have happened. Xiu! God King Xiu-Yi's face turned ashen. The triangular stone in his hand shot out like lightning once more. He wanted to try again. He couldn't accept such an ending. Zai, don't try. Even if you teleport 10,000 times, you will still be teleported back. At this moment, a faint voice rang out, causing God King Xiu-Yi's movements to freeze and the clamor in the area to stop. Then God King Xiu-Yi's hand began to tremble. Even the triangular stone in his hand slipped out of his hand and smashed onto the stone slab that was carved with complicated patterns, producing a crisp sound. Lord Mo? God King Xiu-Yi's pale lips began to tremble. He stared at the north and let out a few quivering sounds. When Niu Patian and Niu Zhantian saw God King Xiu-Yi's expression, their faces also turned ashen. Meanwhile, Niu Yanhua laughed bitterly in a self-deprecating manner. The stain of blood at the corner of her mouth became even brighter. Xiu-Yi, you have made a mistake. A figure slowly walked over from the north. This figure was very strange. Everyone felt that she was walking very slowly, but in the blink of an eye, She was already in front of everyone. It was clearly a woman. She was wearing a green robe and had a petite figure like a young girl. Her appearance was unknown, but her eyes were very beautiful and mesmerizing. Wait a minute. Countless people were confused at this moment. Why couldn't they see her appearance? Why was it that when they looked at her face, they would unconsciously be attracted to her eyes, and thus couldn't see her appearance at all? No. There was something wrong with this pair of eyes. This was because everyone realized that when they looked at this pair of beautiful eyes, they could no longer tear their gazes away. They couldn't even close their eyes. It was as if this pair of eyes was the only thing left in the world. This pair of mesmerizing and beautiful eyes. And what made them even more horrified was that not only could they not move their eyes, but their bodies couldn't move either. This wasn't because their bodies had been imprisoned or frozen, but because their souls couldn't command their bodies at all. This was an expert who cultivated the soul. Of the firework tribe, only Niu Patian and Niu Yanhua knew that this was an expert who cultivated the soul. Moreover, her attainments were very high, very high. Although the two of them knew, they couldn't tear their gazes away from that pair of eyes, nor could they move their bodies. Only God King Xiui could barely shift his gaze away from her. However, when God King Xiui saw this pair of eyes, he knew that something had happened. Something big had happened. This pair of beautiful eyes represented a powerful existence, the strongest expert of the ancient castle, God King Mo Xiaoxiao. No, it should be God Emperor Mo Xiaoxiao. At this moment, God King Xiui felt like all the bones in his body had been pulled out. He collapsed weakly onto the ground and closed his eyes. He smiled bitterly and unwillingly. Lord Mo, you are a heavenly genius. To think that you used less than 10,000 years to break through the life and death gate and enter the God Emperor realm. A soul cultivator at the God Emperor realm can probably enter the ranks of 7th grade war gods. This is worthy of celebration. Haha, Xiui's luck is really good. He just broke the rules of the ancient castle and coincidentally met Lord Mo Xiaoxiao coming out of seclusion. You're wrong. Mo Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of arrogance. She said softly, actually, I only used 1,000 years to break through the life and death barrier. I know everything you've done over these years. 5,000 years ago, I also warned you, but you stubbornly refused to come to your senses. Did you think that I could break the rules of the ancient castle just because I was in the life and death barrier? Now you've made a huge mistake, so you can go. After saying that, Mo Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed. This ray of light suddenly shot out from her beautiful eyes like a bolt of lightning. It streaked across the sky and directly entered God King Xiui's eyes. In an instant, God King Xiui's pupils dilated and his body collapsed to the ground. A divine crystal that shone with white light and a green spatial ring floated out. Mo Xiaoxiao single-handedly grabbed them and kept them in her hand. Although the people of the firework tribe could not move, they could strangely hear the conversation between God King Xiui and God Emperor Mo Xiaoxiao clearly. When the white lightning shot out from Mo Xiaoxiao's eyes, everyone realized that they could move again. However, when Mo Xiaoxiao's faint sigh rang out again, everyone knew that this might be the last time they could move. Now it's your turn to be judged. You've broken my rules, so you can go too. As soon as she finished speaking, countless people felt that the sky in front of them suddenly changed. Their surroundings became pitch black, and the only thing they could see in the sky was a bolt of white lightning. After the lightning passed, the sky became completely pitch black. Chapter 550. Bang! Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao were sprinting across the desert. However, an invisible wall suddenly appeared in front of them as they approached the teleportation formation. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao crashed into it and bounced back. The teleportation formation was not far away, but all they could see was yellow sand. They could not see the colorful lights of the 3 teleportation formations at all, let alone a single person. Yida. Qinghan, what's going on? Yi Yaorao stared in front of her in shock. She did not notice anything out of the ordinary. She stared at Yi Qinghan with wide eyes. There's a very powerful expert in front of us. Seal the area. Don't make a sound. Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice to Yi Yaorao with a serious look in his eyes. He was a divine general, but he did not notice anything like a barrier in front of him. There was not even a trace of energy fluctuation. It was easy to imagine how powerful the expert who made them bounce back was. Let's go. On the other side, the Green Glory squad encountered the same situation. However, with his peak divine General Qing Yao's strength, he could still see something strange. After a while, he ran into the distance without looking back. He knew very well how powerful the expert who could form such an invisible barrier was. He did not want to anger this person by continuing forward. Although the bounty was important, his life was more important. Buzz. At this time, a slight spatial fluctuation radiated from the teleportation formation. It was like a gentle breeze that blew into the distance. It blew through every corner of the chasm of Yin spirits, and into the ears of the tens of thousands of martial artists. Haha, when luck comes, it can't be stopped. Let's wait and see if we can collect the corpses later. Divine General Qing Yao, who was still in a state of shock, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. At the same time, the experts of the Green Glory team also understood. They all smiled and looked in the direction of the teleportation formation. Divine King Xiao Yi brought people out of the chasm of Yin spirits without permission. He has been sentenced to death. Team 88 bribed people to escape. Apart from one person taking over as team leader, the rest have been sentenced to death. Team 88's points will be increased tenfold. I hope everyone will abide by the rules in the future. The rules of the ancient castle will remain the same. That breeze was a voice transmission, a faint female voice. It was Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao's voice transmission. Hearing this voice transmission, the expressions of countless people in the baleful Yin stream changed instantly. The person who sent the voice transmission was too strong. He could actually spread his divine sense throughout the entire baleful Yin stream and send a voice transmission to everyone. One must know that this was not a material plane. Even if she was an Emperor God expert, her divine consciousness could not be so terrifying. Except for one person, they'll all be executed? Dead. Are they all dead? When Yi Yaorao and Yi Qinghan heard the transmission, their expressions became extremely complicated. Just a moment ago, Yi Yaorao was still blaming them for not waiting for the two of them. But now, she realized that the two of them had profited from their misfortune and escaped this calamity. This person was so powerful. Since he could kill God King Xiaoyi, he would definitely be able to kill the people of the firework tribe as easily as chopping cabbages. If the two of them were to catch up to him, they would definitely be chopped into pieces as well. Except for one person to take over the captain's position? 10 times the points? Yi Qinghan thought of a problem. He was clear that this expert was definitely one of the 5 experts from Blue Dragon Ancient Castle. It was highly possible that she was the strongest one. Since she had executed dozens of people from the firework tribe, why did she leave one person alive? Moreover, if she left one person alive, the points would be increased by 10 times. Wasn't this clearly sending him to his death? 10 times the points would be equivalent to 10,000 points. Who would be foolish enough to join the 88th small team? Wouldn't he die in the end if he was alone? Why did this expert take off his pants to fart? Wasn't that unnecessary? Should I go or not? Yi Qinghan swept a glance at Yi Yaorao, who was beside him, who was secretly sad because she had suddenly heard this news. Yi Qinghan felt conflicted. His rationality told him not to go over. He should turn around and leave. He should find a small team to join and leave after accumulating enough points. Moreover, the people from the firework tribe were the first to abandon him. It wouldn't be immoral for him to leave now. However, after spending so much time with the people from the firework tribe, Yi Qinghan had more or less developed some feelings for them. He was a person who valued relationships the most. If he didn't take a look at them, he would always feel a knot in his heart. However, the points of the firework tribe had now become 10,000. Moreover, Neopatian was definitely dead. Otherwise, there wouldn't be one person left to take over the captain's position. If he died, his spatial ring would probably be taken away. The few hundred points he had gained would also be gone. This meant that the surviving member of the firework tribe had now become the biggest burden to the Valley of Evil Spirits. Forget it. I'll go take a look from afar. I'll feel better too. Yi Qinghan struggled internally for a moment. He decided to go take a look from afar. He wanted to see the pair of beautiful sisters, Neopatian, and the people from the firework tribe. He wanted to send them off. Holding Yi Yaorao's hand, he didn't explain too much. Instead, he walked forward slowly. When he realized that the invisible shield in front of him had disappeared, he let out a sigh of relief. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He quickened his pace and walked toward the teleportation formation. The teleportation formations in the distance were still in sight. There were 3 teleportation formations shining with rainbow light standing there quietly. Outside the teleportation formations, there were corpses and weapons on the ground. There was also a petite pink figure curled up in the middle of the corpses. She was hugging her knees and burying her head in tears. They're all dead? Only Neopatian survived? Although he had already confirmed it, seeing the people he had spent so much time with die in front of him all of a sudden, Yi Qinghan still didn't feel good. Especially when he saw Bing Shui and Bing Yu, the 2 women who had a close relationship with him. He felt even more upset. Life and death were 2 different worlds apart. Although he was used to seeing dead people and had killed many, he still felt slightly uncomfortable. Ugh! Neopatian was like a child who had torn away her strong facade. More than 10 years of repressed life, the firework tribe's fusion, the multiple life and death situations in the Valley of Evil Spirits, and now the death of Neopatian and the others. She couldn't keep up her facade anymore. She was like a child who had lost her family. She wandered around helplessly and cried in pain. Among the corpses on the ground, the petite pink figure kept sobbing and trembling. It was so shocking and unforgettable. They actually left her alone. Yi Qinghan originally wanted to come over and take a look. He wanted to send everyone off before leaving. But now, seeing Neopatian's helpless figure touched the softness in his heart. Looking at Neopatian's petite figure, he seemed to see Yi Qingyu in the past. However, his rationality told him that he couldn't go over. He would be burdened. He carried the hopes of billions of fire dragon people on his back. He couldn't let his overflowing sympathy lead him to do stupid things. And he didn't have the right, nor did he have any reason to do stupid things. Yi Yaorao looked at Yi Qinghan, who was suppressing himself. She didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complicated emotions. It was clear that she was also struggling in her heart. She just held Yi Qinghan's hand tightly and quietly leaned against him. She was a smart woman. She knew that sometimes she couldn't influence a man's decision. Let's go. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. He resisted the urge to turn his head and slowly walked into the distance. His feet felt like they were tied to iron blocks. They were abnormally heavy. With every step, his heart seemed to be trembling and struggling. Chapter 551. I was right. Little girl from the Thunder Clan, did you know? Dozens of my brothers died to kill you. If I can't kill you with my own hands, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Brothers, who is interested in playing? I'll let you have a taste of being the princess of the Thunder Clan. I'll also vent the anger of my dead brothers. Yi Qinghan's slow footsteps suddenly paused when he heard the laughter behind him. He could feel dozens of people rushing towards the pink figure in the distance. His body began to heave up and down rapidly. Finally, his closed eyes suddenly opened. He turned around and looked angrily behind him. Go 3,000 meters to the left. There's a huge rock there. Dig a cave there and wait for me. Yi Qinghan looked at the dozens of figures in front of him and quickly rushed towards Niu Yaohua. However, Niu Yaohua turned a deaf ear to him. She still hugged her knees and sobbed like a frightened child. Yi Qinghan once again closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. When he opened his eyes again, his expression was much more relaxed and his brows had also relaxed. It was obvious that he had made some sort of decision to stop struggling in his heart and stop feeling pain. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qinghan with some worry, but she didn't say anything. She looked deeply at Yi Qinghan, and then decisively ran towards the left. She understood what Yi Qinghan wanted to do. She didn't stop him and chose to respect his decision. She chose to follow his instructions and wait for him to return. Let go of that girl. Yi Qinghan remembered the slogan Yi Shanhu had shouted in Niulan Street. His body was very determined as he rushed towards Niu Yaohua and the Blue Brilliance team. At the same time, he shouted loudly. Although he knew that with this shout and this rush, there was another burden on his shoulders, and he had done yet another stupid thing. But his shoulders already had a heavy burden on them. So what if there was another 1,000? He had already done too many stupid things. So what if he did one more? Watching a little girl who was related to him, being brutally raped and killed in front of him. If he just left like this, he would definitely die. He knew that although there might be one less burden on his shoulders, there might be a heavy burden on his heart for the rest of his life. Men were impulsive creatures, and Yi Qinghan had been impulsive many times for the sake of his inner peace. He always thought that there were some things a man couldn't do. However, there were things that had to be done. Qing Yao's evil laughter didn't cause any change in Niu Huahua's mood. The dozen people who were getting closer and closer also didn't make Niu Huahua move at all. However, as soon as Yi Qinghan shouted, Niu Huahua's body suddenly stopped trembling and sobbing. She raised her head in a daze and lifted her perfect face. When she saw a familiar figure walking towards her, her absent-minded eyes suddenly lit up. Then, they instantly became incomparably complicated. She shook her head slightly, but her eyes still stared at Yi Qinghan in a daze, not willing to shift away at all. Humph! The members of the Green Glory team had long discovered the existence of Yi Qinghan, but they obviously didn't care about him. When they saw Yi Qinghan rushing over, they didn't show any emotion on their faces. However, two people quickly separated from the team and walked towards Yi Qinghan with disdain and mockery on their faces. Over 50 peak divine generals. So many divine stones. This is the biggest business I've ever done. Yi Qinghan didn't get too angry at the contempt of the Green Glory team. Instead, he ridiculed them in a relaxed manner. From the moment he had decided to save Niu Huahua, he had completely relaxed. He never thought too much about things that he had decided to do. Humph! A trashy cultivator like you isn't even considered business to us. At most, the two cultivators who were walking towards Yi Qinghan sneered even more. One of them even continued the conversation and mocked Yi Qinghan. However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes lit up and he stopped in his tracks. He wasn't the only one. At this moment, all the eyes of the members of the Green Glory team lit up as well. Niu Huahua's limpid eyes were even more dazzling. They saw a saber. It was a straight black saber, a long saber that was spitting out black mist, and a strange saber that was releasing a terrifying aura. Step back. Qing Yao's brown curly hair moved without any wind. A round scimitar appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Black and red air waves intertwined on the scimitar instantly spat out. As he shouted, his body suddenly rushed forward. At the same time, he pulled the scimitar diagonally to the upper left. A red and black air wave with a destructive aura shot towards Yi Qinghan. Remnant thought. Yi Qinghan opened his mouth and spat out two words. His eyes instantly turned blood red as he swung the Slaughter God saber forward. A ripple-like aura spread out like lightning as the saber slashed down. In an instant, it enveloped the entire area. The red and black air wave that Qing Yao had released suddenly slowed down after the aura spread out. It was as if it had fallen into a quagmire. Then the black mist from the Slaughter God saber started to spread out again. Is this a soul attack? Is he that powerful soul cultivator just now? After Yi Qinghan's saber attack, Qing Yao felt his entire body turn cold. All sorts of negative emotions instantly invaded his soul, and he felt as if his body couldn't move. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. When he saw all his brothers in the area, they all looked at him in shock. Some of his acquaintances even started to tumble in the air. His heart was filled with endless regret and anger. At the same time, he circulated his divine power with all his might in an attempt to fight to the death. No, he isn't that soul cultivator. What kind of demonic saber is this? Suddenly, he realized that his body could actually move slowly. He was overjoyed as he suppressed the negative aura in his mind and tried his best to escape. When he was lucky enough to escape from the ice-cold evil aura, he realized that none of his team members had escaped. All of them had been engulfed by the churning black mist. Bang! He slashed at the black mist with all his might, but it didn't even cause a ripple. Then the ice-cold evil aura once again spread out towards him. He didn't dare to stay any longer as he roared and ran into the distance. One actually escaped. It seems like this remnant thought's attack can only deal with a peak stage god general at most. Yi Qinghan swung the Slaughter God saber and easily harvested the lives of the people who were tumbling in the air and on the ground. At the same time, he casually kept the floating divine crystals and interspatial rings. After the last martial artist died, he hurried towards the only place that wasn't engulfed by the black mist. As he looked at the young girl who was still in a daze, Yi Qinghan tried his best to suppress the murderous intent in his heart and the trembling of his body. He revealed an extremely ugly smile and said with difficulty, "I'm back." He looked at the man who walked out of the black mist, looked at the man who was still panting heavily, and listened to this familiar voice. The corner of Niu Huahua's mouth slanted as she revealed a bitter smile. Then her body went limp as she fainted. The black mist gradually dissipated, leaving behind a ground full of corpses and fresh blood. A trembling body carried a petite pink body as it walked out of the black mist. Then it ran into the distance without looking back. Unbeknownst to Yi Qinghan, a pair of beautiful eyes appeared behind the black mist. It was a pair of mesmerizing eyes. Although this pair of eyes was filled with admiration and satisfaction, there was a hint of helplessness in them as she muttered, "Sigh, my lord, he still chose to do something stupid. Perhaps you will be disappointed when you hear this news." Chapter 552. Beside a huge rock southeast of the teleportation array, Yi Qianrao had already dug a huge cave. Although her silver sword was not a high-grade weapon, it was still a divine artifact. Digging a cave was very easy for her. Why aren't they back yet? Yi Qianrao looked around anxiously. On the way here, Yi Qinghan had told her that he had 100% confidence in protecting himself and could easily kill anyone below the God King realm. However, there would be repercussions. Just like the last time, he would not be able to suppress his inner demons and would kill indiscriminately. Now that he had found a way, he could barely suppress his inner demons. Hence, when Yi Qinghan asked her to leave, she did not hesitate and came here to wait for him quietly. According to Yi Qinghan, the other party was a group of god generals and should be able to kill them easily. Why were they not back yet? Swish. At this time, there was an ear-piercing sound from afar. A familiar figure was running towards them. His eyes were bloodshot, his body was hunched, and he was panting heavily. As he ran, he was trembling. He looked exactly the same as the team that killed the dwarf previously. It seemed like the repercussions were about to act up. Go in. Yi Qinghan had experienced his inner demons acting up a few times, and was much more experienced than the first time. Although his mind was filled with killing intent, he did not panic. Instead, he shouted at Yi Qianrao from afar. After entering the cave, Yi Qinghan stuck the slaughter god blade into the cave entrance as usual. Then he quickly placed the unconscious Niu Huahua in a corner. Yi Qinghan sat down cross-legged, lowered his head, took 2 deep breaths, and said slowly, "Qianrao, no matter what happens later, don't be surprised and don't stop me. I will be fine." Don't be surprised? Don't stop me? Yi Yaorao's eyes flashed as she looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise. When she saw Yi Qinghan swipe his interspatial ring, a black dagger appeared in his hand. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Then, she saw Yi Qinghan brandishing that black dagger and stabbing his thigh without hesitation. She panicked and frantically pounced on Yi Qinghan. She grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand and stopped him from waving his dagger again. "Yi Qinghan, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Half of Yi Yaorao's body was pressed against Yi Qinghan's. She gripped Yi Qinghan's hand tightly as she looked at his twisted face and the blood flowing out of his thigh. Yi Qinghan had said that there would be side effects after using the slaughter god blade. Yi Qianrao thought that it would only hurt his body and soul. He didn't expect it to be so serious that he had to mutilate himself. Moreover, looking at Yi Qinghan's posture, it seemed that he wouldn't stop until he had pierced 8 to 10 holes in his body. What Yi Yaorao didn't expect was that Yi Qinghan had actually stabbed himself more than 100 times. Moreover, she did not know that Yi Qinghan had a soul ring that could automatically heal him. What's more, she didn't know that the murderous aura in Yi Qinghan's mind could turn into evil fire. Gulp. Ah. Go away. Yi Qinghan's throat kept squirming as he swallowed his saliva. His body trembled even more violently. Yi Yaorao's concern caused the evil fire in Yi Qinghan's mind to soar. Her jade-like smooth body was on top of Yi Qinghan's body, and her hands were trying to snatch the dagger from Yi Qinghan's hand. Unconsciously, Her body was constantly rubbing against Yi Qinghan's body, causing Yi Qinghan to almost lose control. The redness in his eyes deepened, but when he thought of Cleopatra and Snake Lady, who could not withstand his lashes, Yi Yaorao, a weak girl, would probably die of dehydration if she fought with him for 10 days and 10 nights. With a shout, he forcefully controlled the divine power in his body to send Yi Yaorao flying. Then, he stabbed his thigh several times with the dagger in his hand, completely paralyzing his thigh to prevent himself from violating Yi Yaorao. No. Don't stab me anymore. You'll lose too much blood, and your body will become extremely weak. Your soul will eventually collapse. I won't let you do anything stupid. Yi Yaorao was thrown to the ground. She immediately crawled back up, but she saw blood spurting out and staining the ground red. He hurriedly pounced on Yi Qinghan again in horror, pressing down on Yi Qinghan's upper body. His 2 hands grasped Yi Qinghan's hands tightly as he desperately shook his head and cried out in horror. He could feel Yi Yaorao's 2 full breasts rubbing against his lower abdomen. He could smell the faint fragrance of a woman on Yi Yaorao's body. Yi Qinghan's entire body was burning hot, and his lower abdomen was erect like a tent. The hand that was not holding the dagger uncontrollably grabbed Yi Yaorao's perky buttocks. Then he moved it away as fast as lightning. His dry lips squirmed as he struggled to spit out a few shaky words from his burning throat. If you don't leave, I won't be able to stop myself from violating you. I won't die. Ah. Yi Yaorao's perky buttocks were suddenly assaulted. She was startled, and her body trembled slightly. When she heard Yi Qinghan's repressed words, she saw that there was no longer any killing intent in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Instead, they were filled with boundless lust. She could feel his scalding body, and her arm had accidentally touched the heaven-supporting pillar on his lower body. Her face instantly turned as red as the sunset. She was somewhat frightened and lost. However, she did not loosen her grip. Instead, she tightened her grip. A trace of shyness and awkwardness flashed in her eyes. She was stunned for a moment before she spoke again. This time, her tone was incomparably firm. Qinghan, if violating me will make you feel better, then just do it. Stupid woman, go away. I won't be so ambiguous. If I do it with you, I'll use a lot of force. You won't be able to endure it. Go away. When Yi Qinghan heard Yi Yaorao's words, he was touched and the lust in his heart burned even more fiercely. He cursed himself for not explaining things clearly to Yi Yaorao. Now, because of Yi Yaorao's actions, he had wasted precious healing time. If this continued, he would lose his mind completely. When that time came, not only would Yi Yaorao be afraid, but Niuhua would also be violated by his delirious self. Moreover, he would be torn to shreds. It was very likely that he would also sink into oblivion forever, never to wake up again. Using the last bit of consciousness left in his heart, Yi Qinghan slammed Yi Yaorao's body heavily against the wall. Then he stabbed his dagger into his left hand at lightning speed. At the same time, he released his divine power and broke the bones in his right hand. The meridians in his body also ruptured at the same time. He had completely turned himself into a cripple, who could not move his limbs or circulate his divine power. Qinghan, how are you? Why are you so stupid? Wake up. Yi Yaorao looked at Yi Qinghan. Although his limbs had been crippled, his body was still writhing. The muscles on his face were completely twisted. He let out a low and hoarse roar. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at his own body. Yi Yaorao understood that Yi Qinghan was willing to mutilate himself rather than violate her in such an ambiguous manner. Her heart was moved, and she felt a deep sense of pity. She thought back to the time when she first met Yi Qinghan, and how perverted he was. At this moment, Yi Yaorao knew that she had blamed him wrongly. It seemed like the side effect of the slaughter god blade was that his lust increased. Or rather, he was unable to control his desires. He was a true gentleman. You are too stupid. Since I have decided to follow you, my heart and soul are all yours. My body is also yours. Yi Yaorao's tears streamed down her face as she watched Yi Qinghan writhe in pain. She bit her lips lightly as a determined look flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, she stood up and reached for the belt on her waist. She gently pulled on it, causing her white dress to slide down, revealing a perfect body. Then her face was slightly bashful, with a hint of anticipation. She quickly bent down and used both her hands to tear apart Yi Qinghan's blood-stained robes. Then, she took a step forward and sat down in front of the towering dragon. Chapter 553. Hot. Yi Yaorao's eyebrows furrowed. She felt as if she was sitting on a red-hot iron rod. It was a burning pain. Although it was painful, it was accompanied by a wonderful feeling, as if she was flying into the clouds. When she thought about what Yi Qinghan had said before he woke up, he had said that he had violated her forcefully. Yi Yaorao instantly felt an indescribable bitterness. However, she did not think too much about it. She continued to twist her body in pain and pleasure. Ugh! In less than a minute, Yi Yaorao could not take it anymore. Her body spasmed, and she collapsed next to Yi Qinghan. She breathed heavily, sweat pouring down her body like rain. Her mouth was dry, and she had no strength left in her. She was like a horse that had run out of stamina. She lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth, unable to run anymore. No. He's still in so much pain. She opened her beautiful eyes and looked at the handsome face in front of her. It was still twisting. Yi Yaorao gritted her teeth, flipped over, and mounted him again. This time, it was even shorter. Yi Yaorao once again lay on her side, panting heavily in the cave. As she panted, her perfect body moved up and down. Her two full breasts rippled. It was a beautiful scene. Even after resting for a while, she still felt a burning pain in that area and her lower abdomen. She wanted to continue mounting her spear, but she could not take it anymore. She had no choice but to circulate her divine power to recover. Ugh, how could I be so stupid? I cultivate the law of ice. When Yi Yaorao circulated her divine power, her body began to emit waves of cold air. When the cold air passed, the burning pain suddenly lessened. Her entire body felt refreshed. At this time, Yi Yaorao suddenly woke up. Her beautiful eyes lit up. Her face lit up with excitement. She flipped over and sat down again without any reservations. As expected, as Yi Yaorao twisted, her divine power circulated in her body. The cold air passed through her meridians and completely enveloped the place where the two of them were connected. That strange burning feeling suddenly disappeared. The red-hot iron rod was enveloped in layers of cold air. It was no longer burning. Instead, it felt warm. This time, Yi Yaorao's expression became even more excited. The burning feeling was gone. What was left was a wonderful feeling of comfort. There was no pain, only happiness. Of course, the twisting was even more joyful. Cool. As he swayed, Yi Qinghan slowly regained some of his consciousness. Just now he felt like he was on top of a volcano. Every part of his body was filled with evil flames that wanted to melt him into ashes. His mind was also slowly becoming muddled and confused in the midst of this raging evil fire. If he continued to be burned by this evil fire and wasn't released, the final outcome would be his soul dissipating. Fortunately, after he stabbed a few times, the soul ring began to release a white stream of air, which temporarily relieved some of the pressure on his soul sea. Then, Yi Yaorao's twisting gave him an outlet to vent the evil fire in his body. That was why Yi Yaorao had felt hot and scorching at the start. This was also why the Snake Lady and Cleopatra were no match for Yi Qinghan, even though they had been on the battlefield for a long time. Now, the cold air on Yi Yaorao's body made the way the evil fire was released more docile. At the same time, it also started to suppress and neutralize the evil fire. The fusion of water and fire was why Yi Qinghan's recovery speed was so fast. Men were yang while women were yin. If there was too much yang energy and it wasn't released, it would explode from the evil fire that had been accumulating for a long time. Similarly, if a woman didn't receive the replenishment of yang energy, she would also become colder and eventually die from depression. Since ancient times, yin and yang interacted. This was the heavenly Tao and also human relations. Because the slaughter god saber had absorbed too much negative emotions and evil aura, Yi Qinghan's yang energy became more abundant. This made it easier for the evil fire to burn his body. Half a day later, when Yi Qinghan regained some consciousness, he felt that half of the evil fire in his body had been released. He couldn't help but feel astonished. At the same time, the waves of coolness and exquisite comfort from his third limb made his entire body tremble in comfort. He squinted his eyes and continued to lie down, enjoying this incomparable pleasure. Then, under the influence of the evil fire, he started to twist his body to cater to it. In the cave, the two of them were entangled together. Little did they know that there was another person who was gradually waking up. The cold and hot aura in the cave, and the hysterical screams had already awakened the unconscious Niu Haohua. There was no choice. The sounds were so loud and the commotion was so great that even a pig would have woken up. Niu Haohua was actually very exhausted. At the same time, she was mentally and physically exhausted. She had once again released her source energy and activated the Thunder God's protection. Her body was extremely weak. Furthermore, the death of Neopatian and the others made her heart ache. Originally, when Neopatian and the others died, Niu Haohua was about to faint. However, a strange energy suddenly entered her body and allowed her to hold on until Yi Qinghan arrived. This also allowed her to wake up earlier. Seeing that you are a direct descendant of the Leitang clan, and that I have some relations with the Leitang clan in the past, I will spare your life today. As for whether you can escape or not, it will depend on the will of the heavens. She recalled the voice transmission that rang in her soul when the energy entered her body. Niu Haohua now knew that this was the doing of that God Emperor Mo Xiaoxiao. However, what she didn't understand was that this God Emperor seemed to be very heartless. Why did he spare her life and even sent a trace of energy over to help her recuperate? What was the meaning of this? Oh, another wave of ecstatic moans rang in her ears, interrupting Niu Haohua's thoughts. She moved her long eyelashes to reveal a slit in her eyes. She looked at the scene that caused her ears to turn red. Suddenly, an absurd thought popped up in her mind. Could it be that God Emperor Mo Xiaoxiao sent this trace of energy to help her recuperate, so that she could watch a Spring Palace show? Or perhaps she could join the battle? Bah! Niu Haohua spat in her heart. She felt slightly uncomfortable with the crazy actions of Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao. Niu Haohua felt slightly uncomfortable. Neopatian and the members of the firework tribe had just died, and they couldn't wait to do something. Moreover, they were doing it in front of her. No matter what, she was still an inexperienced young lady. Then, she suddenly recalled the abnormality of Yi Qinghan's body and soul every time he brandished that strange blade. This made her realize something. She quickly opened her eyes again, and saw that Yi Qinghan's eyes were still blood red. She knew that she had blamed them wrongly. From the looks of it, it wasn't that they couldn't control themselves, but that they couldn't. She recalled that when she was at the brink of despair, Yi Qinghan appeared and saved her. Niu Haohua revealed a bitter smile when she recalled that they didn't wait for him and instead, Neopatian and the others died. The cycle of karma. Was she reaping what she had sown? She seemed to owe him more and more. The moans that rang in her ears interrupted her thoughts again. She was very young, but her mind was incomparably mature. However, no matter how mature she was still an inexperienced young lady. She forced herself not to listen to the ecstatic moans in her ears. However, the moans still entered her ears, and her mind was filled with that embarrassing scene. Niu Haohua opened her eyes with an incomparably complicated expression. Then she decisively knocked herself out. If she didn't faint and the two of them woke up and realized that she was watching the battle from the side, how could she endure it? Chapter 554. After half a day, Yi Qinghan roared, and the battle in the cave finally stopped. Yi Qinghan's body had also recovered by more than half with the help of the soul ring. He sat up and tightly hugged Yi Yaorao, who was almost out of energy. He closed his eyes and began to recall what he had just discovered. So magical. Yi Qinghan hugged this body that was smoother than tofu. He sighed in his heart. In just half a day, the killing intent in his body had been mostly cleared. The remaining trace could be easily suppressed. Who would have thought that Yi Yaorao's body would have such a magical use? If he had known, he would not have hurt himself. At the same time, his heart was burning. The killing intent of the Slaughter God Blade could be easily resolved by having intercourse with Yi Yaorao. Wouldn't he be able to use the Slaughter God Blade whenever he wanted? Wouldn't he be able to obtain points easily? Then wouldn't he be able to leave this damn place easily? So magical. Although Yi Yaorao was exhausted, she could feel that Yi Qinghan was fully awake. He was using his hand to caress her back, expressing his love and gratitude. She could feel that Yi Qinghan's injuries were almost healed. The places where he had hurt himself had already scabbed over. Furthermore, his body did not look weak at all. At the same time, she felt embarrassed. It seemed like Yi Qinghan's body had some kind of treasure. If not, it would be impossible for him to heal himself so quickly with the divine crystal. It seemed like she had been too impulsive. Others did not need it, but she had shamelessly delivered it to him. Thinking of this, Yi Yaorao suddenly felt a wave of shyness. She buried her head deep into Yi Qinghan's broad shoulders and closed her beautiful eyes tightly, unwilling to open them. Yaorao, thank you. I'm sorry. After a while, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Yi Yaorao's ears, which were still slightly red. It took a lot of courage for a cold woman like her to do something so embarrassing in front of outsiders. In other words, this woman's love for him was very deep. Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Yi Yaorao's body trembled slightly. However, she became even more embarrassed. She closed her eyes and buried her head even lower. While she was twisting her body, she felt that thing under her buttocks had a reaction and started to harden again. Startled, she hurriedly leapt up and quickly took out a palace dress from her space ring before hurriedly putting it on. Hee, you should rest first. I'll treat the injuries on my body first. Yi Qinghan smiled, admiring the beautiful scene of Yi alluring putting on her clothes. With a wave of his hand, he took out a robe and draped it over his body, carelessly covering himself. Then he started to circulate his divine power and started to heal his injured meridians. When Yi Qinghan opened his eyes again, he found that the demonic moon had risen again. Yi Yaorao and Niu Yanhua were sitting in a corner talking. When Yi Qinghan opened his eyes again, he realized that the demon moon had risen again. Yi Yaorao and Niu Hua were sitting in a corner and talking. Sister Yaorao, wait for big brother Yi to recover. You should leave. Hua is an inauspicious person. Everyone who grew up with him has died. I will harm you. What are you talking about? Miss Hua, don't think too much. Since Qinghan saved you, he won't abandon you. Big brother Yi is a good person and a true hero. It's a pity that Hua will never be able to repay his kindness in this lifetime. If there is a next life, Hua will do anything to repay him for the rest of my life. Trust him. He can bring me out, and he can bring you out too. You know his strength. I have 10 times the points now. 10,000 points. Even a team of peak divine generals wouldn't have such a high number of points. You should leave. Hua can't be a burden to you anymore. You should join any team and leave this place quickly. The Blood Moon Day is coming. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Yi Qinghan listened for a while and realized that he had been foolish. He had impulsively saved Niu Hua. Now it seemed that he wasn't too stupid. At least he could think clearly and feel at ease. Niu Hua was really grateful. Of course, he didn't care about Niu Hua's identity or her primordial yin that many people coveted. He simply felt that there were some things that he had to do, and he did them. Yaorao is right. Trust me. I can bring you out. Miss Hua, let the past be the past. Don't worry about it too much. Life. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and turned to look at Niu Hua. He stood up and wanted to comfort her. However, he suddenly realized that the two women were looking at him strangely. Yi Yaorao's face was blushing while Niu Hua's eyes were wide open in shock. He frowned in confusion. What did he say wrong? Then he suddenly woke up and blushed. He was extremely embarrassed. He quickly circulated his divine power and flew out of the cave like lightning. He had forgotten one thing. It was inconvenient for him to move, so he didn't wear his robe. He had just casually draped it over his body. When he woke up and heard Niu Hua and Yi Yaorao's conversation, he had forgotten about it. Now that he suddenly stood up, Sin. His glorious image was completely ruined. Yi Qinghan quickly put on his robe and took out his iron rod. He fiercely swung it at the few evil demons outside the cave. He vented his anger and embarrassment on the evil demons. After killing all the evil demons outside, Yi Qinghan was too embarrassed to enter the cave. He sat cross-legged outside the cave for a while. He was really bored and started to circulate imminent skyline to run around. Niu Hua's body hadn't recovered and Yi Yaorao needed to rest. He could only wait outside. The atmosphere inside the cave was even more awkward than Yi Qinghan's. The two of them needed to rest. However, after Yi Qinghan did that, the two of them were embarrassed. Plus, the lingering aura from the battle inside the cave made the two of them even more embarrassed. In the end, the two of them stopped talking and closed their eyes to cultivate with complicated thoughts. With that, Niu Yahua's mood improved a little. When the sun started to rise, the three of them left the cave and started walking. However, the atmosphere between the three of them was a little strange. Yi Yarao had a cold personality and didn't like to talk much. Occasionally, she would look at Yi Qinghan's back with affection in her eyes. Niu Hua looked at Yi Qinghan's back with complicated feelings and silently walked forward. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to look at the two of them. He awkwardly ran in front. This. Yi Qinghan kept muttering in his heart. He originally wanted to discuss the next plan with the two of them and ask Niu Hua about the specific situation. However, he didn't know what to say. He didn't dare to turn around to look at the two of them. He felt a wave of anger in his heart. He had experienced all kinds of situations, but he didn't know what to do when facing two women. What was going on? Chapter 555. Big Brother Yi, you can't go any further. The castle is in front of you. According to the rules, you can't go near the castle until it's time to go back. Yi Qinghan walked forward blankly. Yi Qianrao was too focused on her lover to notice. In the end, it was Niu Yahua who wanted to speak. Although she was a bit shy to talk to Yi Qinghan, she remembered that she had seen Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan doing those shameful things. What was there to be shy about? So she gathered her courage and spoke. Oh, that's right. This way. Hearing Niu Yahua's soft voice, Yi Qinghan tensed up. After a moment of surprise, he turned around and walked to the right, scratching his head as he walked. He pretended to be nonchalant and said, Miss Yahua, do you still have points? I think we need to make a plan. The Blood Moon Day is coming. We need to find a way to get out. Points. Oh. Uncle Patian and the other spatial rings are with me. That God Emperor threw them all to me. There are about 400 points. Oh, Big Brother Yi, take it. There are also the spatial rings of the experts you killed. The divine stones and divine realms inside are worth tens of millions of divine stones. Niu Huihua seemed to have thought it through after a long night. She took out a few interspatial rings from her interspatial ring and threw them to Yi Qinghan. At the same time, she started to explain everything that they had encountered to Yi Qinghan. She even told him about Emperor God Emo Xiaoxiao's voice transmission. She was very clear that Yi Qinghan's current strength was very strong. Whether or not she could walk out of here depended entirely on this man. She thought it was necessary to let Yi Qinghan know everything so that he could make the right decision. Yi Qinghan took the spatial rings and found them full of divine stones and divine crystals. He was secretly delighted. It seemed that he had gained a lot in these few months in Baleful Stream. Once he got out, he would exchange all of these divine crystals for divine stones. In addition to the divine stones he had collected from killing so many warriors, he would probably have 200 to 300 million divine stones. It seemed like divine stones were easy to earn in the Baleful Stream. He even understood the idea of killing all the warriors in the Baleful Stream. He wondered if he could gather 1 billion divine stones after killing all of them. If it was enough, wouldn't he be able to buy the Fire Dragon plane? Of course, he knew that this was just a thought. If he killed the cultivators in a frenzy and caused the death rate of the cultivators in the Baleful Stream to exceed the normal range, it was very likely to attract the attention of the few god kings in the ancient castle. Not to mention killing all the cultivators in the Baleful Stream. At that time, it would be troublesome if the few god kings came to snatch the slaughter god saber. It's a god emperor. No wonder it's so powerful. After pondering for a moment, he recalled Niu Haiyan's words, recalled the abnormality of the teleportation formation, and recalled the invisible wall in the air. He was shocked. That expert was actually a god emperor. Shi Yan recalled Lord Devour's attack several times, and he couldn't help but admire the god emperor's power. Although his overall strength was invincible in the god general realm, he was only at the first stage of the god general realm. However, he was only at the first stage of the god general realm. Not to mention the god emperor realm. Even the God King realm was beyond his reach. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This God Emperor Mo is very powerful, but her strength does not lie in her realm. Instead, it lies in the fact that she is a soul cultivator. It is very strange that such a powerful existence would actually stay in this small third-grade baleful stream. Logically speaking, such a powerful existence should be guarding the second-grade baleful stream, or the first-grade baleful stream. If she goes out, she will definitely be a prefecture lord. Niu Haiyan thought of another problem as she frowned and sighed. Soul cultivator? A powerhouse at the level of a manor lord? Is she that powerful? Yi Qinghan was shocked by Niu Haiyan's words. A prefecture lord was a top-notch existence in the divine world. Why would she be guarding this small third-grade baleful stream? Such a powerful person? Would she find out that he had used the slaughter god saber to save Niu Haiyan? If she found out that she was greedy, it would be troublesome. Niu Haiyan saw Yi Qinghan's puzzled expression and explained, "Yes. This God Emperor Mo has clearly just broken through to the God-Darch realm. Normally, a new God Emperor would at most have the strength of a fifth-grade war god. However, soul cultivators are different. Although their nomological laws are not high, their soul cultivation is extremely powerful. Once they break through to the God-Darch realm, their strength will basically reach the strength of a seventh-grade war god. This God Emperor Mo's soul cultivation is extremely terrifying. Hence, I can conclude that she is a soul cultivator. Since she broke through to the God-Darch realm, her strength is definitely higher than a seventh-grade war god. Why is it that when a soul cultivator breaks through to the God-Darch realm, their strength will definitely reach the seventh-grade war god level? And what is a soul cultivator? Aren't we all cultivating our souls? My soul cultivation has already reached the second-grade god general realm. Does that mean that I am also a soul cultivator? Yi Qinghan was confused. According to Niu Haiyan, a soul cultivator was an expert who cultivated his soul and used it to attack and defend. His body fusion technique was a soul attack. Did that mean that he was also a soul cultivator? Wrong. A soul cultivator is a type of person whose soul cultivation is especially powerful. This type of person's soul cultivation is at least at the God King realm. Niu Haiyan was slightly surprised by Yi Qinghan's idiocy. However, when she recalled that Yi Qinghan seemed to have forgotten something, she felt slightly relieved and explained, "The cultivation of the soul is the hardest to improve. Your soul cultivation has reached the second-grade God General realm because of the summer worm grass I gave you. This thing is very rare. Furthermore, after using the summer worm grass, it is almost impossible for you to use another spiritual medicine to improve your soul. Without a special cultivation method, a warrior's soul cultivation will stagnate after reaching the pinnacle of the God General realm. Countless 7th, 8th, and even 9th grade war god soul cultivation is only at the pinnacle of the God General realm. If one's soul cultivation reaches the God King realm, then one can be considered a soul cultivator. Once one's soul cultivation reaches the God King realm, one's attacks will be incomparably terrifying and bizarre. This is because the soul is one of the fundamentals of a warrior. However, for soul cultivators, the cultivation of their laws will become extremely difficult. They can only improve their laws after their soul cultivation has improved. Since Lady Mo's soul cultivation has reached the God Emperor realm, it means that her soul cultivation has also reached the God Emperor realm. When one's soul cultivation reaches the God Emperor realm, it is extremely terrifying. At the very least, one can reach the strength of a 7th grade war god. A 7th grade war god can be considered an expert on the same level as a palace lord. Oh, I see. Yi Qinghan was skeptical. Countless 7th, 8th, and even 9th grade war god soul cultivation was only at the pinnacle of the God General realm? How many years had he been cultivating? He had already reached the 2nd grade of the God General realm? Was his luck too good? Or was Niu Haiyan exaggerating? Chapter 556. Boss. Niu Haohua is right. Actually, we soul-devouring beasts are natural soul cultivators. If our soul realm does not increase, we will not be able to comprehend the laws. Originally, I did not believe what my aunt said. Now that I have become a divine beast and entered the heavenly God realm for so long, because my soul realm is still at the first stage of the heavenly God realm, I cannot comprehend the laws at all. Furthermore, my inherited memories also mention this point. So, I can only obediently follow the inherited memories and start to slowly cultivate my soul. At this moment, Xiao He suddenly transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan, and he was slightly relieved. God Emperor Mo was such a powerful existence. He probably would not be interested in a small slaughter god blade. Originally, Yi Qinghan felt that it was strange. Xiao He had been a divine beast for so long, but his strength had not increased at all. He had not even comprehended the laws at all. Recently, he had also been very low-key and did not interact much with him. So he was actually cultivating his soul. And then Xiao He must work hard and become a powerful soul cultivator in the future. If you do not break through your realm, your powerful innate sacred art will be useless now. Yi Qinghan sighed and started to feel vexed. If he really could not increase his soul realm, then the power of his and Xiao He's combined combat technique would always be this strong. Also, Xiao He's most powerful technique, Soul Devourer, had completely lost its effect. It was not even as effective as Soul Confusion. Now that the Slaughter God Blade had mutated, and he discovered that Yi Yaorao's cold energy could alleviate the Slaughter God Blade's baleful aura, even Soul Confusion had lost its effect. It seemed like if he wanted to continue increasing his strength, he still needed to focus on comprehending the laws. However, Xiao He was clearly affected by Yi Qinghan's words. He transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. Boss, it is not that I am not working hard. It is that your strength has increased too much. Think about it. How long have you been in the divine world? Old Lu has already cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Let's not talk about this anymore. I will continue to cultivate my soul. I am about to break through to the second stage. Kiki. Yi Qinghan was stunned. It seemed like he had been forced into a corner by the countless dangers of the God realm. He had always been thinking about how to improve his strength, but he had forgotten that he had cultivated for such a short period of time. If word of this were to spread, many people would not dare to believe it. He had been asking for too much. Raising his cultivation level was not something that could be done in a hurry. That's right, who cares? Elder Lu had cultivated for 10,000 years to reach the peak of the heavenly god realm, but now, he could easily kill a peak god general. We should be content with what we have. Let's think of a way to earn enough points to leave this place first. Yi Qinghan did not think too much about it. Instead, he looked into the distance. In the remaining time, it was time to kill as many demons as he could. By killing a large number of demons, the Slaughter God Blade's baleful aura would be alleviated. Demons were equivalent to white points that were placed on the ground. Of course, if there were any ignorant cultivators who wanted to take advantage of him, he wouldn't mind sending them on their way. He would also conveniently place their divine crystals and divine stones into his space ring. Big Brother Yi, do you have any plans? Yi Qinghan walked alone in silence as he pondered. Niu Yaohua saw that Yi Qinghan had been silent for a long time, and couldn't help but ask. I don't have any plans. I just want to kill demons, earn enough points, and leave this place. Yi Qinghan turned his head and replied casually. But I have 10 times the points now. 10,000 points. This. Niu Yaohua frowned slightly and opened her eyes wide bitterly. Big Brother Yi, you and Sister Yao Rao should find another team to join. I will think of a way to earn points. Also, if you bring me along, you will be in constant trouble. What nonsense are you talking about? If I left you behind, I wouldn't have saved you in the first place. If you mention this again, I will be angry. When Yi Qinghan saw that Niu Yaohua mentioned this again, he pretended to be angry. Then he snorted coldly and said, Isn't it just 100,000 points? If everything goes smoothly, I will be able to earn enough points before the Blood Moon Day. Trouble? Am I afraid that trouble won't come looking for me now? Hee, now that I can easily resolve the Slaughter God Blade's baleful aura, I am not afraid of anyone below the God King realm. After speaking, Yi Qinghan subconsciously looked at Yi Qinghan's delicate body. Yi Qinghan saw the deep meaning in Yi Qinghan's eyes, and her face turned red again. She glared at Yi Qinghan with anger, looking extremely enchanting. Invincible below the God King realm. Niu Yaohua's eyes lit up as she thought about Yi Qinghan's shocking blade. When the black fog appeared, Dozens of peak stage god generals were all killed. She couldn't help but feel a fire burning in her heart. Baleful aura? He must have used that strange blade to make him enter that half-crazed state. Easily resolve? However, this reminded her of the embarrassing scene in the stone cave, and made her understand something. She didn't speak anymore as she blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Qinghan's straight-back view. Qinghan, are you really confident that you can obtain 10,000 points before the Blood Moon Day? Yi Qinghan was a little worried and hadn't spoken since they came out of the stone cave. At this moment, she couldn't help but ask curiously. Kiki, do you think I would lie to you? You will know in a while. Yi Qinghan turned back and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. Then he turned and ran to the left. There are demons over there. Oh, there are some here too. There are more than a dozen of them. After running a few thousand meters to the left, they saw patches of black fog in the distance. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. However, when she thought about Yi Qinghan's strange strength, she relaxed and prepared to see Yi Qinghan's performance. Yi Qinghan looked at the faintly discernible black fog around him, and thought back to the first time he was surrounded by the demons. He thought of the thousands of people who had died. He thought of how he had met Yi Yaorao, and how he had been chased by the demons. He smiled. In the past, he was extremely afraid of demons and would run whenever he saw them. Now he was the one who took the initiative to search for demons, and even let them surround him. In just a few months, the situation had reversed. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In this cruel divine world, strength was the most important thing. Yi Qinghan brought the two of them in a quick circle around the area. However, he did not kill any evil demons. Instead, he searched for boulders nearby. After running a few hundred meters, he found a huge rock and picked up Yi Qinghan's sword. Then he started digging a hole. Why are we digging two holes? Under the puzzled gazes of Yi Yaorao and Niu Yanhua, Yi Qinghan dug a stone cave. Then he dug a small stone cave inside the stone cave. Then he asked the two of them to enter the stone cave. He took out the slaughter god blade and stuck it outside the stone cave. After entering the cave, Yi Qinghan fell silent. After a while he said to Niu Yanhua awkwardly, that, Miss Yanhua, you go into the other cave. I am going to lure a large group of demons over and kill them. For your safety, if I don't call you, don't come out. It would be best if you cultivate for a while and block your hearing. And that's it. Chapter 557. Yi Qinghan's strange order confused Niu Huahua, but she didn't say anything. She blinked her big eyes, nodded, and walked into the cave. Yi Qinghan seemed to understand a little. Her face blushed, and she turned her head away, pretending to look at the uneven stone walls of the cave. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and looked at Yi Qinghan. He smiled faintly and said in a low voice, Yaorao last night. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my murderous aura wouldn't have been suppressed so quickly. Yi Qinghan let out a voice as small as a mosquito. Then she turned her head and said with a pained expression, You are not allowed to do stupid things in the future. Do you know how worried I was last night? How scared I was? Don't worry. I promise I won't do stupid things again. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qinghan's limpid eyes and said solemnly and confidently. He wasn't a masochist who liked to stab others when he had nothing better to do. If he had known that Yi Qinghan's cold energy could dissolve the murderous aura in his body so easily, he wouldn't have stabbed himself yesterday. Now of course he wouldn't. After thinking for a while he said with some shame, Yaorao, I want to ask you for a favor. What is it? Also, do we even need to ask for favors between us? Yi Qinghan was a little surprised and said with some bitterness. Yi Qinghan thought that it was reasonable. The two of them had already done that, so he didn't have to worry too much. He simply said, you know that the Blood Moon Day is approaching. We need to quickly obtain a large number of points, so I need to use some extreme methods to kill a large number of demons. And if I use extreme methods, I will be attacked by the murderous aura. So, you understand. Extreme methods? Murderous aura? Yi Qinghan muttered and instantly understood. The invisible cold energy exuding from her body retracted. Her originally blushing face, ears and neck turned bright red. She grabbed the hem of her dress and turned around, not daring to open her mouth. Last night was a very special moment, and she didn't have any scruples at that time. But now Yi Qinghan brought up this matter, and from what he said, it seemed that he was prepared to continuously kill demons. Then did that mean that day and night she had to help him clear the murderous aura? Moreover, they had brought along a virgin girl. Yi Qinghan smiled awkwardly and reminded her. Hehe, alluring, this is a critical moment. The evil demons outside are about to arrive. Yi Yaorao was a bit anxious when she sensed that the demon outside was quickly approaching. She bit her lip and didn't turn around. She only nodded slightly, but her head drooped even lower. I'm going. Prepare to help me clear my killing intent. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. His body shot out and he picked up the Slaughter God Saber at the entrance of the cave. Using the Slaughter God Saber's ability to attract the evil demons, he walked one round outside and attracted all the nearby evil demons. Then, without waiting for the Slaughter God Saber to finish attracting the aura, he rushed into the evil demon's aura and started killing them. When he felt that the killing intent in his mind had reached a certain level, he hurriedly flew back to the cave and stabbed the Slaughter God Saber at the entrance of the cave. His body trembled as he pounced towards the bashful Yi Yaorao. Killing the demons this way is really fast. Although Niu Yaohua was obediently waiting in the cave, she didn't listen to Yi Qinghan's words. Instead, she quietly released a trace of her divine sense to check the situation outside the cave. When she saw that Yi Qinghan had stabbed the Slaughter God Saber outside the cave, the evil demons started rushing over. In just 3 days and 3 nights, he had already obtained more than 300 points. At this rate, he might really be able to accumulate 10,000 points in a few months. However, at the same time that he was quickly accumulating points, Niu Yaohua couldn't stand it anymore. She finally understood why Yi Qinghan wanted to dig 2 caves, and why he wanted her to seal her hearing and cultivate. During these 3 days, 3 different battles were held in the cave outside. Although the duration of each battle wasn't as intense and long as the first day, she also sealed her hearing many times and wanted to cultivate in peace. However, her heart couldn't calm down. Every time she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with embarrassing scenes. She was 14 or 15 years old, and was at the age where a young girl yearned for love. She was also very curious about such things. Many times, she unconsciously opened her hearing and listened to the heavy breathing and suppressed moans outside. There were even a few times when she couldn't help but secretly release her divine sense to observe. The more she listened, the more she wanted to listen. The more she looked, the more she wanted to watch. Many times she felt that she had become depraved and scolded herself for being shameless. However, she still couldn't help but listen and watch. There were even a few times when she couldn't help but fantasize that the person under Yi Qinghan would become her. Niu Yaohua, you have to be pure. You can't help but fall into depravity. Niu Yaohua bit her delicate lips harshly. She felt that these days had become a kind of torture. If this continued, she didn't know if she would go crazy. After another day, Niu Yaohua's torturous life finally ended. After killing most of the evil demons in the vicinity, Yi Qinghan led the 2 of them and walked for a day. They crossed hundreds of miles and killed a martial artist team that was interested in the 3 of them. Then he found a boulder, dug 2 caves, and started hunting evil demons. Of course, as a large number of evil demons were killed, Niu Yaohua's torturous life began again. Several days later, when Yi Qinghan brought Niu Yaohua and Yi Yaorao back to the castle, a new round of demon hunters came out. However, they were surprised to find that the evil demons in Baleful Een Stream had become very rare. In the past, evil demons could be seen everywhere, but now they couldn't even find groups of evil demons after half a day. Countless martial artists began to speculate and became even more cautious. The space around Baleful Een Stream was still the same as before, without any changes. This meant that the frequency at which the evil demons passed through space was still the same as before. Where did so many evil demons go? In half a month, we've hunted down more than 1,300 points. Adding on our original points and the points we obtained from killing other martial artists, we now have nearly 2,000 points. In Courtyard 88, there was only Yi Qinghan's group of 3 in such a large courtyard. Yi Qinghan didn't avoid it and directly poured out all the items from the countless spatial rings in the backyard, almost filling the entire backyard. Then he asked the two of them to help clean it up. After cleaning it up, he discovered that his points had actually reached nearly 2,000. Of course, a third of it was obtained from the crazy hunting of evil demons in the past half a month. Hee hee, big brother Yi, you can be considered a millionaire. The divine crystals, divine stones, divine swords, and treasures in your spatial rings probably add up to 300 million divine stones. Ordinary god kings probably aren't as wealthy as you are. Niu Yaohua helped tidy up Yi Qinghan's treasures. Yi Qinghan very generously allowed the two of them to choose some suitable divine weapons and divine armors. He also began to choose. He had obtained so many treasures, but he didn't have time to properly inspect them. He also didn't know what special effects they had. If there was one that suited him, he would wear it. Why does this thing look so familiar? That's right. Fire God Arm Guard. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan picked up an arm guard from the small mountain of treasures. He felt that it was incomparably familiar. At a glance, it was exactly the same as the Fire God Arm Guard that he had exchanged for in the Divine City after the prefecture battle. Originally, that was a right hand, but this one was a left hand. Could it be that this is a set? Will there be special effects when I gather all of them? Yi Qinghan inspected it, and discovered that this Fire God Arm Guard was the same as the original one. It was made of unknown materials, but it was abnormally sturdy. He stabbed it a few times with Yi Qianrao's divine sword, but there wasn't even a scratch. However, there was no artifact spirit inside, and it wasn't a divine weapon either. This made him feel very strange. Chapter 558. Now that the carefree pavilion could not be opened, Yi Qinghan could not take out the original Fire God bracer and compare it. He looked at it and did not pay much attention to it. He threw it to the side and put it together later. The items were quickly sorted out. Niu Yaohua clearly did not like the items here, and did not choose a single one. After saying a few words to Yi Qinghan, she went back to her room to rest. The days outside the castle had been too hard, and she was mentally exhausted. Yao Rao, why didn't you choose? Do you not like it? Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Qinghan was standing quietly at the side and did not make a move to choose, so he teased her. No. I am just not used to accepting gifts from others. Qinghan, don't misunderstand. Yi Qinghan wanted to explain, but she realized that the more she tried to explain, the more she felt wrong. All right. I understand what you mean. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, walked over and looked at Yi Qinghan. He knew that Yi Qinghan had a cold personality and was not good at saying certain things, but he understood. He gently held Yi Qinghan's hand and said solemnly, Listen, Yi Qinghan. You are my woman now. My things are your things. I do not keep any secrets from my women. Since you are with me, you must get used to how I am. Do you understand? Yi Qinghan nodded slightly and did not say anything else. She bent down and picked up a white godly armor and a white necklace from the ground. The godly armor immediately recognized her as its master and fused with her body. She put the necklace on a little embarrassed. Then, she turned her head and looked at Yi Qinghan, as if waiting for him to praise her. Very beautiful, like a goddess who walked down from an ice mountain. Yi Qinghan was not stingy with his praise. Of course, these words came from the bottom of his heart. Even if Yi Qinghan did not cultivate the law of ice, she naturally had a cold aura that kept people at a distance. However, after getting to know her better, he realized that there was actually a trace of passion in her heart. She was just not good at expressing it. Yi Yarao smiled shyly and replied indifferently. Then, she seemed to feel that her reply was too cold. Afraid that Yi Qinghan would misunderstand, she hurriedly explained. In my hometown, I have the title of Ice Goddess. Qinghan. Sometimes I don't want to be cold to you, but I'm used to it. I don't mean anything by it. I understand. Actually, I like your cold temperament the most. Yi Qinghan raised his hand and wrapped it around Yi Yao Rao's waist. He smiled evilly and said, Of course, there's also your cold body. You're so naughty. I'm not going to bother with you anymore. Yi Yaorao's face turned red as she struggled to get away from him. Then she dashed toward her room with lightning speed. Although she had been intimate with Yi Qinghan countless times, she was still not used to this kind of joke. He Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Yaorao's swaying buttocks as she ran. When he thought of her cold body, he swallowed hard. Although Yi Yaorao's body felt cold, when his killing intent enveloped his body, his entire body was burning with lust. It was unbearably hot. Ice and fire blended together, and soared up to the 9 heavens. This feeling made him yearn and enjoy it very much. Xiaohei. Yi Qinghan picked out the godly armors on the ground, and discovered that they were all inferior-grade godly armors. Their defenses were about the same. Yi Qinghan casually picked out an azure battle armor, and matched it with an azure helmet. Then he thought that he could give one to Xiaohei to increase his defense. Thus he put away the divine stones and divine crystals, left behind a small pile of treasures, and summoned Xiaohei. "Boss, why did you call me? I'm cultivating my soul." Back in the castle. "What's this?" After Xiaohei came out, he somersaulted a few times in the air and stretched his body. Then he flew to Yi Qinghan's shoulder excitedly. Finally, he looked at the pile of glowing treasures on the ground and asked in surprise, "There are some treasures here. Take a look and choose slowly. See if there's anything suitable for you. Just recognize me as your master. Call me when you're done. I'm going to rest for a while." Yi Qinghan swept his eyes over Xiaohei's head. Every time Xiaohei appeared, he would feel a sense of joy from the bottom of his heart. He really enjoyed this relationship with Xiaohei. After giving some instructions to Xiaohei, Yi Qinghan walked toward Yi Yaorao's room. You don't want to accompany your brother now that you have a woman. Smelly boss. I'm going to pick out all your treasures." Xiaohei made a face at Yi Qinghan and muttered. Then, his 2 beady eyes began to shine as he looked at the treasures on the floor. He climbed into the pile, and began to carefully pick through them. "Yaorao, are you tired?" Yi Yaorao walked into the room, and leaned against the corner of the bed. She was resting with her eyes closed. When she saw him walking over, she opened her eyes and shifted her body. Then she nodded and said, "I'm not tired. I'm just thinking about something." "What are you thinking about? Can you tell me?" Yi Qinghan immediately lay down and rested his head on Yi Yaorao's soft and smooth thighs. Yi Qinghan looked at her. Although he was already very familiar with Yi Yaorao, he realized that he rarely had a heart-to-heart chat with her. Moreover, he didn't know much about Yi Yaorao's past. Of course, this had something to do with Yi Yaorao not being very talkative. Now that he had some time, Yi Qinghan decided to have a good chat with her. Nothing, just a random thought. Yi Yaorao averted her eyes. It seemed that she didn't want to talk about it. "Yaorao, can you tell me about your past?" "Of course, I won't force you if you don't want to. I can also tell you about my past. I've already said that I have no secrets with you. You can ask me anything, and I'll tell you everything." Yi Qinghan reached out and caressed her face as he spoke in a very serious manner. "I was an orphan when I was young. I was adopted by the Shrine of Ice of our continent, and designated as their saintess. When I was 18, I met a heartless person. He was sent by the Shrine of Ice's archenemy, the Shrine of Darkness. He approached me on purpose in an attempt to destroy our shrine from within. After I accidentally discovered his identity, I returned to the shrine and went into seclusion for 10 years. I broke through to the deity realm. After I came out of seclusion, I killed him and destroyed the Shrine of Darkness. After that, I came to the divine world. It's that simple." Yi Yaorao was silent for a while. Then she began to narrate her past. She spoke lightly, but it made Yi Qinghan feel the suffering of Yi Yaorao's life, as well as her astonishing talent. No wonder she was so cold. It seemed that it wasn't just that man who hurt her. It was also related to her experiences as she grew up. "Do you have other women?" Yi Yaorao spoke again while Yi Qinghan was pondering. She saw Yi Qinghan looking at her, and hastily explained, "I don't mind. I'm just curious." "Yes. I have 3 wives. Now I have 4 wives, including you. They are all as beautiful and kind as you. I love them very much, and I miss them very much." Yi Qinghan didn't hide anything. He spoke frankly, but his mind had already flown back to the Fire Dragon continent. He had been in the divine world for more than half a year. Only a year had passed in the Fire Dragon plane. He himself hadn't gone back even once. He missed the 3 little flowers very much. He secretly made up his mind. After leaving the baleful Een stream, he would go back through the unfettered pavilion once he found a safe place. Chapter 559. Then why didn't you bring them to the immortal realm? Yi Qingrao blinked her eyes in confusion. She looked at the longing in Yi Qinghan's eyes, and sighed inwardly that she had not misjudged him. Yi Qinghan was indeed a sentimental person. At the same time, she felt slightly jealous. They are not strong enough to come to the immortal realm. Moreover, the immortal realm is very dangerous. I have a very important mission on my shoulders, and I do not intend to bring them to risk their lives. After I complete this mission, I do not want to stay in the immortal realm anymore. At that time, I will bring you back to my hometown and live a peaceful life. Yi Qinghan felt that the immortal realm was very novel and exciting, and life was rich and hot-blooded. However, the excitement was too much, and he almost died a few times. He was only in his 30s, and he still had a long life ahead of him. He did not want to wander the immortal realm and end up in the netherworld realm. And I will go wherever you go. Yi Qingrao nodded firmly and smiled. She came to the immortal realm because she wanted to leave the place that made her sad. Now that she had Yi Qinghan, she had something to rely on. It did not matter where she went now. That's right. You should smile more and let bygones be bygones. Now that you are with me, I want you to be happy every day, even though your smile is also very cold. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingrao's smiling face and felt that it was like a snow lotus blooming on an ice mountain. It was very charming, and he could not help but tease her. Oh, Yi Qinghan glanced at him and fell silent again. She only looked at Yi Qinghan quietly. Xiaohei, you still haven't chosen? Not in the backyard. After chatting for a while, Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of Xiaohei outside. He frowned in confusion and sent his divine sense out. However, he did not find Xiaohei in the backyard. His expression changed, and he asked Yi Qingrao to continue resting while he walked out. Xiaohei is not in the yard. What happened? While walking outside, Yi Qinghan's divine sense quickly radiated throughout the entire small courtyard, and as soon as he probed, he was shocked. Xiaohei was not in the courtyard. Yi Qinghan quickly scanned the area once more to confirm that Xiaohei was not there. Yi Qinghan's expression instantly darkened. His expression became extremely anxious and worried. He also became restless. Ever since he had summoned Xiaohei when he was 15 years old, she had never left his side. The longest time she had left him was when he was in the Dream Palace. But at that time, he knew that Xiaohei was very safe in Xiaoyao Pavilion, so he was very relieved. Xiaohei would not run around if he had nothing to do. Even if he wanted to do something, he would inform him. Now that it had suddenly disappeared in this old castle, how could he not be anxious? Xiaohei, Xiaohei, Xiaohei. Where are you? Where are you? Although Yi Qinghan was anxious, his soul connection with Xiaohei was still there. This meant that Xiaohei was still very safe. However, he was also anxiously pacing back and forth in the courtyard, constantly calling out to Xiaohei through his soul. After calling out a few times, Xiaohei still did not reply. Yi Qinghan became even more anxious. He stamped his feet and directly dashed into Niu Huaihua's room. His flustered and exasperated appearance gave Niu Huaihua, who was resting, a fright. Miss Huaihua, I can go out of this ancient blue dragon castle. What I mean is, can I walk around the castle as I please? Yi Qinghan did not waste any time and directly shouted at Niu Huaihua. Big brother Yi, what's wrong? What are you going to do? Niu Huaihua blinked her big eyes and asked in a daze. There was nothing fun in this ancient blue dragon castle. All the teams were competing with each other, and many of them had grudges against each other. They would not interact with each other at all. Let me ask you, if I go out now, will the castle guards kill me? Yi Qinghan became anxious and shouted. Realizing that his voice was a little loud, he hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, my battle beast has disappeared. I'm very anxious, very anxious. I want to go out and look for it. Oh, don't worry, big brother Yi. The castle's barrier will not open until the demon hunting season. Your spirit pet will not run out of the castle. Although the castle has a rule that you can't wander around the castle, you can still go and investigate secretly. However, you must pay attention to the few large courtyards in the center of the castle. You must not go and investigate them. Also, Don't get into trouble with the warriors. Otherwise, if something goes wrong and the castle guards are drawn out, it will be troublesome. Although Niu Huaihua was young, she was very clear about many things in the god realm. She hurriedly explained to Yi Qinghan. You two don't run around. Before Yi Qinghan could finish his words, he had already disappeared from the room and rushed out of the courtyard. He began to quietly walk around the castle. Xiaohei, where are you? Yi Qinghan quickly walked along the wide road, leaning against the corner of the wall. He didn't need to use his divine sense. He and Little Black could sense each other's souls. As long as they were within a certain distance, they would be able to sense each other. However, the castle was very big. There were nearly 1,000 courtyards and hundreds of roads. It was tens of thousands of meters long and wide. Yi Qinghan could only run quickly on the road, hoping to sense Xiaohei's presence. Nothing. Still nothing. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn, Yi Qinghan had already walked around the entire castle. However, he still couldn't sense Xiaohei's presence. He couldn't help but panic. He waved his fist angrily. If not for the fact that he could sense Xiaohei was still alive through his soul, Yi Qinghan would have already gone berserk. The barrier is not open. Xiaohei can't possibly go out. In that case, there are only a few big courtyards left in the middle of the castle. Could Xiaohei have run inside? It would be troublesome if he really did. Yi Qinghan ran another round and scouted the rest of the area once more. However, he still couldn't find anything. He quickly organized his thoughts and pondered. Finally, he quietly ran towards the center of the castle. Still nothing. Yi Qinghan was completely flustered after wandering around the center of the castle for a while, and still couldn't sense anything. His eyes kept scanning the few courtyards. However, they were all lit up by a faint barrier. He wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't looked carefully. A barrier? Could it be that the barrier is preventing me from probing Xiaohei? It must be. I've searched the entire castle. Xiaohei can only be inside. What should I do? Yi Qinghan was having a headache. There were a few god kings and countless official army soldiers living here. If he wanted to enter stealthily, he might not even be able to pass through the barrier, let alone the possibility of being discovered by the god kings. God King Xiao Yi and Neopatian had just died. That god emperor Emo wouldn't be stingy with his butcher knife. However, Xiaohei might be inside. Although he wasn't sure why Xiaohei would suddenly leave the small courtyard and run around. The most important thing was that Xiaohei was gone. But the important thing was that Little Black had disappeared, and it was very likely that he would be in danger. Ever since Xiaohei was summoned at the age of 15, he had been accompanying Yi Qinghan in his battles. Without Xiaohei, Yi Qinghan would have died many times over. Xiaohei's position in Yi Qinghan's heart was extremely high. He was almost on the same level as Yi Qingyu and the rest. Now that Xiaohei might be in danger, how could Yi Qinghan not risk his life? Let's do it. Yi Qinghan clenched his teeth and began to slowly walk towards the large courtyards in front of him. No matter what, he had to confirm whether Xiaohei was inside. Chapter 560. Stop right there. Before Yi Qinghan could get close, the transparent barrier in front of him suddenly lit up, and a few black figures flashed out of the barrier. They were all wearing black divine armor and wielding black spears. They were all peak divine generals. He stared coldly at Yi Qinghan, his eyes emitting a dense chill. It was clear that his eyes were filled with murderous intent. What do you think you're doing? If you take another step forward, I'll kill you. One of the soldiers stepped forward and raised his spear, pointing it at Yi Qinghan's face as he shouted coldly, "Greetings, sirs. I didn't mean to offend you, but there are some matters." Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with a hint of bitterness. He suppressed the urgency in his heart and spoke humbly. Before Yi Qinghan could finish speaking, the soldier interjected in a domineering manner. "I don't care what you want. Get out of my way now, or I won't be polite." A trace of anger flashed through Yi Qinghan's heart. But the current situation was beneath him. He could only patiently cup his hands and said politely, "I only want to inquire about a piece of information. I beg for your mercy. I promise that I will leave immediately." "What is it? Are you guys tired of living by making so much noise here?" The transparent barrier outside the courtyard flashed again, and a figure in the same attire appeared. However, the aura he exuded was clearly much stronger. There was also a hint of arrogance in his eyes as he glanced coldly at Yi Qinghan. Divine Kingwood Cauldron, this person wants to trespass. We're chasing him away. The soldiers hurriedly turned around and saluted. They glanced at Yi Qinghan and answered, "Humph, get out of my way or die." The Divine King's eyes turned even colder when he heard this. He waved his hand and shot out an invisible wave of air that sent Yi Qinghan flying. So strong. Yi Qinghan felt the God King wave his hand, and before he could even react, he was sent flying. His heart still ached, and he couldn't help feeling shocked. There was only a thin line between a peak divine general and a divine king, but why was there such a huge difference in strength? However, he didn't dare to think too much about it. He quickly got up and knelt on one knee. He bowed respectfully and said, "Sir, I have a very important matter. Can I talk to you in private? It won't take up too much of your time." Yi Qinghan didn't dare to use brute force. With this God King present, he would be easily killed before he could even get close to the barrier. He could only try the soft approach and see if he could use the God Stones and God Crystals in his hands to move this God King. He had made up his mind that if the God King was willing to accept it, he would not mind giving him the 300 million Godstones for Xiao He. "Are you deaf? I told you to get lost. Are you questioning my words? This is the last time, get lost." Divine Kingwood Cauldron didn't fall for this at all, and he shouted once more in a low voice while killing intent surged explosively in his eyes, and he seemed as if he would make a move to kill in the next second. "This." Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and cupped his hands again. He bowed and said, "Please have mercy, my lord." Swish. Before Yi Qinghan could finish speaking, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Yi Qinghan was startled. Raising his head, he saw a black spear tearing through the air at a shocking speed. What made him even more frightened was that he suddenly couldn't move his body. He could only watch as the spear pierced towards his face with a shocking aura. This spear. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. He was scared out of his wits when he saw the pair of cold eyes behind the spear. He didn't expect this God King to have such a violent temper. He actually really killed someone just like that. Swish. Just as Yi Qinghan sighed, "My life is over," and was about to close his eyes and wait for death, the spear suddenly stopped in front of him. The sharp aura of the spear cut off a few strands of black hair in front of his head, and left a few cuts on his face. If the spear stabbed a few more inches, Yi Qinghan's head would definitely explode. His soul would dissipate, and he would die instantly. Divine Kingwood Cauldron's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Then his eyes flickered a few times and he put away the spear. He actually walked back without turning his head back. "Go back. The thing you are looking for isn't in here." Just as Yi Qinghan was bewildered, he heard a faint voice transmission. It was a very gentle female voice. Yi Qinghan was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. It was Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao's voice transmission. Yi Qinghan's expression changed. He understood that Divine Kingwood Cauldron wasn't being lenient. It was highly possible that Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao had transmitted a voice transmission to him to stop. Since Emperor God Mo said that Xiao He wasn't in here, she definitely wouldn't lie to him. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He bowed deeply towards the courtyard and flashed towards the 88th courtyard. "Boss, Big Brother Yi Qinghan." Before he returned to the courtyard, there were 3 voice transmissions in his head. Yi Qinghan was shocked and he rushed into the courtyard in ecstasy. When he saw Xiao He pouncing towards him from the courtyard, he couldn't help but be angry and happy. He scolded from afar. "Xiao He, where did you go? Do you know how worried I was about you? You are already an adult. Why are you still so immature?" "Boss, I'm sorry. I don't know why I ran out just now. Now, I suddenly returned to the courtyard. I made you worried." "Boss. Scold me." It was obvious that Xiao He had just returned to the courtyard and heard Niu Huahua say that Yi Qinghan had gone out to look for him. Moreover, he saw Yi Qinghan's expression and understood something. He spoke in shame. "What happened?" Yi Qinghan hugged Xiao He and asked confusedly. He had almost searched the entire castle and didn't find Xiao He. Now Xiao He suddenly came back. This was very strange. Moreover, according to Xiao He, he didn't seem to know anything? Xiao He shook his head and said confusedly, I don't know either. I was choosing something in the courtyard when I suddenly felt someone calling me. I ran out in a daze. I don't know where I went. When I woke up, I found myself in the backyard. I couldn't find you guys. When I came out, I saw them in the front yard. They said that you went out to look for me. Qinghan, it's very strange. Lady Huahua and I were at the entrance of the courtyard, but we didn't see Xiao He enter the courtyard. He suddenly appeared from the backyard. Yi Yaorao interrupted and confirmed Xiao He's words. This? Yi Qinghan was also confused. Then he was shocked and said to Xiao He, Xiao He, do you feel anything wrong with your body? Are you injured anywhere? Most importantly, is your soul injured or something? No. I feel the same as before. There are no injuries or abnormalities. Xiao He shook his little head again. Then he thought of something and said in surprise, There seems to be something strange. I feel that there is something extra in my mind. Yes, it's a kind of information. But it's very complicated and messy. I haven't sorted it out yet, so I'm not sure. But I feel that this information is good for me. It's not harmful. Information. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes, very confused. However, since Xiao He said that he was fine, he also let out a sigh of relief. He immediately kept Xiao He into the beast's space, afraid that he would lose it again. He said to Xiao He through soul telepathy, Sort out the information in your mind first and see what it is. Someone called him? Is he in a daze? After that, Yi Qinghan let Niu Yaohua and Yi Yaorao return to their rooms to rest. He sat in the courtyard and started to think about the strange things that had happened. He thought about what had happened in the courtyard in the center of his castle. Yi Qinghan seemed to have guessed something. To be able to make Xiao He run out in a daze without alerting him and Niu Yaohua, it must be an expert, at least a divine king realm expert. Moreover, he must be an expert in the soul. There was only one person in ancient Blue Dragon Castle who fulfilled this condition. This person had just saved his life and told him that Xiao He was not in the courtyard. This meant that he was very clear about Xiao He's whereabouts. All the information pointed to one person, the strongest expert in ancient Blue Dragon Castle, Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao. She was the only one who could make Little Black suddenly disappear, and then suddenly return. However, why did she do that? Moreover, why did she save him? What was the information in Xiao He's mind? Chapter 561. There was no hatred without reason in the world. Of course, there was no love without reason either. The divine world was cruel. Why did Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao do this? There were only a few people that he knew in the divine world. Xiao He rarely went to the battle beast space. If Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao was related to him, why didn't she save him when he almost died in the baleful Yin ravine? If she wasn't related to him, how could he explain what happened today? Yi Qinghan thought about it, but couldn't figure it out. He decided not to think too much about it. It wasn't a bad thing anyway. He started to rest in the ancient castle, and continued to comprehend formless wind. If he could comprehend formless wind to great success, he could increase close, yet worlds apart speed by a few times. Many battles proved that speed was very important. At the very least, he could escape. Boss, this information is sorted out. 5 days later, Yi Qinghan was in the courtyard. He used close, yet worlds apart, and his body turned into several afterimages. He kept condensing 4 to 5 identical Yi Qinghan in the courtyard. Xiao He suddenly transmitted a message to him. Oh, what is it? Yi Qinghan's body stopped, and the figure in the courtyard slowly disappeared. He asked with great interest. Xiao He thought for a while and said doubtfully, It seems to be a cultivation secret skill. But, it's very profound. I find it hard to understand, let alone cultivate it. Cultivate a secret skill? Yi Qinghan was stunned and then delighted. If this was really a secret skill passed down by Mo Xiaoxiao, it must be a very powerful secret skill. Profound? It's better to be profound. It's useless even if I learn a simple secret skill. He thought for a while and transmitted a message. It's better to be profound. It proves that it's a very powerful secret skill. You can slowly comprehend it. It might be of great help to your strength. But I'm busy cultivating my soul. If I comprehend a secret skill like this, I'll waste a lot of time. I'm getting dizzy from cultivating. Xiao He was a little worried. He did not like to cultivate in the first place. Now that Yi Qinghan's strength was progressing too quickly, he did not want to be a burden to Yi Qinghan, so he worked hard to cultivate. Now he was asked to cultivate another secret skill that was even more complicated and cumbersome. Of course, he was somewhat unwilling. Then he suddenly thought of something and transmitted his voice excitedly. How about I transfer this secret skill to you, boss? Do you think it's easy to comprehend? Can't you just tell me if you've comprehended something? Is that so? All right. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly and replied. However, when Xiao He transmitted the entire information to Yi Qinghan, he was dumbfounded when he checked it. He blinked his eyes in confusion and transmitted his voice. Xiao He, are you sure you didn't send the wrong message? No. How could I have sent the wrong message? What's wrong with boss? Xiao He asked in surprise. This is a record of the divine realm. Yi Qinghan was even more surprised. This information was exactly the same as the record of the divine realm that Neopatian had given him in the firework tribe. How can this be? This is a secret skill called 9 Revolutions Soul Refining? What's going on? Xiao He was also dumbfounded. His side clearly showed that it was a secret skill, but when he transmitted it over, it became a record of the divine realm. Try transmitting it again. When Yi Qinghan heard the words, 9 Revolutions Soul Refining, he was even more certain that this was something that Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao had transmitted to Xiao He. Refining the soul. Wasn't it the same as cultivating the soul? And Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao was a soul cultivator, a powerful soul cultivator. However, when Xiao He transmitted it over again, Yi Qinghan checked and found that it was a record of the divine realm again. He couldn't help but smile helplessly. All right, Xiao He, this is something that Lord imparted to you. You should comprehend it in peace. Yi Qinghan now understood that this emperor god might have done something to this secret skill, so only Xiao He could cultivate it. It seemed like this emperor god Mo Xiaoxiao wasn't related to him but to Xiao He. Or rather, she was related to Xiao He's father, the Soul Emperor, and Lord Devour. They didn't care about my life or death at all. Lord Devour was like this in the past. However, if this Mo Xiaoxiao was related to Xiao He, why didn't she help me when I fell into the black fog? If it wasn't for the slaughter god blade, I would have been demonized, and Xiao He wouldn't have been able to escape. Isn't she worried about Xiao He's safety? Also, why did Lord Devour let Xiao He come to the divine world with me? Isn't she worried about Xiao He's safety? In the short time since I came to the divine world, I encountered many dangers. The firework tribe was almost flattened. Lord Devour didn't care about my life or death, but Xiao He was the Soul Emperor's son. His safety was extremely important. Why didn't Lord Devour make arrangements? If there were any arrangements, why did I and Xiao He have to face danger so many times? Moreover, this Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao had lived in this Yinfin stream for tens of thousands of years. It couldn't have been arranged by Lord Devour. According to Niu Huaihua, this Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao was extremely powerful and had reached the level of a 7th grade war god. Although Lord Devour was also an Emperor god and his power was shocking, he might not be able to defeat this Emperor God Mo. After thinking about it, Yi Qinghan realized that he couldn't guess Lord Devour's thoughts at all. Mo Xiaoxiao's actions didn't follow common sense. The thoughts of these big shots couldn't be calculated with common sense. In the end, Yi Qinghan didn't think too much about it. It was better to cultivate and get out of this damn place first. Then he would think of a way to buy the position of the Fire Dragon Overlord. The divine world was too dangerous. What these big shots wanted to do and what secrets they had were none of his business. He should return to Tsang City and live a peaceful life. Cultivate, cultivate. In the following days, Yi Qinghan was completely immersed in cultivation. The Blood Moon Day was coming. He had to earn 10,000 points before the Blood Moon Day. Although according to the current speed of earning points, it was totally possible to achieve it, this place was too strange. Every bit of strength he had would be a bit more protective. After half a month of rest, Yi Qinghan brought the two out of the courtyard and walked out of the Blue Dragon Ancient Castle. although the number of people leaving the ancient castle decreased every time, from more than 2,000 people to 3 people this time. However, when the 3 of them left the ancient castle this time, their confidence had increased several times compared to when they left with more than 2,000 people, towards the countless teams that left the ancient castle with them. They looked at them with disdain, greed, and murderous intentions. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. Did they think that the 3 of them were pushovers? Yi Qinghan did a quick check, and discovered that there were actually 4 teams that had revealed killing intent towards the 3 of them. It seemed that it would be very lively later on. Not caring about it, Yi Qinghan brought the 2 of them and swaggered out of the castle. His soul consciousness discreetly spread, searching around the ancient castle, as if he was taking a stroll in the forest. Until the protective cover of the ancient castle was closed, and all the demon hunting teams got out, his speed increased a little bit. Chapter 562. Big Brother Yi, let's go. Let's go. I'm afraid there will be trouble. Niu Yahua was a little anxious when she saw Yi Qinghan strolling around with nothing to do. She tugged at the corner of his clothes and looked around from time to time. Why are we walking so fast? What's the matter? Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes lazily and said nonchalantly, "Don't you see that the 2 teams are staring at us like tigers watching their prey? The 3rd team on the left and the team of nearly 100 people on the right had tried to kill us together last time. Later, we were defeated by the team of all peaked divine generals. I'm afraid they will come to kill us again this time." Niu Yahua's eyes revealed a trace of hatred. She was a little angry and a little worried. She didn't speak but transmitted her voice. Yi Qinghan glanced at the team that Niu Yahua was talking about, and revealed an evil smile. He glanced at Niu Yahua's young body and transmitted his voice with a smile. "Hehe, actually you don't know. It's not just these 2 teams. At least 4 teams nearby are very interested in your body. It seems that you are really charming." "Big Brother Yi, you are still joking. Are you confident?" Niu Yahua glared at Yi Qinghan angrily and didn't mind at all. Instead, she transmitted her voice openly. Niu Yahua's reaction, however, made Yi Qinghan even more interested. Niu Yahua looked young, but after coming to Baleful Een Stream, her speech and actions had become like that of an adult. Most of the time, she was even calmer than an old thing that had lived for hundreds of years. He couldn't help but tease her. His eyes revealed a trace of passion. Looking at the 2 small bumps on Niu Yahua's chest, the evil smile at the corner of his mouth became even wider. "Miss Yahua, I'm very curious. Why are so many people so interested in you? Could it be that you're really that amazing? And also, aren't you afraid that I'll be like them? That I have improper thoughts about you?" Yi Qinghan's blatant teasing completely destroyed Niu Yahua's pretense of maturity. In an instant her face turned crimson. Coupled with her pink robe, her pretty face was as red as an apple. He blinked his big eyes, not daring to look Yi Qinghan in the eye. Then he sent a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan. "Big Brother Yi, you're so bad. I'm going to ignore you." Seeing that Yi Qinghan was avoiding the question, she knew that he must have 100% confidence. Although Yi Qinghan pretended to be lecherous and his eyes were burning, the depths of his eyes were incomparably clear. He was obviously teasing her. Although she appeared to be very steady, this was the first time someone talked about her body, so she couldn't take it anymore and revealed the shyness of a young girl. She was very clear that if Yi Qinghan had any improper thoughts about her, she would have lost her chastity before now. "Stop joking, Miss Firework. I have a question. It's a serious question. Of course, you can choose not to answer it." Yi Qinghan saw Niu Firework reveal the shyness of a young girl for the first time. He retracted his gaze in satisfaction. "That's more like it. There's no need to pretend to be mature at such a young age." Then he thought of a question. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why can others easily determine your identity? Also, are you pure?" Serious question? Hearing Yi Qinghan's serious question, Niu Firework's face turned even redder. "You're discussing your purity with a young girl? Is that a serious question?" But seeing Yi Qinghan's serious expression, Niu Firework squirmed for a moment. In the end, she still satisfied Yi Qinghan's doubts, and sent a voice transmission in a low voice transmission. "The thunder horn on my head, in Longyang Prefecture, Only the Thunder Clan and the Ox Clan have it. Actually, the Thunder Clan and the Ox Clan are descendants of the Thunder God Clan of the 10 ancient God clans. To be honest, I'm actually a direct descendant of the Thunder God Clan. And I awakened the Thunder God bloodline when I was 8 years old. But ordinary people definitely can't tell that I have the Thunder God bloodline. Only descendants of the 10 ancient God clans can see it. That God General of the Wa clan is a descendant of the Beast God clan. As for whether I'm still pure, this is easier to tell. The young girls of the Thunder Clan and the Ox Clan all have pink horns on their heads. And when they turn into women, their horns will turn red. Is that so? Yi Qinghan didn't quite understand. The divine realm was indeed mysterious. Even the color of the horns on a young girl's head could change. He then thought of the 10 ancient god clans and bloodline awakening that Neo Firework mentioned. Why was it the same as the 5 big clans of the House of Aries? Wasn't the Yi clan a descendant of the beast god? But thinking about it, Yi Qinghan felt that it was impossible. They were the 10 ancient god clans of the divine realm. They were definitely different from the ancient gods of the Fire Dragon continent. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. There were too many secrets in the divine realm. Yi Qinghan couldn't be bothered to look into it. He had a lot of trouble on his hands. He wasn't interested in looking into it. So he didn't say anything else. He nodded and continued walking forward in silence. Neo Fireworks saw that Yi Qinghan was suddenly silent, and her imagination started to run wild. Yi Qinghan suddenly started to joke with her. Then he started to discuss his body with her. Could it be that he was really interested in her? If he really wanted her, what should she do? Never submit? This was a question that Neo Firework needed to think about. Qinghan, what were you looking for? Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Qinghan and Neo Firework were talking. The two of them were exchanging glances, and Neo Firework was blushing. Now that Yi Qinghan was suddenly silent, and Neo Firework became even more embarrassed, the atmosphere was very awkward. She wanted to ease the atmosphere, so she said calmly, "Looking for what?" Yi Qinghan was stunned. He turned his head and didn't answer Yi Qinghan's question. Instead, he said to Neo Firework, "Miss Firework, do you remember the group that surrounded you near the teleportation formation? All of them were peak grade experts from the temple." "I remember. Didn't Big Brother Yi kill them all?" Neo Firework nodded, but her expression changed. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes as she thought of Neo Patian and the rest. "I didn't kill them all. One escaped. One of the leaders escaped. I will look for him again, but I didn't see him." Elder Lu had said before that the Slaughter God Blade should not attack. Once it attacked, it had to kill everyone. Yi Qinghan had always done this. The only time he didn't kill everyone was that time. Half a month ago, Yi Qinghan had been looking for this person. However, the baleful Een stream was too big, so he didn't see him. Now it was time to go out of the ancient castle to hunt demons, but he still didn't see him. It seemed like this person was very careful. He was afraid that Jiang Yi would miss him and didn't return to the ancient castle. That person is very strong. He is definitely an expert who has comprehended 2 types of mid-grade profound mysteries. Furthermore, they are both offensive profound mysteries. Neo Firework recalled the brown-haired and bearded expert. She thought about the reddish-black gas that was spat out by his circular blade and sighed. "Kiki, the next time I see him, I will definitely think of a way to make him stay," Yi Qinghan said silently. This person had seen his Slaughter God Blade attack before. If there was a chance, he would definitely kill this person. Furthermore, this person was the leader of this group of peak-grade god generals. The wealth in his interspatial ring would definitely be endless. Yi Qinghan was very short of money. Chapter 563. Let's talk about it the next time we meet. Big Brother Yi, I think you should think of a way to deal with the 2 groups of people nearby first. Niu Yinyan turned her head and looked around. They were already dozens of miles away from the ancient castle, but there were still 2 groups loitering in the distance. They clearly had bad intentions. Let's go. Full speed ahead, let's dig a cave." Yi Qinghan gave a long laugh, then extended his hand to pull Yi Yaorao and shot forward. When Yi Qinghan's words fell, Yi Yaorao and Niu Yinyan were stunned at the same time. Then their faces turned as red as blood. Both of them were very clear about the meaning of digging a cave. Yi Qinghan had decided to kill. One of them was going to have a hard and fulfilling life, while the other was going to have to suffer for half a month. Yi Qinghan's group of 3's sudden increase in speed stunned the two groups. Then, they simultaneously increased their speed and rushed toward Yi Qinghan's group. The two groups clearly knew each other's existence. At this time, they were still within 100 miles of the ancient castle. According to the ancient castle's rules, they were not allowed to stay. Moreover, the two groups were apprehensive of each other, so they had been following each other from a distance. Now that Yi Qinghan suddenly increased his speed, the two groups were afraid that the other side would get ahead of them, so they didn't care about the slow heavenly god experts and increased their speed to the extreme. It didn't take long for them to catch up with Yi Qinghan. When they were close to Yi Qinghan's group of 3, the two groups slowed down at the same time, waiting for their teammates behind them. Neither group made a move, afraid that the moment they made a move, they would be sneak attacked by the other side. They just followed from a distance, preparing to wait until they were 100 miles away from the ancient castle. Seeing the two groups like this, Yi Qinghan muttered to himself, then slowed down his speed, letting the two groups continue to follow. After traveling for more than 10 miles, when Niu Yinyan discovered that in addition to the two groups, there were 2 scouts following them from both sides, Yi Qinghan's smile became wider. Sure enough, after they were 100 miles away from the ancient castle, Niu Yinyan's divine sense detected that there were 2 groups rushing toward them from both sides. Clearly, they were the groups behind the 2 scouts. Yarao, dig a cave too. Go in and wait after you're done. Yi Qinghan stopped beside a huge rock, then he let go of Yi Yarao and said to the 2. Yi Qinghan sat down cross-legged on top of the huge rock, quietly waiting for the 4 groups to arrive. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Yarao didn't speak any nonsense. She took out her divine sword and started digging on the huge rock. Swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Yi. Just as Yi Yarao and Niu Huayao entered the stone cave, they were surrounded by martial artists who rushed over from all directions. More and more people arrived. And most of the nearby space was sealed. But the scene was very strange. None of the nearly 1,000 martial artists made a move, and none of them spoke. They were all silently looking at Yi Qinghan on top of the huge rock. Their eyes flickered, and no one knew what they were thinking. When Yi Qinghan saw that they weren't speaking, he simply closed his eyes and started to cultivate. There were still some people who hadn't arrived, so even if someone made a move, he wouldn't make a move. Everyone today, I sure san, have some personal grudges with this person. I will have to trouble everyone to make way. I sure san will definitely repay you in the future. After a while, when almost everyone had arrived, the leader of the group on the left spoke. Shursan's words caused a huge man on the right to laugh. Haha, brother Shursan, what personal grudges do you have with him? I will help you take revenge. This person has an irreconcilable enmity with me, Blazing Eagle. I have to kill him personally and take revenge for you while I'm at it. I will have to trouble everyone to make way, otherwise, it won't be good if we accidentally injure him. Blazing Eagle, what kind of irreconcilable enmity do you have? Is it as deep as mine? Humph. When my sister had just entered the god realm, she was raped and killed by this person. If I don't kill this person with my own hands today, I am not human. If that person dares to block me, don't blame me for being impolite. At this time, a faint and cold voice rang out. The voice was bone-chilling, as if there really was a deep hatred between them. Gui Yin, stop bullshitting. No matter how you look at it, that brat doesn't seem to have lived for more than 1,000 years. You are an old monster who has cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Don't tell me you have a sister who is hundreds of years old. How many generations of granddaughters do you have? Since you all have a grudge with this brat, go and kill him. I, Old Gu, have taken a liking to the 2 women in the cave. I will chop up anyone who tries to snatch them from me. Humph, Old Gu, you want to die? I will fulfill your wish. It was obvious that the leaders of these 4 groups had stayed in this fiendish ravine for a long time and knew each other. Now that they had gotten news of Niu Huanyan, they all wanted to grab this good opportunity. However, they were all apprehensive of each other. Moreover, They were apprehensive of many things. Not to mention others. The last time when Shersan and Fire Eagle were chasing after Niu Huanyan, they were massacred by the Dazzling Green Squad. Although the Dazzling Green Squad had strangely not returned to the ancient castle, and was not in the vicinity, the four groups were still apprehensive. Therefore, none of the four groups dared to be the first to make a move. Instead, they began to curse each other. Everyone quiet down. At this time, a young voice rang out, causing the four to stop cursing each other. They cast their gazes towards Yi Qinghan, who was on the huge rock. Yi Qinghan's abnormal behavior today had made them very puzzled. This was also one of the reasons why they did not make a move. Could it be that he had something to rely on? My miss and I are very clear about your intentions. Everyone, don't be careless. Let me be frank. When we first came to the Fiendish Yin Ravine, we had more than 2,000 people. Now only 3 of us are left. The 3 of us are very clear that if we want to leave, we can only submit to the strong. My miss said that if that person dares to swear to help her gather 10,000 points and bring us out of the Fiendish Yin Ravine, she is willing to give up everything. Otherwise, the 3 of us will only die. Since we don't have enough points, we will all self-destruct and risk our lives to prevent you from getting what you want. Yi Qinghan politely cupped his hands towards the surroundings. There was a trace of passion and anticipation in his eyes. His tone was very resolute. When Yi Qinghan finished speaking, the 4 of them laughed. Niu Huanyan belonged to Squad 88. They had already investigated this situation. Although they knew that Niu Huanyan was a member of the Thunder Clan, there was a clan order that forbade her from seeking death easily. However, in such a situation, they did not know if she would self-destruct if she knew that she was going to die. At that time, everyone would have to engage in a chaotic battle. If all they obtained was a dead person, that would be a huge loss. Chapter 564. Now that Niu Yahua had stated her conditions, things were much easier. She was still young after all. Her conditions were full of loopholes. They could swear, but not kill them? If they didn't kill them, they could let their subordinates do it. Or they could secretly communicate with other squads to kill them. It was all very simple. As long as they could obtain Niu Yahua's body, they could do whatever they wanted. The 4 of them had been stuck at Peak Divine General for a long time, unable to break through. The Blood Moon Day was approaching, but they still hadn't accumulated enough points. If they could obtain Niu Yahua's primordial Yin and break through to the Divine King realm, even if they didn't have enough points, they would still have the ability to protect themselves after the Blood Moon Day, right? As a result, the 3 people who had an irreconcilable hatred with Yi Qinghan just a moment ago were the first to agree. Moreover, their faces were full of smiles. It was as if the person who killed their father just a moment ago had turned into a sworn brother. The one who called himself Old Gu looked at Yi Qinghan suspiciously. He said coldly, "Kid, why should we believe your words? What if you lie to us in the end?" At this time, a young and pleasant female voice came from the cave. "I can swear to the Divine Emperor that what he said is exactly what I mean. And I can tell you frankly that I am a direct descendant of the Leitang clan. Many of you know my true identity. If I can return to the clan, what kind of treatment will the clan give me? If one of you can bring me out of this place and bring me out of Baleful Yin Stream, not only will his strength increase greatly, I can also guarantee that his future will be limitless. The Leitang clan will give him a generous reward that he wouldn't even dare to refuse." As soon as Niu Yahua's words fell, not only the 4 leaders, but even the countless Peak Divine Generals in the group all had their eyes lit up. Niu Yahua's price was too high. Many people knew that the Leitang clan was able to dominate Longyang Prefecture, because they had several experts who had awakened the bloodline of the Thunder God. The descendants who had awakened the bloodline of the Thunder God were incomparably important to the Leitang clan. At this time, the experts all believed Niu Yahua's words. "Good, as long as Miss, I swear that I, Shersan, will risk my life to bring Miss out." "Nonsense, Shersan, with your strength. Do you believe that I won't kill you in 10 moves? Miss, I, Fire Eagle, am willing to be at your beck and call until my death. Which one of you dares to use my ghostly shadow stab? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? Ghost Eye, can your speed compare to mine? Miss, I and a dozen Peak Divine Generals are willing to follow your orders." Niu Yaohua's words caused the four people's hearts to burn with passion. Let's not talk about whether or not he would be able to get the Thunder Clan's thanks if he brought Niu Yaohua out. Even if they could obtain Niu Haiyan's primordial yin, it would bring them endless benefits. The four of them spoke one after another. My Lei Tang clan's 10,086th generation descendant, Lei Yanhua, swears to the Divine Emperor that as long as the person outside this cave, no matter who it is, can help me kill the enemy and take me away from this place, I will give you my life. He is also willing to take me out of the baleful yin stream and help me gather 10,000 points. I am willing to be his wife and never betray him for the rest of my life. If I break this oath, I will be executed by the God Emperors. Niu Huayan spoke again. Her young voice was exceptionally firm, echoing in the ears of the thousands of people. This caused Yi Qinghan to be stunned. What the hell was this last doing? He wanted her to cooperate with him and put on a show. There were too many people here, and he was afraid that once he used the Slaughter God blade, someone might run away. He didn't expect her to really make an oath. Furthermore, it was the most solemn oath in the divine world, the Divine Emperor Blood Oath. Also, why did this oath sound like it was made for him? He fulfilled all the conditions that she mentioned. When the time comes, she wouldn't force him to marry into the Lei Tang clan, right? Alright. I, Shan, am willing to swear to the Divine Emperor that I will help kill the enemy and take you away from this place. I will also help you gather 10,000 points and leave the baleful yin stream. When Shan saw that Niu Haiyan's oath was the same as what she said just now and that her tone was incomparably solemn, he couldn't help but be elated. He raised his hand to make the oath and rushed into the cave. However, before he could get close to the cave, a faint figure suddenly appeared in front of him with a white bone spur in his hand. It was faintly discernible in the air, and carried a cold aura as it stabbed towards his face. At the same time, a fiery red figure on the right suddenly attacked, holding a giant fiery red rod. His target was also Shan. At the same time, the two teams started to attack Shan's team crazily. Shan, do you think that I don't exist and want to take people away? Miss I Fire Eagle will help you kill the enemy first. Then, I will take you away. Old Gu, why aren't you making a move? After they kill me, you will be the one left. Let's join forces and kill the two of them first. We can talk about the rest later. Fire Eagle and Ghost Eye's sudden cooperation caught Shan off guard. He hurriedly blocked the attack and shouted to Old Gu, who was standing in the distance without moving. Kill. Old Gu's eyes flickered, but he didn't say much. He was very clear that he had to either bring people away now or temporarily join forces with Shan's team. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. That's right. Yi Qinghan smiled inwardly, but pretended to be extremely terrified. He flipped over and jumped off the huge rock, burrowing into the cave. The situation was better than he had imagined. This was the effect of Niu Huahua's firm oath. The Divine Emperor's blood oath was highly valued by the Divine Realm and the people. In Yi Qinghan's opinion, whether it was the four leaders or the peak Divine Generals, they all wanted to bring Niu Huahua away from this place. As long as one of them left with Niu Huahua, he would at least be able to obtain her body. Due to Old Gu's participation, an incomparably fierce chaotic battle broke out near the cave. There were close to 1,000 martial artists. There were no less than 300 to 400 divine generals, and close to 100 peak divine generals. 7 colored sword chi and saber chi crisscrossed. Heaven-shaking explosions resounded incessantly. Countless limbs and blood flew everywhere. The battle was extremely tragic. On the other hand, the vicinity of the cave was incomparably safe. This was because as long as someone wanted to approach, countless energy waves would fly over and send them flying. Before the outcome of the battle was decided, anyone who approached the cave would be attacked by everyone. Big Brother Yi, you are so powerful. As soon as he entered the cave, he found Niu Huahua and Yi Yarao sitting cross-legged in the cave, looking at him with smiles. Niu Huahua even gave him a thumbs up and transmitted her voice to him. She looked at him with admiration. Then, she seemed to recall something and lowered her head shyly. Qinghan, why are these people so easily fooled? Yi Yarao also transmitted her voice. At the same time, she looked at Niu Huahua thoughtfully and smiled. At first, She was prepared to help Yi Qinghan get rid of the baleful aura. This time, there were so many people, so Yi Qinghan's baleful aura would be extremely heavy. He thought that he would be half dead from exhaustion again. He didn't expect to fight so easily. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Greed is human nature, and it is also a person's greatest weakness. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. Then he suddenly smiled strangely and transmitted his voice to Niu Huahua. What? Your oath doesn't seem right. What if I take you to defeat the enemies and leave this place? Aren't you going to marry me? Chapter 565. Yi Qinghan's straightforwardness caused Niu Yahua to feel uneasy. However, she was somewhat used to Yi Qinghan's sloppy and unrestrained nature. She knew that he was teasing her again. She pursed her lips and sent a somewhat bitter sound transmission. I actually want to marry Big Brother Yi, but I'm afraid that Big Brother Yi won't like me. Also, the family rules state that I cannot marry before I reach the age of 18. If I lose my chastity, the two of us will be hunted down. How about Big Brother Yi wait for me for 4 years? When I grow up, I'll marry you then. This, Niu Yahua's serious expression caused Yi Qinghan to be unable to bear it. Originally, when Yi Qinghan saw that Niu Yahua was pretending to be a mature woman at such a young age, he had the intention to tease her. This did not mean that he was a gentleman. Rather, he felt that he was already in his 30s, while Niu Yahua was only 14 or 15 years old. She was almost a generation younger than him. If he had any evil thoughts towards Niu Yahua, he would feel a sense of guilt. This was a matter of perception. In fact, in the divine realm, age did not matter when it came to finding a partner. This was because divine-ranked martial artists had a lifespan of tens, or even millions of years. In terms of seniority, it was very difficult to calculate. It was very common for martial artists that were hundreds of thousands of years old to marry martial artists that were hundreds of years old. Now that Niu Yahua had turned the tables on him, he was left speechless. He rubbed his nose and sent a somewhat embarrassed sound transmission. Haha, today's weather is pretty good, eh? It's getting more and more chaotic outside. Is young Miss Yahua really charming? That ghost eyes ghost shadow stab is very powerful. Is that a mid-level profound mystery of the laws of darkness? Seeing that Yi Qinghan had been defeated, Niu Huahan's eyes flashed with pride. She raised her head proudly and began to explain to Yi Qinghan. That's the law of darkness. It's a mid-ranked profound mystery that's fused with 3 profound mysteries. This is a very famous mid-ranked profound mystery in the divine realm. Its attack power is very high. If a divine general is hit by it, their soul will be corroded and they'll die instantly. Look, that fire hawk is also using a mid-grade profound mystery, the netherworld ghost flame. This flame is very domineering. It can easily melt low-grade divine artifacts. Although I don't understand it, it seems very powerful. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and said with a smile. He didn't know much about these things, but to Niu Haihua, there were many things that were common knowledge in the God realm. Anyone who had been in the God realm for hundreds of years would be able to understand. As for Niu Hua, she was born in a big family and had been instilled with a lot of theoretical knowledge from a young age. Yao Rao, take a closer look. It might be useful for you to break through your bottleneck. Yi Qinghan's divine sense locked onto the countless peak stage divine generals outside. It would be a waste if he didn't watch such a good opportunity to observe for free. However, after he finished speaking, he did not see any response from Yi Yaorao. He turned his head to look at her in surprise. He saw that Yi Yaorao's eyes were wide open as she looked outside in a daze. Her clear eyes were filled with confusion. Don't talk, Big Brother Yi. Sister Alluring Rao is having an epiphany. She must have gained some enlightenment from watching this battle. Maybe she can break through the bottleneck? Yi Qinghan furrowed his brows in confusion and was about to ask again. However, he received Niu Yanhua's voice transmission. Only then did he suddenly wake up. He couldn't help but look at Yi Yao Rao with incomparable joy. His body moved a little closer to the entrance of the cave. He was prepared to protect her at all costs. He knew very well that an epiphany was a rare opportunity. A single moment of epiphany was more useful than decades of cultivation. The reason why bottlenecks were called bottlenecks was that they could not be broken through by relying on cultivation or ordinary comprehension. They could only be broken through by relying on sudden inspiration and epiphany. The battle outside was still as intense as ever. The peak stage divine generals fought each other for a while. If they didn't use their ultimate moves, it would be very difficult to kill their opponents. Given how chaotic the situation was, who would dare to use their ultimate moves without hesitation? As a result, the situation fell into a stalemate. Instead, it was the low-level cultivators in the various teams who suffered. In such a chaotic situation, he was suddenly shot in the head by a black knife and a black spear, and died inexplicably. As more and more spatial rings and divine crystals floated in the air, more and more people died. Most of the people present went completely crazy. Under the double temptation of benefits and death, many cultivators began to use their ultimate moves with bloodshot eyes. As long as it wasn't someone they didn't know, they would kill them first. Originally, it was 2 teams against 2 teams. Then it became a chaotic battle between 4 teams. Finally, it became a chaotic battle between everyone. A bunch of fools. This first-level divine general man is so vicious. He actually used such a despicable scheme. However, it's no wonder that this bunch of fools fell for it. They all thought that he was a first-level divine general trash cultivator that could be killed easily. Moreover, those 2 girls aren't very strong. When he takes out that terrifying saber, I'm sure everyone will be dumbfounded and regret it. A cold laugh suddenly rang out from a pile of rocks over 10 li south of the battlefield. It was a burly man with brown curly hair and a full beard. He sat cross-legged in the pile of rocks with his eyes closed. However, his divine sense constantly swept across the battlefield in the north. It was none other than Divine General Qin Yao. Qin Yao had fallen. He had escaped from the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range and completed his mission with great difficulty. He had originally planned to rest and reorganize himself. However, he had unexpectedly received a message from an important figure who had given him a mission. The reward was not bad. However, when he heard that the location of the mission was the 3rd-class Baleful Een stream, he did not hesitate and rushed in with his team excitedly. Everything had gone smoothly after he entered. He had earned divine stones rapidly, until this first-level divine general man walked towards them with a black saber. He had fallen for it completely. It wasn't that he had to pay double the reward for failing the mission. He could still afford it. It was just that he was the only one left of the Qin Yao team that he had painstakingly managed for tens of thousands of years. Although he was the soul of the team and the strongest, everyone in the team had died. However, all the members of the team had died. If he wanted to form another team with such strength, it would probably take him tens of thousands of years. Moreover, half of the team members' divine gems were purchased by him, and he had yet to earn back his capital. Now all of it was gone, therefore he wanted to take revenge on Yi Qinghan. Therefore he had been following Yi Qinghan ever since he had left the ancient castle. He believed that Yi Qinghan would make a move in the end. As long as he made a move, he would have the chance to take revenge. Most importantly, he would have the chance to obtain that terrifying demonic saber. Just to be safe, I'll release a memory god bug and sneak a peek at what that cultivator is doing. In order to avoid attracting Yi Qinghan's attention, Qin Yao did not extend his divine sense into the cave. The cave was very small. No matter how careful he was, he would be easily discovered. After pondering for a moment, he decided to release an image god bug to investigate. This memory god bug was small and did not have any divine power. It could not attack and was just like an ordinary bug. It was not fast either. However, it had a special function that was well liked by the cultivators of the immortal realm. It could automatically memorize the images it saw. Moreover, cultivators only needed to use their divine sense to search its soul to see what it saw. It was a must-have item for bounty teams and cultivators who frequently went out to fight. He took out a green bottle from his spatial ring and opened it. A few grain-sized bugs flew out at lightning speed. Then, Qin Yao used his divine sense to issue a few commands. The bugs burrowed into the ground and burrowed into the cave that Yi Qinghan was in. Chapter 566. It's about time. Yi Qinghan observed for a while. Although he was amazed by the attacks of peak divine generals, and envious of their tyrannical and powerful attacks, he wanted to observe more of them. However, the battle outside was almost over. The craziest moment had passed, and there were hundreds of corpses on the ground. If he waited any longer, some of the martial artists would begin to awaken, and some of them would start to flee. If a few escaped, he wouldn't be able to chase after them, and it would be troublesome if he didn't. Most importantly, the martial artists in front of him were not martial artists in Yi Qinghan's eyes. They were a pile of glowing divine crystals and countless divine stones. If he had to actively hunt martial artists, he might feel that it was too cruel, and he would feel uneasy about it. However, he was more than happy to have more of these divine stones delivered to his doorstep. He needed a huge amount of divine stones to purchase the position of Flame Dragon Overlord. If he could gather all of them in this baleful stream, that would be for the best. As for whether or not he would be discovered by the divine kings in the castle after killing so many people, this was no longer within his consideration. If he didn't kill them, he would die. He was about to die, so why would he need to consider so much? Miss Yaohua, I'm going to make my move. Yi Qinghan retracted his divine sense and turned to look at Yi Yaorao, who was still cultivating, as he spoke to Niu Yaohua. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Niu Yaohua's face immediately flushed red. She averted her eyes and stood up, preparing to walk into the small cave. What are you going to do? I said I'm going to make my move. Why are you running? Yi Qinghan was a little puzzled. He had seen that Yi Yaorao was still in the middle of her epiphany. He couldn't disturb her, so he could only helplessly decide to mutilate himself to temporarily alleviate his baleful aura. He had wanted to tell Niu Yaohua not to be surprised when she saw him mutilate himself, nor to stop him. This would prevent a situation like Yi Yaorao's from happening again. Such a young child. If he were to spoil his body like this, how could he have the face to do it? Moreover, she didn't have Yi Yaorao's cold aura. How could she endure it? He couldn't do this. Why should I run? If I don't go in, am I supposed to stay here? Big bro Yi, you're getting naughtier and naughtier. I told you, if you want to marry me, you have to wait 4 more years. You can't do that now. I can't tell you the exact reason, but... Niu Haiyan's face, which was as perfect as a fairy's, suddenly turned as red as blood when she heard Yi Qinghan's question. Her limpid eyes were about to drip water. She wanted to explain, but she realized that it wasn't easy to do so. She was flustered and embarrassed. What and what? What are you thinking in that little head of yours? It's not what you think. I don't want to do anything to you. What I mean is, I will use some extreme methods to get rid of the murderous aura. Whatever I let you see and hear, don't be surprised, and don't stop me. You just needed to watch from the side. Understand? Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, was confused. Why was she involved in this again? He wasn't going to do anything bad, so why was he so nervous? He hurriedly explained. Big brother Yi, you're too bad. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I can't see anything, and I can't hear anything. I'm going in to cultivate. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, Niu Yanhua's head was so low that it was almost touching her slightly bulging breasts. Like a frightened rabbit, she ran into the stone cave and shut off her divine sense, hearing and sight. Her face was boiling hot. Bad guy, too bad. She didn't realize that this Yi Qinghan was so bad. Extreme methods. It wasn't like she didn't know what kind of extreme methods he was using. He wanted her to watch from the side, not be surprised and not stop him. He wanted her to watch them put on an erotic show? This kind of unreasonable request, how could he say it so easily? This is ridiculous. Forget about her. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. A young girl's mind is really like rain, fog and wind. I can't guess. Yi Qinghan shook his head in confusion. What did he say? What did he do? How did it become bad? Seeing that the situation outside was getting out of control, Yi Qinghan had no choice but to call out Xiao He, who was cultivating. Then he gave him a few instructions and asked him to watch over the situation. Then he slowly walked out. Big brother is going to do something stupid again. But this is my original big brother, the big brother that I like and respect. Xiao He knew what Yi Qinghan was going to do, so he didn't stop him. Instead, he quietly crouched at the entrance of the stone cave and waited for his return. However, just as Little Black was looking outside, a few black bugs suddenly appeared on the ground and walls of the stone cave. These black bugs appeared on the walls and ground for a moment before disappearing. They actually turned into the same appearance as the ground and walls. Yi Yaorao was cultivating, and Niu Yanhua just happened to shut off her divine sense and hearing. When no one was paying attention, these bugs hid themselves. As more and more people died, Third Stone, Firehawk, and the others were secretly regretting their actions. But they couldn't stop now. The grudge between them had grown deeper and deeper, and their peak divine generals were all in a killing frenzy. One of Third Stone's subordinates had even tried to escape, but one of his peak divine generals had killed him. The four leaders realized that the peak divine generals under them were much more excited than they were. They were fighting with much more fervor. They really wanted to stop. They knew very well that if this went on, all four of them would suffer heavy losses. Moreover, after fighting for so long, other teams might have already noticed them. They might all end up empty-handed in the end. At the very least, they knew that the four of them couldn't do anything to each other. If this went on, it would become a war of attrition. In the end, all four of them would either become leaders without an army or die. Everyone, you're having a lot of fun. Everyone stop. Quiet down. At this moment, a frivolous voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but the frivolous tone and the owner of the voice stunned everyone. In the end, the four leaders decisively shouted for everyone to stop. Stop what? Big brother, are you crazy? You think you can stop now? Fire Eagle, you killed my brother, and you still want to stop? Take this title, love. Damn it, I already told you to stop, but you still dare to sneak up on me? Brothers, get your weapons and kill him. Although the four leaders wanted to stop, the peak divine generals under them didn't. If they didn't continue fighting, their bosses would definitely reap the rewards in the end. They had worked themselves to the bone and climbed mountains of blades and seas of fire for nothing. Now that they finally had such a good opportunity, they naturally wouldn't stop. In an instant, the scene became chaotic again. When one person attacked, the others would also attack. In the end, it became a complete melee. Why does this person dare to speak to us like this? As the melee continued, countless people began to wonder why this first-layer divine general dared to speak to them like this. Did he think that he could speak to them like this just because he was relying on that little girl? It seemed like they would have to teach him a lesson later, and let him know what it meant to be impudent. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. He also wanted them to continue fighting so that only a few people were left. However, he saw that some people had already started to sneak away. Furthermore, the battle had been going on for so long. If they continued fighting, they might attract the attention of others. It was better to end the battle quickly. Damn it. Are you done yet? Do you want to fight? I will play with you all. He hurriedly released his divine sense and scanned the surroundings. He shouted angrily. With a wave of his hand, the black slaughter god blade appeared in his hand. As soon as the slaughter god blade appeared, everything in the arena strangely stopped. A few martial artists who were about to escape also felt something and stopped in their tracks. They looked over in fear. At this moment, everyone's eyes were locked on the blade in Yi Qinghan's hand. When they saw him charging towards them coldly, they were stunned. Chapter 567. What's going on? Why is he rushing towards us? Why is he going to fight with us? Why is he going to fight all of us? Isn't he a trash warrior? Why is his aura so terrifying? No. His saber is very strange, but why does he think that he can charge towards us with just a saber? Why is he yelling at us like this? However, when Yi Qinghan's body suddenly stopped moving forward, and he brandished that terrifying blade, everyone knew what he was relying on. We've been tricked. Ghost Eye was the first to react. Despite the confusion in his mind, he rushed out. However, halfway through he held his head and rolled in pain in the air. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. No, it's not a cicada at all. We're actually hunting a tiger. Countless people now knew why he had dared to sit on the boulder without fear, and wait for so many people to surround him without batting an eyelid. Why Yi Qinghan dared to talk to them like that. He didn't rely on the little girl, but on the saber in his hand. Let's do it. Dozens of miles away, Qing Yao suddenly opened his eyes. When the saber released that evil, cold aura, his soul consciousness felt a chill, and he hurriedly retracted it. Then he saw a black fog completely shrouding the north, and no one escaped. Thinking back to the scene near the teleportation array, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he reacted quickly at that time. Fortunately, he had the strength to barely escape. Otherwise, he might have turned into a pile of bones in the end. All of a sudden, he found another strange scene. The evil demons who were affected by the battle in the north were slowly moving towards that direction. But now, as if they had taken an aphrodisiac, their speed increased several times and they rushed towards the north. Good. It's best to demonize that kid, and then I can enjoy the benefits. Qin Yao blinked his eyes and suddenly thought of something. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he sneered faintly. This is a good opportunity. I'll lure a group of demons over and completely demonize him. At that time, I'll be able to easily obtain that demon saber. Yi Qinghan had a horrified expression on his face. He did not dare to rush forward alone and take the risk. Now that there was such a good opportunity, how could he not seize it? He believed that if he could obtain this saber, his strength would definitely soar several times. At that time, not only would he be able to leave this place easily before the Blood Moon Day, but this saber could also allow a first-level divine general to easily kill a group of peak divine generals. It was definitely a precious treasure that could make up for his huge losses. Laughing coldly, he leaped into the air and dashed away. Follow me, follow me. Let's see if you don't die this time. Divine General Qin Yao circled around and attracted dozens of evil demons. He quietly looked at the battlefield, only to find that the black fog had already dissipated. Instead, it had been enveloped by the roiling evil demon aura. However, the demon that he had lured over was no longer chasing after him. Instead, it was rushing towards the cave where Yi Qinghan was. He could not help but grin in excitement. It's not safe. I'll lure more of them over. Qin Yao waited nearby for a while, and realized that the demons had not dispersed. Instead, the black fog was slowly decreasing. He sighed in his heart. This brat was really good at fighting. At the same time, he was looking forward to the Slaughter God Saber. It allowed a first-level divine general to disperse so much of the evil demon aura so quickly. This saber was not simple. After looking at it for a while, he felt that it was not safe yet. He quickly dashed away and continued to lure the demons over. He planned to let the demons exhaust him to death. He did not believe that Yi Qinghan, who was only a first-level divine general, would be able to last for so long. Along the way, Qin Yao saw that the demons were enraged. Then he led them and started to run. With his peak stage divine general speed, although the demons were fast, they still could not catch up to him. The evil demon aura in front is so terrifying? No, damn it. It's the evil demon king. Qin Yao's footsteps suddenly changed, and his expression changed. The black fog in front of him was obviously darker than the evil demon aura, and the aura it gave off was even more terrifying. He easily recognized that it was the evil demon king. In the past, he was also sent to the third-grade Baleful Een stream, but at that time, his strength was not so high. That evil demon king easily demonized a group of divine general martial artists, and ordinary divine general martial artists were not its match. Only peak-stage divine general martial artists could barely deal with it, but it was very difficult to kill it. This is not right. Am I so powerful now? Even if I can't defeat it, I can still escape? Instinctively, Qin Yao had the thought of escaping when he saw the evil demon king. However, after running a few steps, he suddenly woke up. He was no longer the cat or dog he was in the past. Now his strength was half a step into the God King realm. Although this evil demon king was terrifying, as long as he was careful, he would be fine. Ha! You are still not dead? The beard on Qin Yao's face suddenly rose, his eyes sparkling with a sharp light. He turned around and rushed towards the evil demon king. While he was in midair, the circular saber in his hand spat out a red and black chi wave, smashing towards the evil demon king. SSSS. Qin Yao's chi wave only caused the evil demon king's black mist to tremble slightly. Then, a strange sound came from the black mist. At the same time, the black mist suddenly condensed into a huge black hand that was dozens of meters long. It moved as fast as lightning, and with a sinister aura. It smashed towards Qin Yao. This evil demon king was completely different from other demons. It could actually condense the black mist to attack. Moreover, its reaction and attack speed were so fast. Qin Yao snorted coldly. After shooting out the qi wave, his body did not stay in the air. Instead, he shot up into the sky. The circular saber in his hand flashed with a red and black light again. This time, it did not shoot out the qi wave. Instead, it smashed towards the huge hand in the sky. His body lit up with a blue light shield, and he quickly followed the circular saber towards the huge hand. Bang! The circular saber hit the huge hand, and the light on the saber became even more dazzling. At the same time, Qin Yao waved his hand again, and a qi wave heavily struck the circular saber. This circular saber actually started to spin, and it directly shattered the black mist around it. Then it broke through the air. Qin Yao's eyes flashed with a trace of satisfaction. His body followed the circular saber, and he quickly rushed out of the opening in the huge black hand. Boom! The huge hand hit the ground, and the surrounding area shook. Yellow sand and gravel flew everywhere, and a deep pit several meters deep appeared on the ground. The black mist condensed by the evil demon king could actually produce the power of a material attack. It was really shocking. That was close. Qin Yao did not care about the deep pit on the ground. Instead, he sighed that he had not been touched by the huge hand. He knew very well that the most terrifying thing about the huge hand was not its power. He did not care about this little bit of power. The most terrifying thing about the huge hand was that many people thought that it was an energy attack. When faced with the huge hand, they would want to block it. But once they blocked it, it would be bad. If they were enveloped by the black mist, they would instantly be demonized. This was the aura of the evil demon king. Go! Qin Yao's face revealed a trace of ferocity, and he rushed towards the stone cave where Yi Qinghan was. He actually killed half of the demons? This saber is indeed a rare treasure. Qin Yao did not hide anymore, and directly ran towards the stone cave as fast as he could. When he saw that more than half of the black mist outside the stone cave had dispersed, he could not help but be shocked. Then he looked at the evil demon king behind him, and when he began to run towards the stone cave, he let out a long laugh and directly shouted in the air. Let's see if you will die this time. You killed my brother. Today, I will let you die miserably. Even if you have demonized, I will still cut your body into hundreds of pieces. Otherwise, how can I vent my hatred? Chapter 568. Of course, Niu Yahua didn't shut off her divine sense and hearing, but she didn't dare to spread out her divine sense to observe. She thought that Yi Qinghan had found out that she often eavesdropped and peeped, so he mocked her and asked her to observe in person. At this moment, who would dare to eavesdrop or peep? Big bad guy, I didn't mean to eavesdrop or peep. It's you guys who made too much noise. You actually dared to mock me like this, humph. How could you say such shameful words, you scoundrel? Niu Yahua was bored. She picked up the gravel on the ground and threw it around, cursing in her heart. However, its eyes would still glance towards the entrance of the cave from time to time, but it would turn back in an instant. He cursed himself for falling into depravity. It had been half a month since she had heard that strange sound and watched that explosive battle. She felt a little itchy in her heart, as if there was an invisible and inexplicable force urging her to secretly roar. Roar. When she heard Yi Qinghan's horse roar, Niu Yanhua knew that the battle outside had ended, but the battle inside the cave was about to start again. Her face reddened, and she sealed off her divine sense and hearing. Closing her eyes, Niu Yahua told herself not to think about it. She could not fall any further. She was the pure little princess of the Thunder Clan, not a girl of fallen Red City. How could she be so shameful? However, the more he spoke, the more he thought about it. His mind was still filled with random thoughts. There are so many people this time. Big Brother Ye's killing intent must be very strong. The battle this time must be very intense. Bah, no matter how intense it is, what does it have to do with you? Could it be that you want to join? Bah, fireworks, how could you be so shameless? Don't think about it, don't think about it, don't think about it, don't think about it. You can't overthink things. Niu Haihua's face turned purple. She clenched her pink fists tightly and bit her lips so hard that they turned white. However, after a moment he opened his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something and thought to himself in shock. Is an elder sister alluring Rao in the middle of an epiphany? Oh no. It seemed like such a good opportunity was going to be destroyed by Big Brother Yi. If I hadn't interrupted her, Sister alluring Rao might have broken through to the divine general realm. Something wasn't right? Although Big Brother Yi is bad, he treats Sister alluring Rao very well, so he probably won't interrupt her. Then how will he get rid of the killing intent? Nyo Hayan thought for a moment, but in the end, she still couldn't help but feel puzzled. She turned on her hearing and decided to sense the situation outside. But when she heard this, she jumped in fright. Then she broke into a run and rushed out. In the cave outside, Yi Qinghan was lying on the ground. His body was covered in blood, and his muscles were trembling. His handsome face was twisted, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was howling in pain. Yi Yaorao, on the other hand, was still maintaining her original posture. It was clear that she was still in the midst of comprehension. His spirit beast, Xiaohei, gazed at Yi Qinghan with a pained expression on its face, but it didn't do anything. Brother Yi. Niu Huihua's limpid eyes were suddenly filled with tears. She understood that she had wrongly accused Yi Qinghan. The special method Yi Qinghan spoke of was actually not doing that with Yi Yaorao, but turning him into this miserable state. He hurriedly rushed towards Yi Qinghan with great distress and anxiety. Stand there and don't move. If you go over, you'll make boss feel even worse. Niu Huihua's body was suddenly blocked by a black figure in front of her. Xiaohei looked at Niu Haiyang coldly and said. He didn't have a good impression of this woman who had caused Yi Qinghan and himself to fall into the baleful Yin stream. What's going on? How did Big Brother Yi become like this? Is he in danger? What can I help him with? I still have spirit medicine. I have a lot of spirit medicine. Niu Huihua stopped and looked at Xiaohei. She thought of something and hurriedly took out countless bottles from her spatial ring. Her petite body trembled slightly. Boss will be fine. Boss ate healing medicine and will recover on his own. Without boss's instructions, I don't dare to use your spirit medicine. Let's wait for boss to wake up first. When Xiaohei saw that Niu Huihua was genuinely worried about Yi Qinghan, his tone became slightly better. He originally didn't want to explain too much, but in the end he still said, Boss has been invaded by the baleful aura, and his mind is filled with killing intent and evil fire. Right now he can't vent the evil fire. He can only use self-harm to vent some of his killing intent. Then wasn't the first time he left us to self-harm? When Xiaohei said this, Niu Huihua suddenly recalled the first time Yi Qinghan used the slaughter god blade and released the black fog to kill the dwarf. That battle saved everyone but left arrogantly. In the end, he probably laid alone in an unknown cave and mutilated himself. When she thought of this, her heart ached even more. Tears flowed down her face. Yi Qinghan always looked like a playboy on the surface, but she didn't expect him to suffer so much pain behind the scenes. Furthermore, when the group left alone, he still came to save her. He didn't even blame or say a single word. Instead, he comforted her. What kind of breadth of mind was this? What kind of man was this? Big Brother had suffered a lot. He was always so stupid and always liked to suffer silently by himself. He only knows how to share wealth with us, but he isn't willing to go through thick and thin with us. He is the boss that I respect the most. He will always be the boss. Xiaohei's small eyes were also shining with tears. He thought about how Yi Qinghan always used his thin and weak shoulders to hold up the sky for everyone. He wasn't a person who liked to fight, but he was forced to fight time and time again. He actually liked to live a comfortable life, but pain and disaster continued to befall him. And he is a good person. A fool. Niu Yahua thought back to the times when Yi Qinghan had risked his life and rushed out at the most dangerous time to save everyone from the fire and water, but he had never made any requests. Under his unruly appearance, there was an incomparably kind and pure heart. She found it very strange that a fool like him could survive for so long in the dangerous and cruel divine world. Let's see if you will die this time. The human and beast looked at Yi Qinghan, who was howling on the ground in a daze. However, they were awakened by a loud roar from outside. Niu Huihua was stunned for a moment before she suddenly woke up. She had an impression of this voice. It was the voice of the Peak Stage God General Team Leader. Then, she hurriedly sent her divine sense out, and her face suddenly turned green. Devil King. Xiaohei, can this slaughter god blade withstand the Devil King? Feeling the extremely strong aura outside, Niu Huihua looked at Xiaohei anxiously and shouted. What? Devil King? Xiaohei was also shocked, and all the hair on his body stood up. His eyes were filled with anxiety as he looked at Yi Qinghan on the ground. He shook his head and said in fear, I don't know. We have never encountered a Devil King before. I also don't know if I can withstand it. We are in trouble this time. Niu Huihua's face was extremely solemn. In the face of absolute danger, she calmed down. With a wave of her hand, a long phoenix staff appeared in her hand. Her eyes shone brightly as she shouted, I hope this slaughter god blade can withstand it. I can still withstand the Peak Stage God General for a while. However, if this slaughter god blade cannot withstand the Devil King, we will not be able to escape. Chapter 569. Buzz. Just as Xiaohei was pacing around anxiously and Niu Haohua was extremely nervous, a red light lit up inside the cave, almost snapping their nerves. Xiaohei bared his teeth and was about to go berserk, while Niu Haohua almost activated Thunder God's protection. The two of them turned their heads at the same time, a cold glint in their eyes as they locked onto the source of the light. What are you doing? Yi Qingrao opened her eyes and was shocked to see Xiaohei and Niu Haohua in such a state. Her originally good mood was now somewhat baffled. Then she heard a low roar beside her, and her expression changed. She looked over and saw Yi Qinghan's mangled body. She was so frightened that her face paled, especially when she saw that his limbs were completely crippled just like before. She knew that he was doing this so that she could meditate and not disturb him. Tears streamed down her face as she shook her head and cried, Qinghan, how are you? Why are you so stupid? You big idiot. Phew. Sister Qingrao, calm down. Big brother Yi won't die yet. Take him to the cave inside and see if there's any way to help him recover faster. Hurry, the situation is dire. Although Niu Haohua looked calm on the outside, her heart was a mess. At such a crucial moment, Yi Qinghan had temporarily lost his martial strength. She wasn't even confident that she could hold out against that peak divine general for long, let alone the demon king that was getting closer. Although Yi Qingrao had broken through to the divine general realm at such a crucial moment, it wasn't very useful. As for Xiaohei, she completely ignored him. She had always thought that Xiaohei was Yi Qinghan's spiritual pet. Although this spiritual pet was a divine beast, it didn't change anything. Thus, she believed that she was the only one who could hold out for a while. Now that Yi Qingrao had finished her epiphany, this was undoubtedly good news for her. At the very least, she could try to wake Yi Qinghan up as soon as possible. Right now, she already saw Yi Qinghan as her greatest pillar of support. This, Yi Yaorao hesitated. Although she didn't understand what Niu Hua meant when she said the situation was critical, when she saw Yi Qinghan in such pain, she blushed, clenched her teeth, and rushed into the cave with him in her arms. Then she released her god's domain and enveloped the entire cave. Niu Haiyang curled her lips. Yi Yaorao's god's domain was actually not activated at all. Anyone with a stronger divine sense than her could easily probe her. Of course, she wasn't in the mood to peep and eavesdrop at the moment. Xiaohei and Niu Yanhua were alarmed for a moment. They spread out their divine senses again to observe the situation outside. Hiss. The demon king outside had already rushed over, and his berserk aura caused the demons at the cave entrance to tremble even more violently. Seeing the demon king charging at him, he wanted to dodge, but he was unable to move his body. He could only look at the Devil King in fear, and then at the Slaughter God Blade in fear. Supreme Slaughter God Blade? This holy object. How could it appear in the God realm? Haha. Suddenly, a low voice came from the black fog, shocking Niu Haiyan and Xiaohei. Xiaohei was shocked that the Demon King could actually speak. Niu Haiyan knew that the Demon King had intelligence that was not lower than a human's. Not only could it speak, but it also had a special attack method. This was also why the Demon King was so terrifying. She was shocked by the Demon King's words. The Demon King actually called this blade a holy object? She thought about how the demons were attracted to the Slaughter God Blade. but did not dare to go near it. She thought about the two words slaughter god on the blade, and how this blade could actually absorb the demon's aura. Niu Haiyan seemed to understand something, and a trace of despair appeared in her eyes. Supreme Slaughter God Blade. This blade is indeed not an ordinary object. Haha, fortune and misfortune come together. I, Lord Qin Yao, am going to be rich today. After Qin Yao lured the Demon King over, he felt that Yi Qinghan was definitely going to die. Thus he roared without any fear. Although he was 10 miles away, his spiritual sense was locked onto the stone cave without any scruples. When he saw Yi Qinghan lying on the ground in a bloody mess, he saw that the Slaughter God Blade was absorbing the demon's aura. He knew that he was going to be lucky today. So what if everyone in the team died? Looking at the situation now, not only would he be able to complete his mission, but he would also be able to obtain a treasured blade with a powerful background. Supreme Slaughter God Blade. What kind of blade was worthy of the word supreme? How can I obtain that blade from the Demon King? Qin Yao's eyes lit up. He did not even consider whether the three of them could survive the Demon King's attack. Instead, he was thinking about how to safely snatch the Slaughter God Blade from the Demon King. As for obtaining the lightning horn on Niu Haiyan's head after completing the mission, that was even simpler. After Niu Haiyan demonized, the horn would still be there, right? The Demon King is making his move. Qin Yao's divine sense shone brightly as his divine sense locked onto the Demon King. He was looking for a suitable opportunity to obtain the Slaughter God Blade first. SSS. The holy artifact actually belongs to me, Lord Demon Blood. Haha, with this holy artifact, I will become a powerful existence like the Azura King sooner or later. The Demon King let out an excited cry as the demon aura around his body started to spin rapidly, sending countless corpses and demons flying. Finally, it transformed into a huge black hand that grabbed at the Slaughter God Blade. It's over. I should have known that this Slaughter God Blade can deter demons. If it's not a holy artifact from the divine world, it must be a holy artifact from the demon world. The Demon King was not like the demons. How could it be deterred? I can only fight it out. Thunder God's protection. Niu Haiyan used her divine sense to check on the Demon King outside. He was not deterred by the Slaughter God Blade at all. Instead, he was extremely excited as he transformed a huge hand to snatch the blade. She laughed bitterly and had no choice but to use her origin ability to release the Thunder God's protection. She had to hold on for now. Bang! The white barrier that had just lit up shook violently as the demon's huge hand slammed into it. Niu Haiyan's body also shook as her face turned pale. Human martial artist, how dare you stop me, Lord Demon Blood, from retrieving the holy artifact? Do you think that human martial artists like you can have our holy artifact? This blade can only belong to the demon world. Break for me. SSSS, welcome to the demon world. I will bestow upon you the symbol of the demon world, the demon aura. The bone-chilling sound continued to ring out, and as it rang out, more and more large hands smashed down. Every time a hand smashed down, the white barrier became lighter and lighter. Niu Haiyan's face turned paler and paler as blood started to seep out from the corner of her mouth. Boss, wake up. Niu Haiyan can't hold on any longer. What should I do? What should I do? Xiao He watched as more blood flowed out from the corner of Niu Haiyan's mouth. Her body trembled even more violently as if she was going to collapse at any moment. Xiao He was extremely anxious as he continuously used his soul spirit to send voice transmissions to Yi Qinghan. However, his voice transmissions were like mud flowing into the sea. There was no response at all. Bang! The Thunder God's protection finally couldn't hold on any longer. It crumbled and turned into white fog. Niu Haiyan's body also went soft as she fell to the ground and fainted. As the Thunder God's protection crumbled, the Demon King's huge hand was no longer obstructed. It directly smashed down on the stone cave. Everywhere the huge hand passed, the huge rocks turned into dust as it smashed down on the few of them. Chapter 570. Buzz. All of a sudden, the Slaughter God Blade emitted a gentle white light that enveloped the surrounding few meters of the cave. The moment the Devil King's huge hand came into contact with the white light, it dissipated and was absorbed by the white light. It was as though the huge hand was made of water and had smashed into a piece of burning iron. No matter how much water there was, it evaporated the moment it touched the hand. SSS, how is this possible? The holy relic has an owner? How can a holy relic recognize a human as its owner? How is this possible? Is it not a holy relic? Why is it exactly the same as the holy relic? The Devil King roared and continued to use his demonic aura to attack the Slaughter God blade. However, it was easily dissolved by the Slaughter God blade's gentle light, and the demonic aura in his body became lesser and lesser. This blade is so scary. Xiaohei was stunned. He did not expect the Slaughter God blade to be able to withstand his attack. What was the origin of this blade? Could it be a holy relic from the demon world? If not, why was it so strange and scary? He glanced at the unconscious Niu Huahua and sighed helplessly. It seemed like he had used the Thunder God's protection too early. Boss, wake up. Although Blackie's divine sense was not very powerful, he could still vaguely sense Qing Yao, who was watching them from afar. The Slaughter God blade might be able to withstand the Devil King, but it definitely could not withstand the Peak Stage God General. Once the Devil King's demonic aura was depleted, the God General would definitely make a move. SSS. That's right. If I kill the owner of the holy relic, it will become an ownerless object. It will definitely not protect its owner. I, Lord Demon Blood, am too smart. After attacking for a while, the Devil King realized that not only were his attacks ineffective, but his accumulated demonic aura would also be completely devoured. He quickly stopped attacking. Then he suddenly thought of something and retracted his demonic aura, revealing a tall man with greenish-black scales all over his body. Even his eyes were greenish-black. His cold eyes flickered. Then he made a grabbing motion in the air, grabbing a giant axe from the ground in the distance and throwing it into the cave with all his might. Humph! Xiaohei's body flashed and he appeared outside the cave. His sharp claws grabbed at the oncoming giant axe and sent it flying. Then he returned to the cave like a bolt of lightning. Little bastard, you're courting death. Demon Blood opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of blue fangs. However, he didn't retreat, instead madly fleeing into the distance. Under Xiaohei's astonished gaze, he carried the two demons and rushed towards the cave. What are they doing? Xiaohei's body suddenly enlarged, and he carried the unconscious Niu Huahua on his back. He retreated and stood guard outside the small stone cave, looking at the Demon King's actions in confusion. At the same time, he quietly sent a sound transmission into the cave. This time he did not send it to Yi Qinghan, but to Yi Yaorao. He told her to get ready to escape with Yi Qinghan if anything went wrong. Bang! The Demon King directly threw the two demons towards the huge stone. The two demons watched as the Slaughter God's saber got closer and closer. Their bodies trembled even more violently as they screamed in fear. However, the Slaughter God's saber had already absorbed most of their demon aura. They were like two tigers that had lost their fangs and claws. They could only look scary, but they didn't have any attack power. Bang! Something that made Xiaohei even more astonished happened. The two demons actually landed at the entrance of the stone cave. Although there was still a trace of black fog around their bodies, it was quickly absorbed by the Slaughter God Saber's radiance. However, nothing happened to them at all. They only looked at the Slaughter God Saber in fear. Their bodies curled up, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Not good. Yi Yaorao, bring boss away. Xiaohei finally understood why the Demon King was doing this. His eyes shone coldly as he sent a sound transmission to Yi Yaorao. At the same time, the god power in his body surged. SSSS. As expected. The Demon King, Mo Shui, raised his head to the sky and laughed maniacally. His body rushed straight towards the stone cave. When he touched the light of the Slaughter God's saber, his body shrank slightly. The black fog that was dissipating on the surface of his body was absorbed, but he did not feel any discomfort. He laughed out loud as he stretched out his green claws and slashed at the huge stone. Boom! The huge stone was instantly sent flying and shattered into pieces. Stone fragments flew everywhere, revealing four figures. The Slaughter God saber was also sent flying. It landed on the ground at a slanted angle, but it still emitted a gentle radiance. Run! Xiaohei let out a furious roar as he carried Niu Huihua on his back and charged forward. Yi Yaorao, on the other hand, was in a disheveled state. She was carrying Yi Qinghan, whose eyes were still bloodshot. Xiao He and Yi Yaorao didn't even look at the slaughter god saber on the ground. At this moment, their lives were more important. How could they care about the slaughter god saber? Furthermore, Xiao He's original intention was to let the Demon King and the God General snatch the slaughter god saber, so that they would have a chance to escape. Why isn't the God General making a move? And luckily the Demon King is attracted by the slaughter god saber. There is still a chance. Run, run, run. After running for a few thousand meters, Xiao He used his divine sense to lock onto the Demon King. When he realized that the Demon King wasn't chasing after them, but was circling around the slaughter god saber, he was elated. However, his running figure suddenly stopped. He realized that Yi Yaorao wasn't going in the same direction as him. Instead, she was carrying Yi Qinghan and running in another direction. He couldn't help but be puzzled as he shouted, "Yi Yaorao, where are you bringing my boss?" "Xiao He, don't follow us. Go." At this moment, a familiar voice rang out in Xiao He's mind, causing him to jolt. This was Yi Qinghan's voice. However, when he heard the words clearly, he was even more puzzled. It seemed like it wasn't Yi Yaorao's idea but Yi Qinghan's. However, why didn't Yi Qinghan let him follow him? Could it be that he didn't want him anymore? Hurry up and go. If not, I will not forgive you even if I die. Tell Qingyu and the rest that I have let them down. Yi Qinghan's hoarse voice rang out in Xiao He's mind again. He saw the green figure in the distance circling around the slaughter god saber a few times before abandoning it, and rushing towards Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao. Xiao He finally understood why Yi Qinghan wanted him to leave. He roared furiously and threw Niu Huahua away. Then he rushed towards Yi Qinghan without any hesitation. I'm not going. I'm not going. Boss, if I die, let's die together. Niu Huahua's petite body was suddenly thrown to the ground. She rolled a few times before regaining consciousness. When she saw Xiao He rushing towards Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao, she heard Xiao He shout. The Demon King in the distance spat out a demonic aura again. At the same time, the demonic aura on his body surged rapidly and turned into a huge black hand that slapped towards the two people and the beast at lightning speed. Niu Huahua's mouth was bleeding again. However, she suddenly grinned. Her pair of watery eyes were devoid of life. She just stared blankly in that direction and muttered absent-mindedly, "Idiot. Idiot, the master is an idiot, and the spirit pet is even more of an idiot. Hee like master like pet, go to hell, go to hell. All of you should die. Everything will be over once you die. You won't know anything after you die. Once you die you will be free." Chapter 571. Good chance. In the distance, Qing Yao's eyes shone with a fiery light. When she saw the Devil King abandoning the slaughter god saber to chase after Yi Qinghan, she felt her heart pounding. Sighing at this heaven-sent opportunity, Qing Yao's body shone with divine power as he rushed towards the slaughter god saber. Boom! The huge hand in the distance finally slammed down, causing the ground to shake violently. Dust and gravel flew into the air. However, Qing Yao was not in the mood to watch this spectacular scene. He did not care about the life and death of the two humans and the beast. He did not even have the mood to look at Niu Yahua. His eyes were tightly shut, and tears were dripping down the corners of his eyes. Haha, I got it. Qing Yao looked at the slaughter god saber that was emitting a holy light. The fire in his eyes grew stronger. At this moment, he only had eyes for the saber. He did not care about anything else. An excited smile appeared on his face as he stretched out his hand to grab the saber hilt. Buzz. However, Qing Yao suddenly realized something that terrified him. Just as his hand was about an inch away from the slaughter god saber, he saw a white light. After that, his body suddenly froze, and he could not move at all. Niu Yahua, who was lying not far away, suddenly woke up. She also felt a white light flash past her closed eyes. Furthermore, the tears at the corners of her eyes stopped flowing. When she wanted to open her eyes to check, she realized that she could not even open her eyes. The Devil King was also shocked. At this moment, his green eyes were tightly shut, and the sinister smile on his face was still there. The black fog around his body seemed to have solidified, and was no longer surging. Just now, when his demonic aura turned into a huge hand and slammed towards the two humans and the beast, he suddenly saw a blinding white light in front of him. He instinctively closed his eyes, but he realized that he could not open them anymore. Abruptly, Qing Yao Niu Yao Hua and the Devil King felt their bodies turn cold. An extremely powerful aura enveloped the surroundings. Under this aura, time and space seemed to have stopped. The sandstorm stopped blowing, and at this moment, the world became quiet. This aura, Qing Yao's heart was filled with anxiety and fear, but his face didn't change at all. It wasn't that he was calm, but the muscles on his face couldn't move. However, in the depths of his eyes there was a look of shock. He had felt this aura once before. Last time in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range, his team and the countless teams of demon hunters in the mountain range had encountered a grade 7 demonic beast. Just as countless people were prepared to die in despair, a powerhouse suddenly descended. He also brought with him an aura that made people feel fear from the depths of their souls. At that time, tens of thousands of martial artists were also unable to move. In the end, the expert killed the 7th level demonic beast in one move and left quietly. Only then were the people able to move. After that, he found out that this person was a top-notch expert of the Longyang Manor, a manor lord who happened to be passing by and saved their lives. This person was the 7th grade war god, the master of the Golden Horn Mansion, the crippled emperor. Although Niu Yaohua couldn't open her eyes, her heart was burning with passion. She clearly understood the strength of this aura. It was definitely the strength of a 7th grade war god. And the only one in the evil spirit stream who had such strength was Lord God Emperor Mo Xiaoxiao. Recalling how Lord God Emperor Mo Xiaoxiao had spared her life for no reason, and then Xiao He had disappeared mysteriously, she couldn't help but feel excited. This aura. Although Yi Qinghan was overwhelmed by murderous aura, after the self-mutilation and Yi Yaorao's temporary treatment, he had regained a bit of consciousness. When he was in despair, he saw a white light flash, and then this aura descended. Moreover, under this aura, the murderous aura in his head and the wounds on his body were recovering at 100-fold speed. When he sensed this aura, he was ecstatic and calmed down. He was absolutely sure that they would be out of danger this time, because he was familiar with this aura. He had felt this aura once before. It was outside Song City when Jin Lin was killed. This was Lord Devour's aura. At this moment, he finally understood why Lord Devour didn't worry and let Xiao He follow him to the divine world. He finally understood Lord Devour's arrangement. This necklace. Xiao He blinked, looking at the archaic necklace on his neck in fright. He knew this necklace. Before Lord Devour left the Fire Dragon continent, he had asked Lord Jiu to give him this necklace. At that time, he had blamed Lord Devour for giving him a useless and ugly necklace. After he had put it on, the necklace had disappeared into his body. It had been a long time, and he had almost forgotten about it. He had never thought that the necklace would emerge at this moment. Moreover, it glowed dazzlingly. Then, it released Lord Devour's aura, covering the entire area. This aura, around them, there were several teams of warriors lingering. They were attracted by the battle between the 4 teams. However, after sensing the Demon King's aura, no one dared to come close. They turned around and left. However, after a while, many people felt a dazzling light from the center of the battlefield. Then, an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. They could feel it from such a far distance. Although the warriors of those teams were curious about what had happened there, no one dared to linger. They all ran away in fright, trying to get away from this troublesome place. The love of the dancing butterfly? Xiao He has activated the love of the dancing butterfly? What's going on? In an old castle 100 miles away, in a room in the middle of the courtyard, a green figure sitting cross-legged suddenly opened her eyes. As she opened her eyes, everything around her seemed to lose its color. Only those beautiful eyes remained in the room. A hint of surprise flashed in this pair of enchanting eyes. She blinked and then quietly spread out her divine sense. After that, a hint of a smile flashed in her eyes. She murmured softly and closed her eyes again. So it's a demon king. Humph. Courting death. Haha, Lord Devour is too good to Xiao He. She even gave her strongest divine weapon to Xiao He. What happened? Although the teleportation formation outside the castle was far from the battlefield, Divine King Wood Cauldron, who had come to welcome the newcomers, still felt a trace of it. After all, that light was too dazzling. Pondering for a while, he waved his hand and told his subordinates, "You guys take them to the castle. I'm going to check." Then he flew toward the light. Xiao He has used the love of the dancing butterfly? Seems like I have to go to the divine realm. Inside the dark castle on the fire dragon continent, Lord Devour put down the book in his hand and stood up. He lifted his head to look at the sky for a while. Eventually, he sighed weakly and turned to Miss Gio, talking faintly, "Pack up. We're going to the divine realm." Lord, I can also go to the divine realm? And if you leave, what if something bad happens to the fire dragon continent? Hearing Lord Devour, Miss Gio couldn't keep her elegant smile anymore. She asked hoarsely, "I'll take you there. You can go there." Lord Devour had a gleam of arrogance in his eyes. He glanced at Miss Gio and said faintly, "I have my own arrangement for the fire dragon continent. No one can mess around the place that I, Diawu, am guarding."